Introduction. The protagonist, Nezha, born from the essence of a spiritual pearl, hails from the region of Qiantang and is regarded as the son of Li Jing. After breaking free from confinement for 17 centuries, he committed patricide and fratricide to reclaim his true self, showcasing his cleverness and evading the mundane world. He is reborn as a son, embarking once more on the path of immortality. Though his character is not exemplary, his fortune remains intact. With no modern or ancient soul usurping his essence, he remains the original thousand-year-old anomaly. Thus, while he is reborn, he has not traversed realms. Proceed with caution. Chapter 1. Calamity from the Heavens. In the vast expanse of the celestial realm, its size is immeasurable, far surpassing the terrestrial world, yet its inhabitants are scarce, making them equally rare compared to mortals. Hence, desolate mountains and treacherous waters abound, where demons thrive, dominating the wilderness and wreaking havoc upon the land. Lianyan Mountain, as a quintessential example of such desolation, naturally harbors its share of mountain spirits and wild monsters. However, this remote area is seldom visited, devoid of any settled villages, resulting in the local demons having no notorious records. Despite being classified as monsters, their appetites are not excessively insatiable, leading them to remain inconspicuous over the years. Nevertheless, there are gains and losses while lacking renown. No transcendent beings have been bored enough to come here to exorcise demons, allowing them to live in relative peace. Yet, as the saying goes, trouble comes uninvited, and fortune is a curious phenomenon, indifferent to good or evil. Thus, when calamity strikes, even these law-abiding demons cannot escape its grasp. Since this mountain is called Lianyun, clouds and mists are an integral part of its landscape, with the towering peaks serving as a prime example. As the highest peak of Lianyun Mountain, shrouded in swirling mists, one can faintly discern clear mountain springs and gnarled ancient pines, creating a picturesque scene. However, the most peculiar sight is the cluster of buildings atop the mountain, stretching for miles and exhibiting a grand yet ramshackle appearance, revealing the owner's distinctly unconventional aesthetic. Father, all the demons here have been vanquished, not a single one escaped. Amidst the peculiar mountain stronghold, a voice suddenly rang out, even more extraordinary than the surroundings. The voice, bright and melodious, though youthful and unrefined, bore a captivating quality, yet its content was undeniably bloody. A strikingly handsome youth, approximately 12 or 13 years old, adorned with red cords, gold bracelets, and standing upon a swirl of wind and fire, bore a fierce expression with a glint of menace in his eyes. In his hand, he wielded a long spear with crimson tassels, its tip still glistening with fresh blood as he materialized from the void, standing proudly in the clouds. From his attire alone, it was evident that within the three realms, he could be none other than Nezha, the third prince. Excellent. Not a single one escaped. This is indeed fortuitous. In the clouds, another figure stood, appearing to be in his 40s, with a face like jade and a long beard, exuding a robust stature. His demeanor commanded respect. Resembling a learned general, he was none other than Nezha's father, the heavenly king Li Jing. I have already conjured clouds and mist to conceal this mountain with an illusory formation, lest the treasure's radiance be revealed. However, I fear it may not be entirely foolproof. You must use the heaven-concealing banner to ensure absolute safety. Otherwise, we may attract the attention of wandering cultivators from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, which would be troublesome. Nezha responded affirmatively, then furrowed his brow, saying, "My power is insufficient. The heaven-concealing banner cannot be wielded with precision. If I use it, the commotion will undoubtedly be considerable, drawing unwanted attention. If Father is concerned about the great illusionary banner formation, it would be better to place the heaven-concealing banner within the formation to envelop this peak directly. Even if the treasure's radiance escapes, it would still serve its purpose. Would it not be more prudent?" "Agreed," Li Jing replied after a moment's contemplation. These later generations of cultivators are indeed intriguing. Since that great battle, the methods of cultivation in the lower realms have undergone significant changes, their power diminished, leading them to pursue intricate techniques. The great illusionary banner formation, while not immensely powerful, possesses remarkable abilities in concealment and transformation. Even after observing it for some time, I could discern no flaws. Thus, it is more effective than the heaven-concealing banner. Your proposal is sound. Proceed. Understood. With Li Jing's approval, Nezha grasped the heaven-concealing banner and turned to leave, forming a hand seal as he stepped into the air nearby. As his foot touched the void, ripples spread across the space like water, distorting the surrounding scenery. Nezha stepped in, and without further anomaly, vanished as effortlessly as a fish into water, while the landscape gradually returned to normalcy. Truly an exceptional formation, its potency is indeed rare. That Master Tianyong did not speak falsely. Li Jing, observing the formation as Nezha entered, found no faults, which filled him with quiet satisfaction. After some time, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle, Li Jing mused that Nezha's arrangement within the formation should be nearing completion. He performed a hand seal, causing the surrounding air to ripple momentarily before cloaking himself and stepping into the formation enveloping the towering peak. From the outside, this high peak appeared lush and picturesque, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a paradise. Yet upon entering the formation, an entirely different scene unfolded. The once vibrant greenery was marred by traces of fire, smoke still rising from the charred remnants, as if a tempest had swept through, leaving shattered trees and scattered stones across the landscape, resembling a child's chaotic scribblings. Amidst this disarray lay evidence of blood and severed limbs, prompting Li Jing to furrow his brow in dismay. This Nezha, his bloodlust is hard to contain, his methods remain excessively ruthless. Li Jing observed the devastation within the mountain, knowing full well what to expect, yet unable to suppress his frown. The remnants of limbs were irrefutable evidence of the law-abiding demon's demise, and the only one capable of such slaughter was Nezha. However, given Nezha's prowess, dealing with such a motley crew of minor demons should not have necessitated such brutality. While Li Jing had seen countless battles, he harbored no particular fondness for excessive carnage, feeling that a task which could be accomplished with more finesse had devolved into a gruesome spectacle. He thought to himself, alas, this treasure retrieval is of utmost importance, otherwise I would have brought along my elite soldiers. Any of them would surpass him in execution. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Li Jing alighted gently before the somewhat intact mountain stronghold. From a distance, the cluster of buildings retained a semblance of habitation, albeit barely qualifying as shelters, yet upon closer inspection, their dilapidated interiors evoked the sensation of imminent collapse, making it hard to believe this was a place meant for habitation. Li Jing stood silently before this precarious structure, his heart tumultuous. Is this truly the Star God Temple? How could it appear in such a state? Having journeyed countless miles to this desolate place, Li Jing sought not to aid the needy or uphold noble ideals. His purpose was to uncover the legendary Star God Temple. Just days prior, a sudden celestial phenomenon had disrupted the cosmic forces, coinciding with Nezha's passage through this area. He had sensed a disturbance in the mountain's spiritual essence, resonating with the celestial energies beyond. In astonishment, Nezha had meticulously surveyed the area for several days, employing his innate spiritual pearl and unparalleled insight to deduce that this mountain stronghold, inhabited by minor demons, was the manifestation of an ancient Star God Temple. If this were true, it would indeed be of monumental significance that, in ancient times, it is said that the star gods governed the heavens and ruled the world. Each star god possessed boundless magical powers and extraordinary abilities. However, after a great upheaval in the cosmos, the star Emperor Tai, enlightened by the celestial mandate, foresaw the impending chaos. He, along with his fellow star gods, retreated to the outer celestial domains, never to return to the mortal realm again. The so-called Star God Palace was the dwelling of these deities. It was not merely a royal residence, it held the supreme capability of channeling the celestial energies of the stars and harmonizing the primal energies of the universe. This palace was the foremost treasure used by the ancient star gods to safeguard the world. Yet, as time passed and the heavens and earth underwent numerous transformations, the influence of the celestial forces had diminished significantly compared to ancient times. It seems the star gods were aware of their destiny, and thus, upon their departure, they left behind these now largely redundant temples without taking them away. The remaining star god palaces, hidden amidst the cosmic changes, became elusive to both mortals and immortals alike. Nevertheless, the power contained within these palaces, although diminished compared to the ancient times when they could alter the very fabric of the cosmos, still remained a coveted treasure for ordinary cultivators. If one were to acquire a star god palace, the benefits of its attraction to stellar energies could potentially enhance their cultivation 100-fold, fostering tranquility of mind and warding off inner demons. Such advantages were merely the surface. The ancient celestial prohibitions, the cultivation techniques, and the methods of refining treasures were not the most significant aspects, rather. The true essence lay in the profound experiences and methods that pointed directly to the origins of the universe. These were the treasures that scattered cultivators, who lacked proper lineage and relied solely on their own enlightenment, yearned for passionately. Moreover, the artifacts left behind by the star gods, though not their most prized possessions and lacking the power to obliterate worlds, were certainly not mundane items. Crafted from materials sourced from the era of the ancient star gods, they were rare and imbued with unique capabilities, making them exceedingly valuable. Thus, the prospect of cultivation and the potential for conflict encompassed everything, embodying the dreams of ambitious cultivators eager to establish their own sections. Naturally, many cultivators flocked to such opportunities. However, divine treasures remained shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, a fortunate individual with a connection to the divine might stumble upon such treasures, but the circumstances surrounding such occurrences were often unclear, rendering them impossible for others to replicate. Even if some exceptionally powerful beings could discern the origins of these palaces, such individuals likely possess cultivation levels far superior to the ancient star gods. They might even traverse the celestial realms to converse with those deities over tea, making it improbable they would deign to inhabit a mere remnant left behind. Thus, should a star god palace emerge, if it were to choose its own master, it would be preferable. However, should someone like Nezha and his father attempt to forcefully claim it through sheer power, the mere manifestation of the treasure would undoubtedly incite a tempestuous conflict. Without the might of the celestial court, the outcome of such a confrontation would be uncertain. After all, there are countless skilled individuals in the world. While few could match the ancient star gods, many were undoubtedly more formidable than Li Jing and his son. These challengers would not concern themselves with precedence and would not fear the title of celestial general. However, if they approached with a full celestial army, they would likely have a solid chance of safeguarding the palace. Yet, it is equally certain that the Star God Palace would ultimately have no ties to General Li. Consequently, regarding this treasure-seeking expedition, Li Jing only intended to bring his 3 sons along, hoping to maintain secrecy. He believed that if he were to secure the Star God Palace, it would be a fait accompli, and neither the celestial court nor the various sects would dare to confront him openly. However, apart from Nezha, the other 2 were still engaged in distant training with their master, causing their arrival to be delayed. Li Jing, being of an impatient nature, worried that the secret might be uncovered by others, leading to futile efforts. Unable to resist, he decided to join Nezha in subduing the local demons, employing formations and treasures to conceal the area and assert ownership, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief and examine what Nezha had identified as the Star God Palace. Given that no one had discovered a definitive method to identify the Star God Palace over the years, Li Jing circled the dilapidated stronghold several times, failing to discern any connection between the crumbling structure and the Star God Palace. Is this dilapidated shack truly the Star God Palace? He wondered. Anyone encountering such a ramshackle fort would likely harbor doubts, especially someone as suspicious as Li Jing. Noticing that Nezha had yet to complete the concealment with the heavenly banners, Li Jing furrowed his brow and extended his hand, summoning a resplendent golden pagoda that materialized in his grasp. Li Jing hurled the pagoda skyward, and as it ascended, it expanded, ultimately towering like a mountain, its entrance grand and majestic, bathed in golden light. The magnificent radiance cascaded down, enveloping the dilapidated stronghold. Chapter 2. The Star God Palace. Seeing the pagoda had enveloped the stronghold, Li Jing formed a new incantation, and the golden pagoda revealed a multitude of Buddha images. The 33 layers of the pagoda showcased exquisitely crafted portals, each adorned with a serene Buddha visage, their features discernible in minute detail. Countless Buddhas emitted immeasurable light, their murmured sutras and chants resonating in a manner that rendered them incomprehensible, transforming the mountaintop into a sanctified realm akin to a celestial paradise. The Sumeru Zen Light, one of the few treasure-seeking spells available to Li Jing, although lacking in efficiency and range, was the best option he could conceive under the circumstances. While not specifically designed for treasure hunting, it was a technique bestowed upon him by his master, the lamplighter, and far surpassed his own spells in efficacy and reliability. Beneath the illumination of the Buddha's light, a moment later, a green glow suddenly emerged from what was likely the back hall of the dilapidated stronghold. The eerie green light, though only a foot in diameter, leapt upwards under the Buddha's radiance, as if startled, defiantly supporting the descending Summer Zen light and safeguarding the surrounding pristine ground. Interesting, Li Jing mused, observing the unusual manifestation beneath the Buddha's light, feeling a surge of joy. However, before the smile could fully bloom on his face, the appearance of the green light triggered a recollection, causing his brow to furrow. He pointed at the pagoda in the air, and with a thunderous sound, the previously abundant light and chants receded, restoring the prior tranquility of the mountain. With a wave, he summoned the towering golden pagoda back to his hand and approached the spot where the green light had flickered beneath the Buddha's radiance. Observing the lingering azure glow, he concentrated, channeling pure yang energy. The thunder roared as he directed it towards the green light. Although resilient, the verdant glow dissipated within moments under the power of the thunder, vanishing like snow under the sun. Upon closer inspection, the area where the azure light had vanished revealed what appeared to have been a seat in the back hall, likely once occupied by a certain demon that had achieved enlightenment, now radiating faint traces of green demonic light after being shattered by Li Jing's divine thunder. Li Jing, unhesitant, raised his hand and unleashed another bolt of divine thunder, obliterating the remnants of the former seat. Beneath the several feet thick stone slab, a dark entrance was unveiled, from which a chill wind wafted. Although the interior remained obscured, an air of foreboding pervaded. Li Jing's suspicions grew as he gazed at the entrance, where the cold wind billowed. He leaped into the opening to investigate further. Inside the chasm, its depth unknown, Li Jing encountered sporadic flashes of light and an incessant clamor, hinting at the presence of some unknown entities. Before long, he emerged from the cavern, his attire remarkably unruffled, indicating that there was no immediate danger within. Yet, in spite of this, his countenance grew darker still. The king's disposition was surprisingly jovial, even going so far as to release the treasure pagoda. Just as Li Jing was still feeling disgruntled, he suddenly noticed Nezha, who was looking at him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "I wonder what treasures your Shumi Zen light has unearthed this time." Without waiting for Li Jing's response, Nezha cast a glance around and cheerfully leaped into the cave that Li Jing had previously blasted open. Inside the cave, remnants of broken mechanisms and restraints could be vaguely discerned, but beyond that lay merely some unique mountain herbs and a few trinkets belonging to demons and Taoist priests. Naturally, these items were of no interest to Nezha and his father, nor did they bear any connection to the star god temple they sought. Nezha could not help but exclaim, "What splendid treasures! They must not go to waste." With that, he conjured a red light from his hand, encircling the chamber and collecting all these treasures into his possession. He then jumped out of the cave, eyeing the few remaining decorations in the dilapidated stronghold, and regardless of Li Jing's already sour expression, he remarked, "Father, you truly are fortunate to find such curiosities." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's countenance grew even darker, realizing that Nezha was mocking him for his embarrassment for failing to locate the star god temple, which Nezha had witnessed firsthand. Li Jing felt a swell of shame and anger. This rebellious child knows I am not skilled in these matters. Yet he still delights in my humiliation. As if that were not enough, he now speaks these absurd words, which is truly infuriating. It seems I have neglected him for far too long, expecting him to improve on his own. To my dismay, he has only become more incorrigible. It appears I must teach this wayward child a stern lesson once again. In his mind, Li Jing envisioned a multitude of punishments for this audacious child who dared to ridicule his father. As his anger simmered, his expression softened slightly at the thought, and he dismissed Nezha's comments with a grunt, asking, "Has the sky-covering banner been arranged?" Indeed, the banner is prepared. However, if the star god temple truly manifests, there will undoubtedly be celestial phenomena accompanying it. At that time, I fear the banner may prove insufficient. Nezha, noticing Li Jing's grim demeanor, refrained from further provoking him. He chuckled and feigned seriousness as he replied, "Humph! If the star god temple truly appears, it won't be so simple," Li Jing retorted coldly. "If it were indeed the star god temple, you're not the one favored by the star god. With your abilities, it would take you 100 or 80 years to break through its restraints. You need not worry about celestial phenomena." "Haha, father, you are wise," Nezha laughed, imitating one of Li Jing's subordinates and praising him in a mocking tone. "Humph!" Li Jing, irritated by Nezha's antics, felt his discomfort escalate, mentally adding to the account he would settle with Nezha later. After all, the relationship between Nezha and Li Jing was hardly that of a devoted father and son. The grievances from years past had long been suppressed, Yet the mutual disdain had remained unchanged for over a millennium. Nezha, though he addressed Li Jing as father and you, never conveyed a hint of respect rather. The sarcasm was palpable, and Li Jing could discern it all too well. In public, they maintained a semblance of harmony, both reluctant to let their discord be known, each making concessions that hinted at a facade of familial affection. However, in private, Nezha's sardonic tone inevitably resurfaced, provoking Li Jing's ire. Yet, this treasure hunt was of great significance, and he could not afford to worry about his so-called confidants. The only two sons he could truly trust were difficult to summon at the moment. Li Jing, feeling restless, decided to take Nezha alone, hoping to ascertain whether this truly was the Star God Temple. Little did he expect that Nezha's inherent nature would resurface in their solitude, revealing once more his irksome tendencies. Is this the stronghold you claim was transformed by the Star God Temple? Li Jing, growing increasingly displeased with Nezha, recognized the necessity of relying on his magical orb and resolved to postpone his grievances for another time. He asked coldly about the Star God Temple. "Oh, so you were looking for the Star God Temple?" Nezha exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. "However, if you could discover its secrets with your meager Shumi Zen light, then it would surely not be our task to seek it. This is a matter best left to your son." Li Jing coldly inquired. "Does that mean you can confirm this is indeed the Star God Temple?" "Haha, I am quite confident it is." Nezha, observing Li Jing's increasingly serious demeanor, tempered his tone. "While setting up the sky-covering banner, I also arranged the formation, which can confirm whether this place is the Star God Temple." Li Jing's expression remained inscrutable as he noticed Nezha's demeanor shift, leading Nezha to humbly invite him away from the crumbling stronghold. The father and son stood upon clouds, hovering just above the peak. As they beheld the mountainous landscape below, Li Jing's eyelids twitched, and he was about to speak when Nezha interjected, "Father, watch closely." Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound reverberated like the heavens collapsing, causing Li Jing to momentarily change color. With a wave of Nezha's hand, countless red flags and banners appeared at the mountain's base, enveloping the towering peak. As Nezha unleashed his magical technique, a dazzling red light flickered from the mountainside to the foot, transforming the serene view of fluttering red flags into a scene of cataclysmic upheaval. Dark red magma erupted violently, the mountain crumbling and sliding as flames emerged from the earth, devastating the once stalwart peak, leaving it teetering on the brink of ruin. "It's coming," Nezha exclaimed with delight. "I told you it wouldn't be wrong." A faint starry light gently pierced through the surrounding formations, disregarding the sky-covering banner and illuminating the mountain peak. As the starry light shone upon the summit, the once derided stronghold appeared to shimmer like a mirage, revealing the majestic silhouette of an awe-inspiring palace. This ethereal palace, illuminated by the power of the stars, radiated delicate beams of light, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the entire mountain. Underneath this resplendent starlight, the fiery calamity below naturally diminished, gradually fading away. The erupting magma began to solidify, and the once glorious red flags disintegrated into dust. The previous array that had threatened to engulf the landscape vanished without a trace, leaving only a scene of desolation, bearing witness to what had transpired. Splendid. What a magnificent Star God Temple. Upon witnessing the starry silhouette, which shattered Nezha's meticulously arranged formation, Li Jing could hardly contain his joy. Indeed, it is an ancient treasure of remarkable power. "Haha, this only demonstrates its true might," Nezha responded, significantly more composed than Li Jing. "Had it not been for my true flame-burning heaven formation being nurtured for 300 years within the Dumu Palace, turning the true flames into celestial fire, we might not be standing here today. Fortunately, today's formation has proven useful, justifying the efforts I invested." Dumu Palace? Upon hearing this, Li Jing furrowed his brows and reprimanded, "Did I not warn you earlier to limit your associations with such individuals? How is it that you still find yourself entangled with them?" "Those people." "Father," Nezha interrupted with a smile, "if I had not inquired and learned ancient secrets from them, how could I have recognized this as the Star God Palace? Were it not for my frequent visits to Dumu Palace, I would not have been able to locate the Star God Palace today. And if I had not forged this formation, lacking the Starfire, neither of us would have been able to force our way into the Star God Palace unscathed." Clever tricks are better left unlearned." Li Jing's expression darkened, clearly displeased by Nezha's interruption. However, the truth of Nezha's words rendered him momentarily speechless, and he could only scold him lightly before choosing not to pursue the matter further. The Star God Palace has manifested. Do you have a way to enter? Li Jing asked solemnly. This is not difficult. I came prepared. Please, Father, take a look. Nezha replied promptly. Very well. Li Jing nodded slightly and fell silent. Nezha turned his gaze to the mountain peak beneath him, which had been transformed beyond recognition due to his previous endeavors. Although the Star God Palace had extinguished the flames ignited by the formation, it had indeed been lured out by the flicker of the starfire. Once that fire was extinguished, it naturally vanished from sight, leaving the mountain desolate, devoid of any attempts at restoration. The dilapidated stronghold had also been reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Nezha paid no heed to the state of the mountain. He pointed skyward, as if wielding a sword, uttering his own name. Ja! As the sound echoed, the heavens resonated with a series of thundering sounds, and in an instant, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. The sun, moon, and stars became invisible, and the sky was as obscure as the absence of light. Yet, for someone like Nezha, who had attained the path of immortality, such darkness was commonplace. He could still perceive all manner of things. However, as the darkness deepened, a few stars began to twinkle, gradually brightening. Before long, it seemed as though the mountain was once again under a starry sky, with immense, radiant stars illuminating everything, all enveloped in a veil of ethereal white. Ah, what a splendid sight, Nezha remarked with a smile. Fortunately, I had the foresight to borrow the essence of the true martial emperor's relic a while back and fashioned this sky-blocking banner. Although its utility is limited, it can contain and release the power of the stars to lure the Star God Palace, just the remedy we needed. Otherwise, we would indeed have to exert great effort. Observing the still motionless Star God Palace, Nezha chuckled. Ultimately, it is but an inanimate object. Once one understands its secrets, there is truly nothing difficult about it. With that, Nezha focused intently on the area that had once been the dilapidated stronghold, closing his eyes after a moment and resting a finger against his brow, murmuring softly. The sound, melodious and rhythmic, was clearly not of human speech, rendering its meaning obscure to listeners. Nezha, indifferent to whether others could comprehend his words, completed his incantation, lightly flicking his finger to break the skin on his brow. As the skin broke, a droplet of blood emerged, glistening with a captivating sheen, subtly radiating brilliance, and appearing remarkably distinct. Nezha lifted the blood bead and brushed it across his eyes. The bead rolled across his eyelid, and, amidst his continuous murmuring, gradually faded from view. As the voice diminished, Nezha ceased his recitation and reopened his eyes, revealing a faint red glow emanating from them, an ethereal sight that made one hesitant to gaze directly. As a manifestation of the spiritual pearl, Nezha possessed extraordinary talents. The spiritual blood drawn from his brow was imbued with the essence of his original spiritual pearl, incomparable to ordinary celestial blood. The eye technique he employed was unique, using the pearl's essence in a manner distinct from conventional celestial methods, rendering most prohibitions ineffective against such means. This technique had achieved countless feats in the past. Not even the luminous light from Li Jing's treasure tower could rival Nezha's prowess. This was precisely why Li Jing dared to venture alone with Nezha to seek out the Star God Palace. With his divine abilities activated, Nezha's eyes gleamed, allowing him to perceive the secrets of the mountain with clarity. The mountain lay in ruins before him. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha chuckled softly to himself. So, the ancient star god was indeed a remarkable being. With that, he clapped the back of his head, and without any pretense, a wondrous, auspicious light began to rise above him, a blend of black and red, embodying the duality of the mystical realms, intertwined with a golden glow reminiscent of Buddhist radiance. The three colors swirled and merged, creating a singular spectacle above Nezha, an auspicious light radiating about 3 to 5 meters in radius, producing an exceptionally peculiar visual effect. The tricolored brilliance undulated like waves, shifting continuously, gaining momentum until, with a thunderous clap, the light came to a halt as if parting the sea, revealing a precious pearl within its midst. This pearl, ethereal yet substantial, emitted a dazzling 5-colored light, illuminating the surroundings and casting a vibrant hue across the entire mountain. It was Nezha's true essence, the primordial spiritual pearl. As Nezha revealed his true form, his face flushed, clearly straining to maintain his composure. He extended a hand toward the sky, directing the radiant light above his head to condense, flowing like mercury into the void. The surrounding void, illuminated by this tangible light, shimmered like ripples on water, gradually softening into the ethereal, causing the surrounding brilliance to dissipate, while the five-colored luminescence flowed like a river around obstacles, unable to encompass the mere 10-foot radius of existence. Li Jing, witnessing the spectacle from above, could not help but smile. The realm touched by the essence of the spiritual pearl was anything but ordinary. Seeing this, Nez's expression grew solemn. He deftly altered his hand gestures, causing the precious pearl atop his head to shine even more brilliantly. The radiance surged, and the myriad colors vanished, leaving only pure light that enveloped the previously insubstantial area, rendering it increasingly vivid. The once intangible void, now besieged by this light, seemed to awaken with fervor, resisting the encroaching brilliance. At that moment, Nez's gaze shifted, and he shouted "Ja" once more. The precious pearl atop his head spun, and, like a great whale drawing in water, absorbed the surrounding protective light, solidifying what had previously been a hazy orb. As the pearl manifested, it detached from Nez's head, soaring like a shooting star, gracefully landing upon the now solidified void. With a resounding crack, the void erupted, expanding tenfold, dispersing the surrounding light and pushing away the seemingly invincible spiritual pearl, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Excellent. As the void transformed into substance, within it appeared a realm of darkness, punctuated by shimmering silver specks, resembling the starry sky indeed. It was the Star God Palace, forcefully unveiled by Nezha. Chapter 3. Within the Star God Temple, upon witnessing the aftermath of his strike, Nezha recognized that his efforts were indeed effective, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. However, the spiritual orb, intrinsically linked to Nezha's very existence, was inevitably subjected to the immense force from the void, resulting in noticeable damage. Nezha's complexion grew pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing the toll it had taken on him. Yet, the arduous climb to the summit was not the time for respite. Noticing the absence of further attacks from the void, Nezha felt a decline in pressure and a tendency for restoration. Despite the pain, he persevered, retrieving a scroll and giving it a vigorous shake. The scroll, merely a foot in length, unfurled with a flick of his wrist, revealing a dance of black and white hues. With another shake, these colors leapt forth, intertwining and forming the shape of Tai Chi as they settled amidst the flickering silver light of the void. The yin-yang symbol, suspended in the void, began to rotate incessantly, momentarily stalling the speed of the cosmic force it confronted. Yet, even as it slowed, it did not truly halt, remaining in a state of limbo. Observing that the Tai Chi shape was ineffective, Nezha frowned, gritted his teeth, and vigorously shook the scroll once more. As the scroll disintegrated into ashes, the previously manifested black and white colors trembled, their rotation increasing exponentially, merging into a seemingly transparent, colorless radiance. With a resounding crack of thunder, this luminous essence vanished into the void, leaving behind a towering portal. Ah, what a magnificent star god temple! Nezha marveled at the celestial transformations faintly visible within the portal, lamenting the loss of his two-dimensional diagram. After hundreds of years of toil, it has been reduced to naught in a single moment. The scroll in his hand had turned to dust, leaving no trace, a testament to the years of cultivation that had elevated it to an exceptional artifact among Nezha's treasures. He had envisioned it as a crucial asset, one that would serve him well in the future, yet today it had become nothing more than a disposable item. Evoking a sense of regret, such a trivial concern, he scoffed inwardly. That diagram was merely a replica of the esteemed artifact of the Grand Master of Xuandu. In terms of power, it pales in comparison, not only to the original, but even to the few gifts bestowed by my master. If it is truly a source of sorrow, once we are within the Star God Temple, I shall select several more treasures for you. Li Jing, witnessing the emergence of the portal, exhaled in relief, his spirits lifted. He descended from the clouds to stand beside Nezha, overhearing his lament over the lost artifact. In a moment of spirited impulse, he chided Nezha for such a petty display. Indeed, I am grateful for my father's generosity, Nezha replied, his eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. A smile slowly curving his lips, accentuated by the remnants of crimson blood, creating an eerie yet captivating expression. However, this smile quickly faded, becoming so faint that even Li Jing, standing so close, felt it was but a fleeting illusion. Ah, Li Jing chuckled, shaking his head to dispel the lingering unease. What is there to fear? Nezha's restless thoughts have persisted for quite some time. He is well aware of what occupies his mind. However, one must ponder. Can Nezha truly stir the heavens? Nezha, Is this the entrance to the Star God Palace? How long can your Taiji diagram hold? Surely the formations outside and your celestial banner are not at odds. Li Jing's mind wandered as he turned to gaze upon the portal resembling a starry sky. At this moment, uncertainty crept in. This was not the lair of a minor demon. Recklessness here could lead to being ensnared by the ancient prohibitions left behind by the star gods, or worse, being obliterated by a forbidden spell, leaving one with no place to lament. Such a singularly focused charge forward made Li Jing's heart tumultuous. My Taiji diagram, crafted from materials sourced from the heavens, though its power is vastly different, is still a product of refined Taoist arts. Presently, its essence is fully manifested, and sustaining this portal for a day and night poses no issue. Nezha proclaimed with a grin. Nevertheless, this is not the true entrance to the Star God Palace. Excuse me. Li Jing abruptly turned, frowning as he scrutinized Nezha. What do you mean? This does not lead to the Star God Palace. Incorrect. Nezha replied with a soft chuckle. Who said this cannot lead to the Star God Palace? It is merely a room. Must one enter through the front door to gain access? Upon hearing Nezha's explanation, Li Jing pondered for a moment before responding. What difference does it make? Well, I cannot say for certain. Nezha waved his hands dismissively, his expression one of helplessness. However, seeing the remarkable expression on Li Jing's face, Nezha refrained from jesting further and added earnestly, while the consequences of entering through this back door remain uncertain, one can surmise a few things. This entrance was discovered using my innate spiritual vision. The Star God Palace was constructed by the ancient star gods and is now connected to the earthly energies of this mountain. Should the primary prohibitions be activated, it would result in catastrophic upheaval, earthquakes, and celestial phenomena would ensue. In such a scenario, how could a mere flag formation and that celestial banner suffice to defend against it? Seeing Li Jing nod in agreement, Nezha continued, as for this back door, it is the weakest point of the prohibitions, revealed by my innate magic. The Star God Palace, hidden within the mountains, assimilates with the earth's energies. Although it has concealed itself, the nature of the Star God Palace's prohibitions cannot completely harmonize with the earthly energies, leading to a natural point of dysfunction. Logically, this weak prohibition is not strong to begin with, and thus cannot be the main hall. If this is not the main hall, then it must be a lesser side chamber. The innate prohibitions are not formidable, and since they are most susceptible to the mountain's earthly energies, the intricacies of the prohibitions have been eroded by nearly 70%. For us, this is indeed the safest option. However, there are trade-offs. Being a side chamber, it is certainly distant from the main hall. To reach the true control center of the Star God Palace, one must traverse a path replete with the most comprehensive prohibitions, and shortcuts are not to be taken lightly. However, there are advantages to entering from that side hall. Although the prohibitions along the way are unyielding, one is spared the troubles of unexpected celestial phenomena and gains the strategic benefits of both offense and retreat, which can indeed be considered a significant advantage. After hearing this, Li Jing's thoughts shifted, and he formulated a plan. He then inquired, what will happen to the flaw once the yin and yang energies in your two instruments diagram dissipate? Naturally, it shall vanish, Nezha replied with a cold smirk. Surely, you do not think the ancient star gods were mere fools. This flaw exists solely because this temple cannot operate beyond the heavens, lacking the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, and its energies are misaligned with those of the mountains. It is not due to any inherent imbalance within the temple itself. Now that I have disrupted it with force, I have also stirred the source of the temple's original prohibitions. In just a moment, it will resume functioning under its own restraints, not only nullifying my two instruments diagram, but also naturally remedying its deficiencies, thus eliminating this flaw. Li Jing, upon receiving this rather disrespectful explanation, felt a swell of dissatisfaction and rebuked. If you knew this all along, why did you open this passageway so prematurely? It will dissipate in just a day, and by then, your two brothers may not even arrive in time. You have no means to dismantle the prohibitions within. Wouldn't that be a futile waste of opportunity? Alas, my father is not well versed in formations, and thus he occasionally utters nonsensical remarks. Nezha sighed dramatically, as if he deeply understood the limitations of lower intellect. Though this star god temple is remarkably wondrous, it has long since fallen into disrepair, lacking both favorable timing and location, and is devoid of a master to oversee it. In truth, how could it possibly escape our grasp? The flaw may be repaired, yet can its operations and transformations surpass my own living intellect? Moreover, after accumulating for so many years, how could its flaws be few? Since I possess experience, I merely need to wait a few more days to replenish my energy. And then, using the Spirit Pearl's blood vision, I shall uncover the flaw with far greater ease than today. After Nezha finished his explanation with a laugh, he noticed that Li Jing's expression had not improved, realizing that his earlier words had caused his father to lose face. Thus, he too let out a cold laugh and changed the subject, asking, "Father, do you wish to enter and take a look?" Upon hearing Nezha's invitation to enter the Star God Temple, Li Jing felt quite hesitant, letting out a cold hum without responding. The items within the side hall of the temple were mostly lacking in value, and it was perhaps for the best that his father hesitated to move forward. However, it was regrettable to waste the passageway that he had labored so hard to open. Noticing Li Jing's silence, Nezha continued on, saying with a smile, "I am eager to glimpse the palace of the ancient star gods, so I shall venture in first. This side hall poses little danger. You may wait here for a moment until my two brothers arrive." As Li Jing listened to Nezha's words, his emotions began to fluctuate once more. Upon hearing news of the Star God Temple, he could hardly wait for his two sons, rushing here in haste. He was not the type to easily suppress his thoughts. However, having lost face earlier, he found it difficult to voice his intentions. In that moment, as Nezha refused to extend a hand to him, the flames of anger within grew ever more intense. Yet, he was not one to be swayed by mere matters of pride, so he managed to suppress his fury. With a cold snort, he reassured himself, "Humph, the methods of the ancient celestial deities are not something you can casually speculate upon. Although it is merely a side hall, who can truly ascertain that it harbors no formidable prohibitions? To venture into the celestial hall in such a manner could very well lead to peril. It would be wise for me to accompany you, lest unforeseen troubles arise." Nezha observed his father's displeasure, wearing a half-smile as he replied, "In that case, I extend my gratitude for your concern, father." After all, when it came down to it, both Li Jing and his sons were not to be underestimated. Having coexisted for a millennium, they were well aware of each other's thoughts and intentions. Seeing that Nezha had yet to await the arrival of his two brothers and was expending considerable effort to open a passage, even risking injury, Li Jing understood without needing words that this child harbored selfish ambitions. Given the animosity between Nezha and the Li Jing family, it was evident that if Jin Jia and Mu Jia arrived, they would not leave him with much. However, Nezha, being a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, possessed an unparalleled talent for treasure hunting and artifact forging. If allowed to enter and plunder first, there would be little left for Li Jing. Yet as a side hall, the prohibitions would not be excessively daunting. With the cultivation level of Li Jing and his sons, as long as their character was not egregiously poor, they would face no significant danger. Hence, Li Jing set aside his desire for caution, willing to sacrifice some pride to enter the celestial hall alongside Nezha. With a smile, Nezha spoke no further. He conjured his escape light and stepped into the portal, followed by Li Jing, who let out a cold snort and followed suit. Upon their entrance, as Li Jing came to a halt, he felt the world spinning around him, disorienting him. Once he regained his balance, he found himself standing amidst a vast cosmos, enveloped in an infinite darkness where countless stars, seemingly near yet far, followed the ancient trajectories of their orbits. Each star flickered with an unpredictable brilliance, their paths fluctuating, concealing the mysteries of the cosmos within their trails, illustrating the profound truths of existence. The simplicity of these celestial teachings stirred within him a desire to immerse himself in the experience, to eternally savor their intricacies. As Li Jing gazed upon the stars, he found himself entranced, the myriad hindrances of his daily practice dissipating into nothingness. The long-sought path to the golden immortal seemed to lie just before him. Captivated by the celestial transformations, he delved deeper into this rapture, allowing a stream of unarticulated insights to surge from his consciousness, filling him with warmth from the depths of his being. This sensation compelled Li Jing to yearn for an eternity of enlightenment in this realm. Suddenly, a rush of clarity erupted from within him, jolting Li Jing back to reality and breaking his meditative trance. This abrupt awakening caused his somewhat dissipated essence to regain a semblance of stability. A sense of foreboding washed over him. After all, having achieved sanctity in a corporeal form and being a true immortal for many years, upon witnessing this state, one immediately comprehends that although this entrance may merely be a side hall of the Star God Temple, it nonetheless represents the former glory of the Star God. Even after the passage of many years and the erosion of earthly energies, the remnants of the restrictions that remain, 3 or 4 parts of the original prohibitions, are certainly not mere decorations. Such formidable prohibitions. I had merely forgotten to concentrate and steady my spirit upon entering, failing to maintain my true essence as one, and thus naturally fell prey to these restrictions, which bewildered my mind. Had it not been for the treasured artifact bestowed by my master, I might have been ensnared in this place. Li Jing, having formed the necessary incantation, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. He resolved to no longer treat this matter lightly. And then mused, where has Nezha vanished to? Ah, indeed, he had often claimed there was no trouble while outside, leading me to lower my guard. Now I find myself ensnared, yet he is nowhere to be seen. Since I cannot find him, he must have already passed through this formidable restriction. His absence suggests that this rascal has sensed the nature of these prohibitions and is perhaps eagerly awaiting to witness my folly. He concealed much in his words when I intended to enter, all while laughing in such a disingenuous manner. As this thought took root, anger flared within Li Jing. He then reflected, it is also true that I have been preoccupied with matters of late, which led me to neglect giving him a proper lesson, resulting in these complications. Had I been more resolute, such troubles would not have arisen. With his thoughts firmly set, he identified the root cause of this predicament and felt a twinge of regret for his previous leniency. He contemplated imparting a lesson to this rebellious child. Yet in the midst of his thoughts, he considered, however, at present, I must explore this star god temple. Although Jin Jia and Mu Jia possess far superior Taoist skills, they ultimately lack his proficiency in these minor magical arts. Thus, it would be unwise to hastily punish him. Pondering the situation, Li Jing found himself deep in contemplation. Uncertain of his course of action, he resolved to observe the behavior of this little rascal further. Should he continue to display such ignorance, it would become necessary to discipline him once more. Otherwise, even if others were present, his disregard for guidance would pose a threat. Li Jing, being a commander of troops, possessed a steadfast mind. Resolving to cast aside these troubling thoughts, he turned his gaze to the celestial restrictions. The movements of the stars were erratic. Yet the previous captivating allure, the enchanting and profound sensations, were now absent. After a prolonged observation of the celestial body's movements, Li Jing's resolve solidified as he recalled the celestial prohibition of the Zhou Tian star formations that his master had previously described. This prohibition primarily ensnares the mind. Without understanding its intricacies, one could easily become entranced, perceiving mountains as mountains and water as water, thus leading one to unknowingly fall victim to its deceiving nature. Extremely malevolent indeed. Li Jing had entered the temple with the intention of uncovering the path to enlightenment through this star god temple, aspiring to advance his cultivation and attain the fruit of the golden immortal. Upon entering this restriction, he felt a sudden clarity as he beheld the stars, as if awakening to the Tao. Were it not for the unique efficacy of the treasured artifact gifted by his master, he would have surely been ensnared by this prohibition. His spirit disarrayed, and his essence dissipated, unaware until his vitality was exhausted and his soul scattered. Thus, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jing was filled with both astonishment and dread, his anger surging to an almost uncontrollable degree. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Nezha, who clearly harbored suspicions of withholding information, a sentiment that nearly ignited within him a desire for retribution. However, no matter how intense the anger, one must find the right person to express it. At the very least, one must wait until the celestial prohibition is lifted. Chapter 4. The Divine Palace Lantern. With his mind resolved, Li Jing unleashed a thunderous sound from the tip of his tongue, swiftly conjuring the golden Linglong pagoda. The pagoda, upon feeling the wind, expanded tremendously, soaring to heights that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. A brilliant radiance flashed forth, releasing countless divine thunders in a resounding cacophony that echoed endlessly. Yet, in this realm, the sun, moon, and stars were in constant flux. Under the operation of the celestial prohibition, regardless of how the pagoda transformed, the myriad stars continued their ancient trajectories, perpetually present, yet infinitely distant. No matter how grand the pagoda or how fierce the divine thunder, it could not perturb the celestial order in the slightest. Seeing that the celestial prohibition remained unaffected by the changes of the pagoda, Li Jing's expression turned cold. He altered his gestures, bringing his hands together in prayer, reciting incantations akin to an enlightened monk, emanating a sacred light of the Buddha. With a resonant sound, the profoundly transformed pagoda morphed anew, emitting a radiant beam of Buddhist light. The 33 layers of the pagoda revealed countless fleeting images of Buddhas, their ethereal forms appearing and vanishing. The abundant Buddha treasures radiated their serene light, coalescing into a magnificent Buddha figure, its appearance both real and illusory. As this Buddha manifested, it too formed a gesture of prayer, a smile gracing its lips, and as it slightly parted its mouth, one could almost hear a faint chant of the Buddha's name. In that moment, an invisible force emerged, causing several celestial bodies to momentarily falter, disrupting the otherwise unalterable celestial dance. This brief hesitation, under the operation of the Star God Palace, allowed the stars to resume their paths, yet that fleeting moment proved sufficient. As Li Jing chanted, the Buddha's image atop the pagoda descended, enveloped in boundless light. With a swift motion, he carved a fissure within the prohibition, and almost simultaneously, a flash of red light emanated from the pagoda, wrapping Li Jing in a luminous escape, propelling him through the rupture, beyond the confines of the celestial prohibition. As Li Jing's escaping light exited, the celestial prohibition quickly restored itself, the stars emitting a thunderous roar, their sound waves palpable. In the blink of an eye, the fissure was smoothed over, the residual echoes lingering in the void, unable to settle. Though the Star God Palace was an ancient treasure, it bore little resemblance to the current celestial abodes filled with tranquil chambers and herbal gardens. Rather, it appeared as a genuine guest room, complete with a bed and amenities, devoid of the ethereal elegance typical of celestial dwellings. The sole distinction lay in the absence of doors and windows, creating an illusion of isolation. The room lacked the brilliance of lamps or the glow of night pearls. Instead, the only illumination came from the starlight cascading from the ceiling. Gazing upwards, one would find no ceiling, only a vast expanse of stars, their proximity and magnitude starkly different from those seen in reality. It resembled a celestial map, yet bore no resemblance to any familiar memory, shrouded in mystery and profound enigma. Nezha gazed vacantly at the celestial map above, when suddenly, the map appeared to tear apart like a canvas, splitting open to release a magnificent beam of golden light that struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling in a grand display. "Nezha, what have you done?" Li Jing exclaimed as he escaped the celestial prison, only to find himself tumbling headfirst. In his haste to flee, he regretted not acting more cautiously. As he regained his composure, he saw Nezha sitting atop an object resembling a screen, swinging his little legs and grinning at him. Anger surged within Li Jing, and he could no longer contain himself, bellowing in indignation and preparing to teach Nezha a lesson. "Oh dear father, what is the matter?" Nezha, noticing Li Jing's fury, hastily leaped down from the screen, concern etched on his face, and rushed over to offer his support. "Humph, you're the one responsible for this mess, and yet you dare to inquire," Li Jing retorted sharply, shaking off Nezha's outstretched arm. However, Nezha's interruption caused Li Jing to momentarily pause, and as thoughts of treasure hunting in the Star God Palace resurfaced, he halted his movements. "What have I done wrong this time? I truly do not know. Please, teach me." "Father," Nezha replied innocently, retracting his arm. "Very well. Let me ask you this. You previously claimed that most of the restrictions in this side hall were ineffective, yet the vast celestial array of the Great Void remains intact. How do you explain that?" Li Jing, observing Nezha's feigned innocence, felt his anger rekindle, and he sneered, "Had it not been for your prior knowledge, with your character and cultivation, you would undoubtedly still be trapped in that prison of restrictions. Indeed, what a good child you are, pretending to be oblivious, as if you wished to bring about my demise. Fortunately, I possess some means to safeguard myself. If you desire my end, it is still far too early. Do not forget, your primordial fire is still in my possession. Am I to be mocked? Have you forgotten the taste of soul refinement by heart fire?" Upon hearing Li Jing's stern reprimand, Nezha lowered his head, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, yet he soon calmed. When Li Jing's temper had somewhat subsided, Nezha lifted his gaze and smiled. "Father, you jest. While I am aware that some restrictions still exist within the Star God Palace, I am ignorant of their exact nature. Thus, I entered with utmost caution, employing the celestial compass to shield myself and avoid the torments of the restrictions. Moreover, I must remind you that my primordial spirit is not within my body, and my lotus incarnation is impervious to various illusions. Did you forget? This time, I merely observed you charging in, and assumed you had a plan, which is why I refrained from speaking further. Little did I know it would cause you additional trouble. I admit my fault." Although Nezha offered this explanation, he understood that his father valued his pride, so he readily accepted blame. "Humph, acknowledging your mistake is a good start." Li Jing, seeing Nezha relent, remained skeptical of his explanation but recognized that further discussion would not yield any productive outcome, and thus chose to let the matter rest. With a profound gaze, Li Jing looked down at the subdued Nezha, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier outburst and unrestrained words. After all, it was crucial to delve deeper into the secrets of the Star God Palace. Even if his other two sons were present, they would still rely on Nezha's strength. Speaking too harshly now might result in Nezha showing reluctance to exert himself. However, since the words had already escaped his lips, further contemplation was futile. Although mentioning that matter would tear apart the thin veil of warmth between them, One could not employ gentle words when dealing with someone as obstinate as Nezha. Perhaps speaking in absolute terms would compel him to adopt a more compliant demeanor. Ultimately, the truth remained that Nezha's true essence was still in Li Jing's possession. No matter how frustrated he felt, it would be of little consequence. Have you discovered anything since your arrival? Li Jing inquired softly, observing Nezha's lowered demeanor. He felt a subtle satisfaction at being able to quell Nezha's arrogance. Straightening his attire, he scanned the room, yet discerned no signs of the supernatural. He understood that they would need Nezha's assistance to navigate the palace. Father has not yet arrived, hence I dared not scrutinize further, Nezha replied. His tone transformed following the earlier reprimand, now eerily courteous, resembling a model of filial piety, which was somewhat pleasing to Li Jing. Nevertheless, upon a cursory glance, Nezha had already formed a general impression. He approached the bedside and pointed at the lamp positioned there, stating, "This chamber is merely a side hall, filled with mundane objects. Although they are artifacts of the star god, they can only be deemed exceptional in terms of materials. They primarily serve to purify the heart and spirit, lacking any remarkable efficacy. To wandering cultivators, they may be treasures, but in our eyes, they hardly hold value. Only this palace lamp possesses a subtle essence. Through the lens of my divine sight, it vaguely resonates with the restrictions imposed by this ceiling, suggesting it is not an ordinary item." Oh, Li Jing stepped closer, scrutinizing the lamp intently for some time, yet failing to discern any distinguishing features. He then commanded, "Let us examine it closely. While it may not be a formidable artifact, your strong reaction suggests it possesses some mystery." "Understood," Nezha replied, extending his hand toward the palace lamp. Before grasping it, he momentarily closed his eyes as if in deep concentration, muttering incantations under his breath. A radiant glow emanated from his hands, attempting to draw forth the lamp's hidden powers. However, the lamp remained unyielding, showing no response even after an extended period. Nezha, after exerting himself in vain, grew frustrated at the lamp's indifference. He reached into his pouch and retrieved an object resembling a compass, casting it into the air. Upon its release, it revealed a celestial map instead of ordinary directional markings. Once activated, the room darkened as the light of the sun, moon, and stars was absorbed by the small compass. The compass hovered above the palace lamp, rotating slowly for a few moments, casting a luminous starlight around the indifferent lamp. "Now," Nezha commanded, swiftly producing a talisman, and, seeing that the star compass had immobilized the lamp, he pressed the talisman against it. The talisman style is rather ordinary, consisting merely of a yellow paper adorned with enigmatic curves. Even a figure like Li Jing could not decipher its meaning, yet one might surmise that even mortals, upon witnessing the flickering golden light, would recognize it as something extraordinary. Once the talisman was affixed to the palace lantern, its efficacy was undeniably apparent. It ignited spontaneously without fire, producing a golden flame of remarkable intensity. This flame, once unleashed, radiated an extraordinary aura, swiftly enveloping the entire lantern in its golden embrace. However, the fire, as quickly as it appeared, extinguished itself after consuming the lantern from top to bottom. Yet, upon extinguishment, the lantern, having been kissed by the golden flames, emerged revitalized, shedding its former mundane appearance to reveal an antiquated splendor that exuded an air of grandeur. Li Jing, observing as Nezha broke the seal and acquired a seemingly exquisite artifact, felt a surge of excitement in his heart, despite the effort expended. This was the first treasure procured from the Star God Temple, and he could not help but stroke his beard in admiration. Upon hearing Li Jing's commendation, Nezha turned back with a smile, noticing the gleam of joy in Li Jing's eyes, clearly pleased with the artifact's appearance. Curious to ascertain the true powers of this treasure, Nezha intended to employ his celestial compass to stabilize the roof's celestial energy fluctuations, using the golden light talisman bestowed by his master to dismantle the restrictions. Nezha stowed away the celestial compass, causing the star map to rotate, and the starlight naturally descended, illuminating the room in its entirety. Li Jing pondered briefly and remarked softly, "Since it is a palace lantern, it must be related to fire. However, as this is merely a side chamber and the lantern resembles an ornament, it is unlikely to serve as a defensive or offensive treasure, which intrigues me." With that, he stepped forward, rubbing his hands together to conjure a small flame that leapt into existence. He then exhaled a breath of celestial energy, directing the flame in a linear fashion towards the lantern. This time, there was no extraordinary phenomenon. The lantern obediently ignited, providing a steady light that brightly illuminated the room. Yet, it merely shone without revealing the slightest hint of the power of an ancient artifact. Could it be that Nezha had misjudged, and this was merely a useless ornament? Out of curiosity, Nezha employed several spells, aside from the blood pearl eye, which he could not use at the moment. He exhausted all other means, but discerned no remarkable utility of the lantern-esque flame. The father and son, having utilized their sect spells for quite some time, had to concede. The ancient star god was indeed an enigma, a treasure that clearly held great significance, yet after prolonged examination, its true purpose eluded them entirely. However, if one were to identify a singular distinction, it would be its aesthetic appeal, truly exquisite. Li Jing, whose methods were not as diverse as Nezha's, conceded defeat after numerous attempts. Abandoning the quest for its origins, he reasoned that since this was merely a side chamber, how extraordinary could any artifact be? The entirety of the temple would soon belong to them. Thus, why cling so tightly to a single item? Upon reflecting on this, Li Jing's spirits naturally lifted considerably. With a cheerful demeanor, he set aside his curiosity and approached the palace lantern with a heart full of wonder. To his delight, he soon discovered that the lantern's exquisite charm had been right before his eyes all along. Beautiful, graceful, enchanting, and mysterious. After experiencing an array of breathtaking descriptions swirling in his mind, only two thoughts remained, incessantly crashing against his senses. How lovely, truly splendid. The ethereal flames dancing upon the lantern shifted in hue, embodying countless forms, capturing the allure of a beautiful woman, the artistry of nature, and the marvels crafted by human hands. It seemed as though all the beauty and ugliness of the world were encapsulated within these flames, intoxicating the beholder and rendering them entranced. Compared to the earlier enchantment cast upon him by the celestial laws, this was a distinctly different sensation. Within the flickering light, there lingered a subtle fragrance that invigorated the senses, heightening awareness of the surrounding world. It left one feeling as if their essence was entirely refreshed, akin to the crispness of ice water on a scorching summer day. What a treasure! After gazing at the ineffable brilliance of the lantern for some time, Li Jing felt his spirit sharpen, his mind invigorated, and even the stagnant progress of his cultivation began to stir within him. He felt immensely satisfied with his discovery and secretly reveled in his insight regarding the lantern's extraordinary qualities. With its infinite beauty and calming essence, was it not perfectly suited as an adornment for the side hall? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he reached out to pluck this breathtaking palace lantern from its place, intending to channel his spirit and secure it for himself, envisioning the joy of cherishing it daily. Just as he was reveling in the anticipation of delightful days ahead, a sudden roar pierced the air, startling him as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Momentarily dazed, he quickly regained his composure, only to feel a surge of blood rush to his head, his veins throbbing in anger. "Nezha, you wretched creature! How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" With rage boiling within him, Li Jing's face flushed, his eyes burning red, and he felt an overwhelming fury welling up. It was intolerable that Nezha, who had always disregarded authority, now brazenly addressed him in such a way, disrupting his enjoyment. It was utterly detestable, and he felt that nothing short of vengeance could quell his righteous indignation. What do you say?" Nezha, equally incensed, matched Li Jing's fury with his own bloodshot eyes and flushed face. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "You are quite amusing. Once upon a time, you told me that you would sever ties with me, leaving our relationship as father and son entirely severed. Yet now, you act as though that was mere folly, and you shamelessly still refer to yourself as my father. It was you who claimed that I would choose the treasures in this hall first, and that my efforts alone would bring about this treasure hunt while you merely sat back and hoped for success. And now you wish to assert your authority? How laughable." Li Jing felt his blood boil, his anger surging to his head, his hands trembling, and his lips quivering. It took him a moment to comprehend that Nezha was indeed throwing a tantrum. Noticing that Nezha's words were only halfway spoken and that he appeared to be reveling in the moment, Li Jing was determined not to allow him to continue. With a swift motion, he conjured a long sword from thin air, striking towards Nezha's forehead, his fury boiling over at Nezha's reckless words, wishing nothing more than to slay this wretched creature with a single blow. A fine sword indeed. Nezha deftly evaded Li Jing's attack, brandishing a fiery spear with both hands. Thrusting it forward without hesitation, his anger palpable, matching that of his father. No further words were exchanged as they clashed fiercely, their faces reddening and eyes bloodshot, each yearning to vanquish the other. It was truly comical. With such meager skills, how could one dare to presume to teach a lesson? In days of yore, even as you attained the celestial path, were it not for the countless exchanges of blows, Li Jing would have faltered first, only to find himself pressed by Nezha's relentless assault. And as Nezha gained the upper hand, he found a moment to taunt, seeking to belittle his opponent. Li Jing, unable to endure such provocation, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. With a flick of his wrist, he cast aside his sword, forcing Nezha to retreat. He held his palm aloft, summoning a brilliant golden light, revealing the resplendent golden pagoda of 33 heavens. Not good. Nezha, evading the flying sword, intended to press forward in pursuit when he beheld the dazzling light emanating from Li Jing's hand. Realizing the peril, he cried out and attempted to make his escape in a flash of light. You shall not flee, wretch. Li Jing, eager to vent his wrath, would not allow such an escape. The pagoda surged forth, expanding in size, its golden radiance enveloping the room, aiming to ensnare Nezha as he sought to ascend. Huh! You shall not act so brazenly. Seeing Nezha caught in the golden glow, Li Jing's heart swelled with satisfaction, his countenance calming. As Nezha prepared to employ his transformation to flee, Li Jing coldly chuckled and pointed at the hovering pagoda, which shimmered with golden brilliance, briefly flashing a hint of red. Nezha, previously able to move beneath the golden light, felt his limbs weaken after the red glow flickered, becoming immobilized mid-air, and was swept gently into the pagoda by the golden light. Ha, you insolent child, daring to raise a hand against your father. This time, you shall endure the torment of soul refinement and learn your lesson well. With a sense of triumph at subduing his rebellious son, Li Jing felt exhilarated, contemplating how to discipline Nezha. Suddenly, an icy shiver surged from his feet to the crown of his head, a chilling wave sweeping over him, causing every hair to stand on end and making him tremble involuntarily. Not good, I have been ensnared again. Li Jing's heart sank in alarm, his anger dissipating as memories flooded back to him. Looking at the pagoda in his hand, he was overcome with a mix of emotions. Turning his gaze to the palace lantern set aside during their battle, its flames still danced beautifully, yet it lacked the previous mesmerizing allure that had once captivated him. A bitter smile graced his lips. How could he not realize that this was the work of the star goddess treasure? Alas, the star god palace was indeed a place fraught with challenges. Earlier, the celestial prohibitions outside were manageable, enchanting yet traceable, responding to the master's calming artifact, posing no real threat. Yet, this palace lantern, though placed within the confines of a dwelling, serves to enchant the heart and mind, rendering even the treasures bestowed by the teacher devoid of any response. While it may not pose significant danger, it wields a potent charm, capable of bewitching one's affections. Could it be that the ancient celestial deity induces such enchantment upon itself daily? After a bitter smile, Li Jing recalled his passage through the celestial temple, where he had been ensnared by the bewitching arts not once but twice within a single day, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Now, burdened by this artifact, his anger was difficult to contain. Having subdued Nezha, he found it challenging to further investigate the celestial temple. It seems that Nezha too was ensnared by this lantern. He has always been clumsy in the art of spiritual refinement. Though he is a manifestation of the lotus, possessing unique advantages in the art of drawing spirits into oblivion, he is even more susceptible to such bewitching trinkets than the average celestial being. His behavior is thus quite understandable. However, one must consider that had there not been an existing dissatisfaction within him, a heavy heart burdened with resentment, this lantern would not have incited such occurrences. Therefore, to have subdued him is not entirely unjust. Li Jing pondered this privately, then turned his gaze back to the palace lantern, extinguishing its flame. Yet, recalling the sensations experienced beneath its glow, he hesitated for a long while, ultimately unable to part with this treasure. He resolved to take it back and consult his teacher for further guidance. Holding the resplendent golden pagoda in his hand, Li Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could he have forgotten the lessons imparted by his teacher? In a moment of fiery impulsiveness, he had once again resorted to this artifact to subdue him. While this situation might not entail great peril, vigilance is nonetheless warranted. Since he was not adept in formations, retaining it served little purpose. Given his recent preoccupations and the minor affairs of the mortal realm that ensnared him, he had yet to visit Mount Langjio to pay his respects. This opportunity was indeed fortuitous for a visit to his teacher. Resolute in his decision, Li Jing lingered no longer. He summoned a beam of escape light and soared from the rooftop, landing once more within the grand void of celestial constellations and their restrictions. As he contained the escape light and gazed upon the shifting starry visage, he recalled the harrowing near-miss of becoming lost upon his entry, which elicited a wry smile. After all, this was merely an ungoverned formation of a secondary hall. Despite its incredible power, a remnant of the formidable mastery of its original architect, It had lost its dynamic essence after countless years of erosion. For one like Li Jing, who had already attained mastery of the celestial path, it was merely a jest, provided one was prepared. Initially, Li Jing had fallen victim to this trap due to his lack of preparation. Now, armed with foresight, he regarded the restriction with indifference. With a faint smile, he summoned the shimmering golden light in his hand and prepared to invoke the exquisite pagoda once more, intending to breach the restriction and return to the mortal realm. But wait. Just as the golden, exquisite pagoda of the 33 heavens materialized within the celestial void, Li Jing, drawing upon over a millennium of experience, was suddenly alarmed, realizing that something was amiss. Swiftly, he attempted to retract the pagoda. Since the king has arrived, why rush to depart? Would it not be more delightful to linger here and find repose? Though Li Jing sensed the anomaly, it was already too late. The exquisite pagoda trembled in the void, radiating a brilliant golden light that nearly illuminated the entire celestial expanse. Just as this golden glow seemed poised to envelop the stars in a resplendent hue, a flicker of flame appeared. Initially minuscule, the flame swiftly spread, and in an astonishing moment, it bathed the stars in a crimson hue. Even Li Jing's complexion turned a deep scarlet, as if all the blood in his body had surged to his face. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, crisp and vibrant, imbued with childlike exuberance, and remarkably articulate, exuding an air of politeness that left no room for reproach. Yet upon hearing this voice, Li Jing's expression transformed dramatically. He appeared as though he had encountered a specter, his gaze fixated on the golden pagoda suspended in the air. As he listened to the voice, a fiery red figure gracefully descended from the base of the tower. And with its descent, the peculiar phenomena in the air dissipated, revealing the golden pagoda still floating amidst the stars. It was Nezha. Li Jing gazed upon his son, whose face radiated joy, and an involuntary chill coursed through him. "You, my son?" Nezha, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at his father, eager to hear his words. After a prolonged silence, he noticed Li Jing's agitation, rendering him momentarily speechless. With a sigh, he inquired, "Father, did you not hear me speak? How did you emerge?" Li Jing, as if jolted back to reality, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, father, did you not even hear a simple hey?" Nezha responded, shaking his head with a sigh. He had intended to engage in a lengthy discussion, but just as he began to speak, Li Jing abruptly pointed at the pagoda in the air, from which a burst of golden light erupted, illuminating the universe and blinding to the eye. Nezha, however, remained unperturbed. With a cold smirk, he retrieved a small banner adorned with celestial motifs, reciting his name, and with a casual sweep towards the void, summoned the starlight, which coalesced into a radiant display. With a thunderous clap, the surrounding golden light dissipated, revealing a grim-faced Li Jing, who was supporting the pagoda. It seems father is aware of how I emerged, thus sparing me the need for further explanation," Nezha remarked with a sardonic smile. "Yet, it appears you are still reluctant to heed my words, attempting to leave as if to underestimate my capabilities." Li Jing, experienced in navigating such situations, immediately recognized the dire implications of Nezha's emergence from the golden pagoda. Initially overtaken by fear, he discreetly sought to regain control over the pagoda, finding solace in the effort. He then tested the restrictions within the pagoda, activating them several times. But to his dismay, Nezha exhibited no reaction, compelling him to abandon that line of thought and consider alternative strategies. Though Nezha has managed to escape his dire predicament in an unforeseen manner, it must be acknowledged that Li Jing, despite his instinctive trepidation towards Nezha, quickly regained his composure. He resolved that this time he would allow matters to unfold, having already lifted the celestial restrictions, whether it be the heavenly soldiers or those from Lingzhou Mountain. It seemed implausible that they could allow Nezha to evade capture. However, while Li Jing is indeed a man of thought, the bond he shared with Nezha over the millennia was not to be underestimated. Upon observing Li Jing's demeanor, although perplexed by his apparent vulnerability, Nezha noted the tension in his movements, which remained steadfast and unyielding. As soon as Li Jing made a move, Nezha swiftly countered his strategy. Li Jing, momentarily compelled to reveal himself, felt a surge of anger, yet his mind remained clear. He contemplated how to articulate his thoughts aptly in order to pacify this rebellious son. It was then that his gaze inadvertently fell upon the small banner Nezha was toying with, causing his heart to tighten as he recalled their encounter in the Star God Temple. Realization dawned upon him. Nezha had long since orchestrated this event. Chapter 5. The grudge of years. Li Jing gazed at the banner that commanded the celestial restrictions with a pained smile, the sequence of events rendering no room for misunderstanding. With a cough to clear his parched throat, He reflected on Nezha's numerous displays of theatrics, feeling a pang of sorrow, and inquired, "What is it that you truly seek to achieve with these actions? Alas, have I not already conveyed my sentiments? Your peace here is enough for my heart," Nezha replied, shaking his head with a sigh, seemingly disappointed in his father's memory. At this, Li Jing could not help but chuckle. Times had changed. Setting aside the issue of Nezha's strength, did he truly believe that he could still be the same as during the chaotic times of the investiture of the gods? Do you genuinely wish to slay me? Let us not speak of whether your current abilities could match mine. Merely the thought of you daring to commit patricide is sufficient. Even if your master were to shield you, there exists no sanctuary for you in this vast world. Even during the investiture of the gods, Li Jing did not perish, and he has since sought the guidance of esteemed mentors. Over the centuries, circumstances have transformed, and Li Jing is no longer the man he once was, unafraid of Nezha's threats. Yet, despite the rationality of the situation, Nezha is not one to be swayed by reason. Li Jing is acutely aware of Nezha's madness. Having taken such drastic actions, he would not merely be seeking to instill fear. I recognize that you have endured considerable grievances over the years and harbor dissatisfaction towards me. Yet, as your father, I too have faced my own tribulations. You should understand that the restrictions placed upon you were the wishes of your mentors. And what power do I possess to oppose them? Though we may be at odds, we are still bound by the ties of father and son. Is there any parent who would wish for such discord? After Li Jing shared a laugh, he chose not to revisit the previous topic, instead opting for soothing words of comfort. After all, they were within the Star God Palace, and the recent display of the sun, moon, and stars banner in the hands of Nezha indicated that he held the advantage in this divine realm. Furthermore, although Nezha was currently engulfed in fury over his patricidal act, an action deemed intolerable in the world, his heated emotions might have blinded him to the consequences that would follow. With reason and understanding, Li Jing believed that perhaps Nezha would reconsider his impulsive desire for immediate gratification. Nezha sighed softly. Li Jing, you remain blissfully unaware of how deeply I yearn to slay you. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Li Jing's face, Nezha continued with a chuckle, fortuitously. You remain ignorant of my intentions. Otherwise, how could I have awaited this day? Do you have any idea how long I have harbored thoughts of ending your life? 1700 years. It has been 1700 years. Li Jing furrowed his brow upon hearing this, a jolt of unease coursing through him. He let out a cold snort, feeling irritated and reluctant to engage with Nezha's words. After all, his initial instinct upon witnessing Nezha's escape had been to flee, a reaction born from accumulated dread. Though he had not fully grasped the situation at that moment, in hindsight, he felt a mix of embarrassment and vexation. Considering that Nezha's current magical prowess was merely that of a true immortal, and despite the unknown reasons for his escape today, Li Jing was determined to capture this troublesome entity. Once he had secured Nezha, the mysteries surrounding his emergence from confinement would inevitably become clear. There was no need to engage in further verbal sparring with him. Thus, Li Jing subtly began to invoke a spell, intending to extricate himself from the Star God Palace first. However, despite the soundness of his strategy, the execution proved to be an entirely different matter. Li Jing had been a celestial general for many years, and as such, his formidable magical abilities did not afford him any opportunities for action. In any endeavor, familiarity breeds skill, and just as he contemplated taking action, before he could even wield his treasured artifact, Nezha had already discerned his intentions and was prepared with his own measures. 8 fiery dragons roared forth from the void, each adorned with formidable scales, radiating an overwhelming might. The divine flames that formed their bodies scorched the very fabric of the void, creating an oppressive heat. The 8 dragons swiftly darted towards 8 directions, encircling Li Jing, who was still lost in thought and caught off guard. They transformed into towering pillars, and as they swirled away, only a sea of flames remained, resembling a colossal sun that ensnared Li Jing, leaving him no means of escape. Upon witnessing the ferocity of the 8 dragons, Li Jing felt the searing heat the moment they appeared. Even his hair began to curl from the flames. He dared not confront them directly. As the dragons emerged, he retracted the magical energy he had intended for escape and hastily sought to employ a technique of evasion. Yet, as the flames intensified around him, he found himself trapped with no avenue for retreat. Alarmed, he realized he had missed his chance to deploy other tactics and was left with no choice but to summon his protective artifact to withstand the assault. Despite his surprise, Li Jing remained undaunted. Since Nezha had expended considerable effort and ingenuity, he knew that such an array, while formidable, was not insurmountable. For Li Jing recognized the formation of the 8 fire dragons. He was well acquainted with the intricacies of this magical arrangement. The formation crafted by the pillars of divine fire, with its elemental flames condensed into a singular entity, rendered escape nearly impossible despite its slow initiation. Li Jing, having once learned this technique from his master, recognized the inherent challenges in its deployment, yet he was acutely aware of its limitations. With a scoff, he summoned the exquisite Linglong Pagoda to shield himself while preparing to execute the fire avoidance technique in an attempt to break free. However, just as he resolved to act, a wave of intense heat surged forth, the flames of the formation penetrating even his protective artifact to assail his primordial spirit, igniting a tumultuous agitation within. Although the fire had yet to breach his physical defenses, the sensation was so overwhelming it felt as though his very essence might be reduced to nothingness. Quickly, Li Jing struck his waist, causing a radiant shimmer to illuminate 5 or 6 artifacts of various hues, barely managing to counter the searing inferno of the formation. This was no ordinary divine fire formation. It was the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield. With astonishment, Li Jing involuntarily exclaimed the name, his disbelief evident as he scrutinized the formation more closely, ultimately affirming his realization. Enraged, he could not help but scold. "You wretched prodigal! How dare you dismantle your master's treasured artifact, transforming it into such a monstrosity? When your master learns of this, how could he possibly forgive you? You shameless one, accustomed to punishment, yet dragging us into this chaos, disturbing our peace. Sooner or later, you shall face dire consequences." Had it been merely a singular pillar of divine fire, Li Jing would have navigated it with ease, unperturbed. Yet, this was the handiwork of Nezha, who had dismantled the revered 9 Dragons' divine fire shield, capturing the essence of the fire dragon within and forging these 8 formidable pillars of divine fire. This alteration rendered the situation markedly different. The 9 Dragons' divine fire shield was a prized artifact of the esteemed Tai Zhenren, surpassing even the Linglong Pagoda Li Jing wielded in terms of quality. The essence of the fire dragon, nurtured over centuries, was imbued with extraordinary might. With such a remarkable treasure as its foundation, the original deficiencies of the pillars were rendered moot, compelling Li Jing to remain within the formation. Though he was momentarily unharmed, he dared not make any hasty movements. "Oh, you are overly concerned. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Any future repercussions shall not befall you." Nezha, recognizing Li Jing's demeanor of admonishment, understood that he could not fathom his intentions. With a cold sneer, he refrained from unleashing the full might of the formation, mockingly retorting, "Are you not a master of profound abilities, nearly reaching the realm of the golden immortal? How is it that this mere formation poses such a challenge for you? Nezha, we share a bond as father and son. What cannot be resolved without resorting to violence? Over the millennium of your ascension, your powers have scarcely progressed. You harbor resentment towards me, yet you must acknowledge that this is the will of our masters. Your innate cleverness and later biases, combined with excessive inner turmoil, if allowed to run rampant, would inevitably lead you down a treacherous path, culminating in your downfall." As Li Jing witnessed the ferocity of the formation, Nezha, however, did not unleash his full wrath. Sensing a potential turn of events, he hastily employed his eloquence, pleading earnestly, "I understand that your master dotes on you excessively, but there must be limits. How can you, in a moment of impulsive pride, destroy this precious gate of the mountain and forge the pillar of divine fire? This act merely ensnares you in an inescapable trap, significantly diminishing the might of the 9 Dragon divine fire cloak. Your master would surely not condone this and would impose severe punishment upon you, leaving you to endure great suffering. Alas, this is a consequence of my failure to communicate with you over the years, unaware of your thoughts and aspirations. It is my fault. If you retract this formation now, I shall bear the consequences of today's events entirely, ensuring that your master does not trouble you, and I will also discuss this with our mentors in the future, so you need not suffer the torment of the heart flame refining your soul any longer." Li Jing's fervent words flowed rapidly, clear and coherent, with a tone that ebbed and flowed. One would think even the most unyielding stone could be swayed. Unfortunately, Nezha appeared even more impervious than stone, merely responding with a cold smile as he observed Li Jing's animated gestures within the formation. "Ah, how eloquent you are," Nezha retorted with a scoff. "Li Jing, you have a remarkable way with words. Alas, I have told you before, you remain oblivious to how much I desire to slay you." Before Li Jing could respond, Nezha sighed again. "It is no wonder you so blindly trust the words of those old fools. Even if you have suspected the truth, you lack the courage to believe it. Such self-deception is quite revealing. Had you not been so obedient, The path of immortality would be far too arduous for someone like you to succeed. However, be aware that those ancient beings, having feasted well themselves, will leave you with mere scraps. Should they find themselves in a position where they cannot even satisfy their own hunger, how could there be any portion left for you? If you remain blind and devoid of strength and wisdom, forever relying on them for sustenance, then prepare to be sold out. As Nezha spoke, a sardonic smile crept onto his face as he cast a knowing glance at Li Jing within the formation. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback by Nezha's nonsensical remarks, unable to comprehend their meaning. What purpose do I serve in sharing this with you? Nezha mused with a self-deprecating smile. After a millennium of companionship, I have endured a millennium of anguish. Since you have chosen death today, it would be remiss to allow you to perish in ignorance. Li Jing, do you still remember my mother? Ah, my lady, of course. Li Jing, while cautiously assessing the shifting dynamics of the formation, was taken aback by Nezha's inquiry. A bemused smile graced his lips, and just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him, his expression shifting dramatically as he pointed in shock at Nezha. Ah, so you do remember. Nezha exhaled with relief, smiling. It is no small feat that you recall. There has only ever been one person whom I could call mother since my birth. This has remained true when I was forced to transform into a lotus incarnation, and even when you conspired to obliterate my memories in this life. How could this be? How could I possibly recall past lives? My master has said that it is impossible for the primordial saint to intervene directly. It is utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Li Jing's expression drastically changed as he murmured to himself. Nezha, seemingly oblivious, gazed at the visibly altered Li Jing with a dazed look and said, "In those days when I was willing to endure the pain of flesh and bone, I entrusted my mother to your care. Should any harm befall her, it would seal the fate of your entire family alongside her. Do you recall that you once agreed to this? Alas, my mother truly passed away during that time. Yet your family lost only that wretched woman, just her alone. This is unacceptable, very much so." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Li Jing realized the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a matter of life and death, an inextricable predicament. Without waiting for Nezha to finish his frenzied speech, he raised an eyebrow and summoned his magical artifact, resolutely deciding to charge forward. If he did not fight desperately now, he feared he might never have another chance. Nezha undoubtedly possessed the prowess to confront him. After the initial shock, Li Jing's mind cleared. Nezha had evidently regained his memories, and it seemed he had been aware of them for quite some time. Since he dared to instigate trouble today, his methods would surely be plentiful. Thus, the situation was far more complicated than mere old grievances or Nezha's momentary rage. Years ago, the primordial lord had personally sealed away Nezha's memories, leading to a relationship fraught with tension, yet Nezha still called him father and generally heeded his words. Though Li Jing had been exceedingly harsh and unyielding towards Nezha over the years, he was not overly fearful. After all, their relationship was not solely dictated by him. Both Nezha and he were backed by formidable allies. However, should Nezha have broken through the primordial lord's memory seal, the dynamics would shift dramatically. What had once been a relationship of enmity would now transform into a profound and genuine animosity. Looking at the current scene, Nezha had effortlessly dismantled even his teacher's 9-dragon divine fire shield. What else could he not achieve? In truth, should Nezha unleash his fury, not only would he disregard a magical artifact from his own sect, but even Tai Jinren would likely face dire consequences if he dared to impede Nezha's quest for vengeance. This was the true essence of Nezha's former glory. With this realization, Li Jing resolved to act decisively. He summoned the exquisite pagoda with utmost speed, eschewing any pretense. He revealed the ethereal image of the ancient Buddha from the lamp of wisdom. As the Buddha's form manifested, it took on a fierce countenance, formed a mudra with its hands, and uttered sacred mantras, causing an overwhelming radiance to emanate, a sight truly awe-inspiring, aimed at shattering the celestial fire formation. Nezha, with a cold chuckle, unleashed a bolt of lightning from his hand, causing the 8 towering pillars of divine fire to reappear. Each pillar transformed into a fire dragon, belching smoke and flames, clawing and thrashing, their might rivaling that of the Buddha's spectral image. Li Jing had hoped to seize the moment and catch Nezha off guard. But Nezha was born for combat, adept at quick wit and swift action. There was no room for a surprise attack. Upon witnessing Li Jing's formidable strike, he swiftly activated the formation in his hands, his speed surpassing Li Jing's by far. Just as he was about to unleash his power, he intercepted him, manipulating the formation to counter the might of the treasure pagoda, rendering Li Jing's attack futile. Nezha, observing Li Jing's display of such prowess, was about to utter a mocking remark when his expression suddenly shifted. He unfurled the small banner adorned with celestial bodies, transforming it into a towering figure. Grasping it with both hands as he murmured incantations, directing it towards the towering pillar of divine flames before him. However, as the celestial banner expanded, it appeared to gain weight, and as Nezha shook it, beads of sweat formed on his brow, revealing the strain he was under. Just as the starry banner had yet to complete its movement, the fire-laden divine fire formation began to contract violently, erupting with a thunderous roar. The flames surged forth uncontrollably, and the mournful echoes of dragon roars could be faintly heard, indicating that the divine fire formation had been breached. Nezha, daring to entertain thoughts of patricide, would surely face justice today. From within the formation, a radiant light of Buddha erupted, illuminating the surroundings and momentarily overshadowing the brilliance of the divine fire formation, causing its operations to falter. In that instant of hesitation, a jade measuring rod, resplendent and imbued with ancient charm, emerged from the formation. Once Li Jing exited the formation, he gently stirred the jade rod, subduing the fiery dragons back into pillars of divine fire. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the towering pillar of divine flames. And the once mighty fire dragons, which stood as grand sentinels, let out a lamenting cry before dissipating into wisps of fiery clouds. Nezha, why do you not surrender? What are you waiting for? Li Jing, having shattered the formation and emerged amidst the flames, wielded an ancient jade measuring rod, crowned by a golden pagoda, radiating an aura of brilliance. His visage, adorned with flowing hair and a commanding presence, was truly awe-inspiring. Seizing the moment, he thundered a challenge, his voice imbued with an uncanny power. With nothing but a measuring rod to bolster his bravado, one might wonder if the previous flames had singed his wits. Nezha regarded Li Jing's emergence without surprise, slowly lowering the starry banner he had been wielding, finally releasing a breath of relief before retorting with a cold smile, such insolence. Li Jing, incensed by this remark, raised the jade measuring rod and hurled it towards Nezha. Simultaneously, the protective pagoda above him took flight, casting a radiant golden light that enveloped Nezha, generating a tremendous force that rendered him nearly immobile. From his form erupted over 10 streams of precious light, some resembling blades, others swords, rings, or ornaments, each emanating a remarkable brilliance, clearly extraordinary in nature. This barrage of techniques aimed to secure a decisive victory with a single strike. Nezha, undeterred, pointed a finger, sending forth a beam of golden light that collided with the approaching jade measuring rod, resulting in a resounding clash that forced them apart. Yet, the golden light was repelled, soaring far away until it dissipated, revealing a shining golden ring, the Qianquan ring. Meanwhile, the jade measuring rod, still dominant, pressed onward towards Nezha once more. However, this brief obstruction sufficed, for when the two treasures, both named after the cosmos, collided, a red silk emerged from Nezha, radiating brilliance and forming a crimson cloud that momentarily halted the cascading golden light. Yet, it was not long before the golden light effortlessly enveloped him, drawing him into the exquisite pagoda. As for the myriad treasures that flew towards him, Nezha paid them no heed. Instead, he shielded himself with the star banner and vanished in the blink of an eye. When Nezha reappeared, he seemed to stand on a distant star, miles away in the vast cosmos, holding a retracted star banner, muttering in frustration, "I wonder why this old fellow was so quick to provide what I sought." It turns out the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield is a counterfeit, easily breached even by that Li Jing. Well, it makes sense, as he had previously divulged to Li Jing the methods to counteract several of my treasures. It's likely he anticipated my intentions for the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield, and therefore did not present the genuine article. Fortunately, I was aware of their predictable nature and did not genuinely intend to use it. Otherwise, I would have indeed suffered a minor loss. Nonetheless, despite being a fake, it still proves useful, and now that Li Jing has shattered it, I can conveniently make my report. Chapter 6. A tale from years past. While Nezha lamented the antics of those old fellows, Li Jing was engaged in a fierce struggle. With a sudden strike, he intended to catch Nezha off guard, employing several techniques to shatter the heavenly divine fire array, aiming directly at Nezha. However, thanks to his prior preparations, Nezha easily abandoned the cosmic circle and cast aside the chaos silk. Although he ultimately forced Nezha to retreat, Li Jing was far from pleased. Cursing under his breath, he felt helpless. Within this starry confinement, Nezha moved freely, and despite Li Jing's determination, he found himself powerless to kill him. With a keen eye, Li Jing discerned that Nezha had already taken refuge within the starry confines. Although his desire for vengeance surged within him, He understood that slaying Nezha within this realm was improbable. To resolve the matter, he needed to lure Nezha out of the Star Temple. He first employed secret techniques to retrieve the 2 treasures left behind by Nezha, and, channeling his energy, sought to break free from the array. The cosmic measuring ruler emitted a brilliant glow and struck fiercely. Though it appeared short in length, it did not adhere to the previous constraints of the exquisite pagoda. Delivering a substantial blow to the starry confinement, landing upon one of the celestial bodies, showcasing the marvel of the cosmic measuring ruler. The impact was truly earth-shattering, and the unnamed star could not withstand it, shattering into dust. However, unlike before, this strike did not reveal any flaws in the confinement. Instead, the stars in the void seemed to be incensed, quivering in unison as they broke free from their original trajectories, igniting spontaneously into massive fireballs that morphed into various divine beast forms, charging straight towards Li Jing. Li Jing, taken aback, disregarded the ineffectiveness of the secret method of breaking formations passed down through his sect. He hastily adjusted the exquisite pagoda atop his head, unleashing streams of golden light to shield himself. With the Qiankuan in his hand, he swung it repeatedly, dispersing the incoming spirit beast of the stars. Yet, the celestial creature seemed inexhaustible. Despite the Jade's diligent efforts, there were instances where he could not adequately protect himself, resulting in collisions against his protective light, causing the pagoda to tremble under the strain. This wretched being, I should have anticipated it, this trick of theirs. Witnessing the fierce onslaught of the stellar transformations, Li Jing realized he had fallen into Nezha's trap once more, and inwardly cursed, shaking with indignation. However, he steeled himself and retrieved another artifact. He cast it into the air, revealing a leaf from the Buddhist scriptures, densely inscribed with countless sutras, radiating golden brilliance. Upon invocation, it emitted a cascade of purple golden light, which settled atop the somewhat unstable exquisite pagoda, transforming into a fine powder and merging into a singular light of Buddhism, stabilizing his form. Ah, how prideful you are! That stingy fellow, Ran Deng, has rarely bestowed several artifacts upon anyone, and yet here you are, truly remarkable. Nezha, startled by the sudden strike of the Qiankuan, relinquished 2 of his personal treasures to escape through the starry restraints. However, this was where Nezha had plotted against Li Jing. Though momentarily surprised by Li Jing's audacity, and having suffered a slight setback, he was nonetheless a seasoned warrior with years of experience, unwilling to allow Li Jing a true reversal of fortunes. In a swift motion of the starry banner, not only did it allow him to retreat into the formation, but it also activated the final layer of restrictions within. Li Jing's strike inadvertently triggered a chaotic eruption within the entire restraint, preventing him from gaining the upper hand, and instead ensnaring him further. Nezha, you rebellious child, always resorting to such underhanded tactics, you shall inevitably face the consequences. Seeing Nezha reappear and uttering mocking remarks, Li Jing felt a surge of rage. The power of this restriction was not originally so formidable. After millennia of erosion, Li Jing was confident that no matter how Nezha arranged it, he could not thwart his strike aimed at breaking through this stellar restraint. It was not in vain. It contained the essence of the techniques imparted by Ran Deng. Indeed, Li Jing's strike did breach the restraint. Yet, it cannot be said that it was solely Li Jing who shattered it, for before he acted, the true essence of the Grand Void's celestial star restraint had already dissipated. What followed was the infamous self-destruction of the long-lasting stellar restraint, rendering it a one-time use. The eons of erosion had worn down the operation of the stellar restraint, not its essence. In truth, it was during its self-destruction that the grandeur of the ancient star deities was truly revealed. The passage of countless years imbued the restraint not only with stellar power, but also with an immeasurable abundance of celestial and terrestrial energies, as well as the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, which were ultimately detrimental to the operation of the restraint. Yet, within this self-destructive assault, the true power accrued over the ages emerged. Under the almost limitless infusion of various elemental energies, the power of the stars effortlessly compelled Li Jing to retreat, ensnaring him once more. As he observed the scattered spiritual energies gradually coalesce into a formation, the melancholy within him was palpable. Thank you for the compliment. I presume the taste of such nefarious methods is not pleasant. Nezha chuckled, clearly relishing Li Jing's anger. I had not anticipated that the heavenly fire pillar forged by the 9 dragons' divine fire shield could truly confine you. Yet, I never imagined you possessed such a treasure. That old man, the burning lamp, is indeed willing to invest, calculating for someone he deems doomed, truly making the most of his resources. Nezha continued to watch with amusement as Li Jing contended with the relentless onslaught of the starry fire beasts, indifferent to him for the moment. He produced a slender-necked vial, and with a flourish of his hand, 2 streams of light, one black and one white, emanated from the bottle's mouth. These lights, swift yet languid, ensnared the scattered fire dragons that Li Jing had previously shattered and refined into the heavenly fire pillar, gently drawing them back into the vial. Nezha, we are finally father and son. I harbor considerable regret over past events, yet in recent years, our masters have pressed me too hard, leaving little room for restitution. Li Jing, initially preoccupied with the fervor of the starry binding spell, noted that after Nezha captured a few fire dragons, the onslaught of the starry fire beasts diminished significantly, encircling him, yet maintaining their fiery presence, forming another layer of formation. Even with Li Jing's less than stellar knowledge of formations, he could discern the simplicity and clarity of this array. It relied primarily on the starry flames. Either he would have to shatter this formation with sheer strength or take the time to thoroughly comprehend its intricacies. Given Li Jing's understanding of formations, he would not simply observe the changes. However, the prospect of breaking the formation by force posed a genuine challenge, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Fortunately, with the reduction in offensive capabilities of the formation, Li Jing found a moment of quietude. Realizing he could not escape immediately, he resolved to engage Nezha in further discourse. You must understand, the hardships you have endured over the years are largely due to those masters of ours, who never had good intentions when they took on disciples. I too was deceived, momentarily blinded, losing sight of both proximity and distance. In recent years of contemplation, I have felt much regret, wishing only to turn back time. Now that you have returned to your former self, do not forget that I once nurtured you, and consider the lessons your mother imparted upon her departure. You have the audacity. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Nezha's smile faded as he retorted coldly, now you spew any words that come to mind. If you truly cared, why was there no sign of it before? How dare you mention her? She was merely a servant to you, a person whose visage I can scarcely recall. Humph. Do you think that empty rhetoric will earn you a reprieve? I shall be frank with you. The starry primordial spirit that binds you relies upon the treasures I have forged over the past few centuries. The gathering and dispersing are dictated by will. This formation pales in comparison to the star god formation, yet it is remarkably straightforward. If you possess the skill, you can shatter this formation in a single strike. If not, you may spend 100 days methodically dismantling each of my treasures. But with your abilities. Despite the assistance of these magical artifacts, you can only sustain this level of power for at most 3 to 5 days. By then, I shall relish the sound of your daily lamentations amid the fiery torment, as you gradually fade into nothingness, reduced to mere ash. Then, my efforts shall not have been in vain. As Nezha listened to Li Jing recount the past, his gaze momentarily became distant, but after that fleeting distraction, his inherent arrogance surged forth even stronger. Nezha, you must understand, though you find fleeting satisfaction today, how will you navigate the future? The events of yore were a collective endeavor between my master, your master, and the esteemed Taoist Tian-san. Now, as you contemplate my demise, have you given thought to what lies ahead? By belittling yourself in this manner, if Wen Yang were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly disapprove. Li Jing, having gained wisdom through the years, quickly discerned that Nezha spoke the truth. The formation was exceedingly simple, yet extravagantly complex. Just the celestial beasts conjured from fire represented countless rare treasures. Yet, this was intended merely for 100 days of refinement, after which, regardless of the outcome, these artifacts would lose even the slightest chance of repair. Li Jing felt a pang of frustration regarding Nezha's wastefulness. If only he had ample preparation. Breaking this formation would not be insurmountable. However, in such circumstances, with Nezha still observing, any action taken would surely be scrutinized. Even if he were willing, his son, who squandered countless rare treasures, would never consent. Thus, Li Jing reluctantly abandoned the idea of a direct assault. Resolving the matter could not rely solely on magical prowess. More crucial was the understanding of human emotion. Bypassing the supernatural to address the issue directly required cunning. Recognizing that brute force would not suffice, Li Jing decided to employ his words, probing into the past to gauge Nezha's sentiments. To his surprise, this approach proved remarkably effective. Nezha's mother was undeniably an excellent point of leverage. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Nezha scoffed coldly and retorted, "My affairs are mine to bear. Those you mention are linked to past events. Even if they do not come, I shall seek them out to settle matters. Do you think I am like you? No matter their prowess, I fear them not. I am well aware of your temperament." Li Jing sighed, feeling a sense of relief. He continued, Wen Yang often admonished you, yet you never listened. Silence. Nezha interjected sharply. His smile vanished. What is your game? Why invoke Wen Yang? What merit does she hold in this conversation? Over the years, let alone you who barely shared a few moments with her, even I cannot recall her visage or words distinctly. What she said bears no relevance to me. Nezha's words were indeed unreasonable, yet Li Jing, upon hearing them, was not angered but rather amused, feeling a secret delight. Ah, you are always like this, he sighed gently. I know well that you are not of the same mother as Jin Jia and Mu Jia, and you have always treated them with disdain. In this entire household, you recognize her alone, hoping I might treat her well. Yet, you must consider that within the household, you are not the sole occupant. While your two elder brothers refrain from provoking her, why do you incessantly seek to taunt Wenjun, ultimately leading to such a disastrous conclusion? Is it truly my fault alone? You always possess such a sense of righteousness. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Nezha fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter, saying, in my youth, I was indeed reckless, a veritable demon of chaos, committing numerous misdeeds that could fill a cart, and she was unable to manage me. What more could you mere mortals expect? But I have always been one to disregard reason. As for the events of that time, right or wrong, I cannot delineate, nor do I care to. I only know that I have declared, if she perishes, you shall pay with your lives. Li Jing, taken aback by Nezha's brazen and shameless declaration, was momentarily speechless, managing only a hollow laugh, unable to respond. Yet, without Li Jing's input, Nezha seized the opportunity to elaborate further. I am well aware that Wenjun has harbored disdain for me since before my birth, consistently using her words to belittle me. She may have been her maidservant, but what of it? Even if that were the case, as my birth mother, how could she treat me so? A wretched creature. Does she still wish to dominate me? Had her heart not been so soft, I would have pierced her with a spear the first time she dared to provoke me, thus avoiding later calamities. The mere mention of these matters brought forth Nezha's inherent defiance, his face flushed and eyes gleaming with ferocity. As he spoke, he repeated her incessantly, neglecting to utter her name, yet both understood perfectly what was being referenced. Do you truly believe I am ignorant of the past? Initially, that foolish girl was infatuated with someone like you. Had it not been for her. Not to mention the incident when you tricked me into slaying the disciples of Shurji, I would have dispatched you, this heartless beast. The incident with Shurji was a result of your reckless conduct, compelling even your master to intervene and eliminate her, thus creating chaos for which you now seek to blame me. Li Jing retorted with a scoff. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Who is it that, with a beaming face, urged me to practice martial arts and archery? Yet, you had the household warriors bring forth the Xianyuan bow that had remained untouched for centuries. And you remarked, there are many capable individuals, yet only the Western Mountain is a desolate place. Shoot with all your might. Must I spell this out for you? I am no virtuous being. Who in Qintang Pass does not know this? If you claim you were unaware of how events would unfold, would you have me believe that? Upon hearing Li Jing's explanation, Nezha let out a cold laugh and retorted, yet, you did not foresee my unwavering resolve. Nor did I anticipate your shamelessness in colluding with them against me. The Four Seas Dragon Kings, whether grand or insignificant, I was but a naive child. And I believed them, sacrificing my very being to entrust myself to the golden body of aspiration. At that time, did I make my intentions clear to you? Though I could not comprehend the reasons, I sensed something amiss, compelling you to swear that should I be reborn, if Wen Yang bore even a single wound, you would suffer 100 in return. If misfortune befell her, your family would be made to atone. You swore this oath, you committed to it. And what then? Are you truly so ignorant of the misdeeds committed by that vile woman? How audacious it was to design a trap, taking advantage of my momentary distraction to leave Lady when grievously injured. Upon my return, I was consumed by fury, intent on seeking retribution with my ethereal form, only to find myself ensnared, nearly dissipating entirely. Alas, this woman, despite her flowing hair, possessed a narrow understanding. How could she fathom the magnitude of my being? Imbued with the extraordinary? Though I sustained significant injuries, I ultimately managed to escape. If one were to speak of arrogance, that wretched woman pales in comparison to me. And if we consider cruelty, she is far outmatched by you. Upon witnessing my survival, she resorted to earth evasion, hastening to shatter my golden form. Oh, what a clever stratagem. Truly, I wonder which esteemed figure imparted such wisdom to you. It was indeed intricate and profound, having calculated my temperament so precisely that, in my wrath, I disregarded all else, unleashing the lotus incarnation that led to my current state. When Nezha recounted the events of yore, an icy demeanor enveloped him. Li Jing, listening amidst the battlefield, refrained from contradiction, merely defending against the noticeably weakened starfire array, and slowly remarked, "Those matters were beyond my control at the time. They were a shameless lot who had once made promises, yet acted thusly. Lady Wen was inevitably to be unharmed, which prompted my trial. It is the misfortune of my Li family to have birthed a wretched being such as you. Though I yearn to slay you with a single sword, the forces behind you prevent me from extinguishing this fiend. Should I feel regret, it is for having placed my trust in such individuals, failing to act decisively, and consequently losing Lady Wen." "Ah, you exhibit a measure of understanding," Nezha replied with a laugh. "My very existence as a fiend was destined to bring suffering to the world. Your credulity towards the words of the Lantern Master merely reveals your own folly. When have their claims ever been genuine? Though I have transformed into a lotus incarnation, surveying this realm, it is evident that unless those ancient figures abandon their dignity and take action themselves, who can thwart my lethal intent? Do you believe that a few talismans can safeguard your lives? Should you meet your demise, who shall you blame? Humph, this was a miscalculation on my part. What more is there to say?" As Li Jing spoke, his expression gradually hardened, and he coldly remarked, "Those shameless individuals had originally agreed that once you entered the Lotus incarnation, the prohibitions of the Primordial Supreme would naturally take effect. As long as the ancient heart flame within the Linglong Tower was ablaze, you would surely forget your past. At that time, we observed partial success. Yet I foolishly placed my trust in it, softening my heart, which granted you the opportunity that led to our present predicament. Do not attempt to extract information from me." Nezha retorted coolly, "I am born of the Spirit Pearl. Although your treasured tower confines my true divine essence, you adhere to your master's words. Within a century, you must imprison me within the tower and refine me with the heart flame. Once or twice may not suffice, but surely after 10 or 8 attempts, I will discern the truth amidst the falsehoods. To be candid, that old Lantern Master possesses profound skills, yet when it comes to treasure refining and array formation, he is merely on the same level as you. Time and again, he relies on his superior power to alter the prohibitions within the Linglong Tower. How laughable! If these prohibitions could indeed be modified by force, what distinction would there be from actual combat? Altering them repeatedly has only served to weaken the primordial prohibitions. It was several centuries ago that I began to recall past events, yet was hindered by untimely circumstances from acting upon them. Alas, my master has led me astray." Li Jing sighed, falling silent thereafter. "Misled? Humph. You, a person of such caliber, what is there to discuss regarding errors? Had it not been for the exquisite tower refining my divine power, you would not have even taken a step towards the path of sanctification, let alone the realm of immortals." Nezha, perceiving the regret in Li Jing's words, could not help but retort coldly, "However, you can be aptly described as a decayed wood. I possess the essence of the spiritual pearl, my powers advance at an astonishing rate, yet you, despite such advantages, remain stagnant in the true immortal realm, with not even a glimmer of potential to glimpse the mysteries of the golden immortal. Such talent can only be deemed unparalleled in history. That you have survived these years is merely a blessing from the heavens, and to claim that others have wronged you is truly laughable. One cannot speak thus throughout life. Who is without regrets? In the face of death, who can be free of resentment?" Li Jing smiled serenely, observing the blaze in the formation, illuminated by the resplendent light of the Buddha, and spoke with a certain philosophical eloquence, exuding an air of wisdom. "Not to mention others, but take Wen Yang for instance. She was originally a maidservant of Wen Jun, who entered my household alongside her. I am well aware of her affections towards me. Otherwise, what brings you here? Though Wen Yang lacks a surname, she is gentle and virtuous, truly capturing my heart." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Li Jing's heartfelt confession, Nezha did not exhibit any signs of nostalgia, but instead erupted into laughter, almost to the point of tears, pointing at the deeply affectionate Li Jing and exclaiming, "What a shameless fellow you are, to utter such a jest. Wen Yang, Wen Yang. I fear you only remember her by that name, yet you still recall the existence of a nameless maid?" Observing Li Jing's unchanging countenance, Nezha scoffed, "Virtuous? How absurd. She is my mother, yet how could she surpass me? She was originally one who relied on her status to bully others, greedy for her own gain. And in her early years, she became a source of disdain for everyone in the household. Her words were utterly commonplace, and her dealings were foolishly short-sighted. Where is the virtue in that? Later, despite my existence, due to your attitude towards that wretched woman, the household's circumstances became even more dire, leading her to commit countless ludicrous acts. Alas, initially, she harbored thoughts of maternal privilege and cared for me, but upon perceiving your unfavorable demeanor, she dared not approach me anymore. Such a mother, I can hardly find a single redeeming quality in her. What nonsense are you spouting? After such scathing remarks, Li Jing's expression grew increasingly vivid, and just as he was about to speak again, Nezha waved his hand. Enough. There is no need for you to dredge up these matters to distract me. I am aware that you sent out a distress signal. They should be arriving shortly. Yes. It is Jin Jia and Mu Jia. They should be arriving soon. It seems they have employed the blood escape technique. Nezha chuckled. Originally, it would have taken 2 days. Yet now it has only taken half a day. These 2 children are indeed willing to invest their resources. Haha, I have spared no expense, allowing time within this stellar confinement to flow 100-fold faster than outside. After all this time, the results have finally arrived. Li Jing, this formation is indeed the culmination of my years of effort, yet it does not encompass all my preparations during this time. If you still entertain thoughts of some covert collaboration, I advise you to abandon such notions. Do you believe the purpose of my preparations over these years was anything other than to annihilate you and your 2 sons, fulfilling the vow of years past? Why else would I waste words on you until now? Chapter 7. Patricide and Fratricide. Nezha's seemingly casual remarks struck Li Jing like a thunderclap, sending chills coursing through his spine and igniting an inexplicable sense of dread within him. He realized that Nezha was aware of everything, but why the delay? Could it be that he harbored some cruel stratagem yet to be unleashed, capable of eradicating the 3 of us in one fell swoop? Ever since Nezha revealed his claws, he had projected an air of complete confidence, as though everything lay within his grasp. Even as Li Jing attempted to counter, he found himself at a disadvantage, rendered impotent, which dealt a heavy blow to his morale. Without having witnessed Nezha's hidden tactics, he was already convinced that Nezha possessed the capacity to extinguish their lineage. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation, leading him to lose his composure and strategic calculations. A seasoned immortal like Li Jing was astute beyond measure. The strategies he revealed were merely the tip of the iceberg, although Nezha's stellar suppression method, forged over many years, boasted unparalleled might. Its efficacy depended on the adversary it confronted. Nezha, despite his formidable aura, lacked profound cultivation. The treasures employed to suppress within this formation, though numerous, were not of the highest caliber and could not contain a being of immense power. Li Jing's magical prowess, as Nezha articulated, was arduous to elevate. Thus his respect for these external artifacts would certainly rival Nezha's. Moreover, not long ago, when he first learned of the Star God Palace, he had sent a message to his master requesting powerful artifacts. At that time, his master had entrusted him with several immensely potent treasures, which he had not comprehended fully. Yet, in retrospect, it appeared his master had foreseen Nezha's troublesome nature, prompting such actions. Contemplating the support of his master provided the greatest impetus for Li Jing's persistence. However, at this juncture, Nezha's unwavering confidence left Li Jing feeling suddenly unmoored. Although he still harbored doubts concerning Nezha's words, he no longer wished to pursue his original plan. Even if his other 2 sons arrived, given the current circumstances, there was no guarantee they could decisively vanquish Nezha. Furthermore, the likelihood of his master being readily available was slim. Thus, it would be prudent to withdraw, seek his master, and devise a more calculated approach. With this resolution in mind, Li Jing was determined to act without further delay. Go, he bellowed, unleashing his power. He first cast forth a Buddhist leaf inscribed with sacred mantras to stabilize the stellar formation. For a brief moment, the 2 forces clashed, yet the formation continued its operation, and the leaf disintegrated into dust. Amidst this powder, Li Jing retrieved a leopard skin pouch from his waist, casting a glance aside before shaking it vigorously. With that motion, dozens of radiant beams erupted from within, each varying in hue and size. From their aura, it was evident they were all exceptional treasures, surpassing those utilized against Nezha merely moments prior. Humph, you possess treasures, does that mean I do not? Li Jing let out a cold snort, pointing his hand as the flying magical treasures converged towards the spot where the K had just shattered, delivering a powerful strike. The thunderous impact shattered the formation. For Li Jing was not lacking in such means. Dozens of treasures detonated simultaneously, reminiscent of Nezha's extravagant methods, finally allowing Li Jing to unleash a decisive blow. Following the explosion, the Qianquan ruler firmly stabilized the shifting formation, and as Li Jing soared forth, shielded by the exquisite tower, he too endured the baptism of the explosion, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, the persistent golden light continued to carry him towards the realm beyond the starry prohibitions. Nezha observed Li Jing's actions without surprise. Instead, he smiled. watching as Li Jing seized the opportunity to escape the formation. The ruler broke through the unprotected stellar void, and it seemed he was about to ascend and escape. Alas! Father, did you not tell him not to recklessly meddle with others' belongings? As Nezha watched Li Jing exit the Star God Palace, he prepared to transform and flee, sighing softly as he pointed his finger. Suddenly, a fiery surge erupted from Li Jing's waist. The dual-colored flames enveloped Li Jing, causing him to cry out in agony, his escape light faltering as he fell, crashing down onto the already ravaged mountainside, creating yet another large crater. Seeing Li Jing caught off guard, Nezha chuckled as he stepped out of the now unprotected Star God Palace. Heh, recklessly taking things is hardly a commendable habit. Nezha, Li Jing bellowed, fury igniting within him. The purifying flames had scorched him, leaving him momentarily dazed. In pain, he summoned a purple gold bowl, a treasured artifact from his master, which had gained even greater efficacy since his master entered the Buddhist realm. Once summoned, the purple gold bowl proved immensely powerful, akin to a great whale drawing in water, swiftly absorbing the dual-colored purifying flames from Li Jing's body. Standing upon the ground, Li Jing realized his carelessness. The palace lantern, which Nezha had feigned to be enchanted, had been taken by Li Jing, leading to a series of unfortunate events that caused him to forget his defenses. The lantern, evidently under Nezha's control, provided Li Jing with an unexpected boon. However, having lost the initiative, despite summoning the purple gold bowl, unease swelled within him even more. Nezha stepped forward, intending to settle matters with Li Jing, when suddenly a thought struck him. He looked up and laughed. Li Jing, what splendid fortune. Your two sons have arrived. Now the three of you can meet your end together. Such a delightful scene is worth my elaborate planning. Li Jing sensed the arrival of his sons and felt a surge of joy. He still had many means yet to be employed, and his sons possessed profound powers. If the three of them united, even if they could not vanquish Nezha immediately, they could at least contend with him long enough for their master to arrive. Escaping would be but a matter of a single step. Thus, Li Jing once again summoned the purple gold bowl and aimlessly waved the universe-measuring ruler towards Nezha, momentarily immobilizing him. The golden bowl, despite its exquisite appearance, upon being invoked, emitted no sound and revealed no visible manifestations, quietly intertwining with the shadows cast by the ruler, stealthily advancing towards Nezha. Clearly, Li Jing harbored the hope that Nezha, in his impatience, might fall prey to this stratagem, allowing him a moment of display before the two children. However, Li Jing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, always prioritizing self-preservation. He would not merely stand by and observe. Without a glance to ascertain the outcome of these two treasures, Li Jing reached to his waist and produced a small vessel resembling a boat. Though merely 3 inches in size, once revealed, it exhibited no ostentatious transformations. As if imbued with a spirit, it leapt to his side, transforming both him and the vessel into a streak of light, 100-fold swifter than his usual speed. As he set out to rendezvous with his two sons, leaving the domain controlled by Nezha, he awaited the arrival of his teachers to strategize further. After all, Li Jing's escape was fortified by the lineage of the Light of Lamps, and with the power of this artifact and absent the celestial restrictions, his ability to flee remained intact. However, while swiftness was advantageous, it brought its own set of tribulations. Upon sighting his two children, Li Jing invoked the purple gold bowl, unleashed the universe-measuring ruler, and summoned the small vessel, seamlessly merging into a streak of fleeing light. This string of actions instilled within him a sense of confidence. Even if Nezha were prepared, devoid of the celestial barriers, he would undoubtedly not be able to thwart him. Utilizing the power of the artifact to escape, he inadvertently neglected to observe Nezha's movements. Nezha remained stationary, a resplendent aura radiating from above his head. In a mere flash, he nullified the offensive of the universe-measuring ruler and the purple gold bowl. With a gentle gesture, Nezha pressed down with both hands, unexpectedly revealing an incense altar before him, adorned not with divine statues, but merely displaying an ordinary yellow gourd. Nezha calmly bowed, articulating with measured clarity, "Treasures, please reveal yourselves." As his words lingered in the air, a thread of radiant light emerged from the gourd, soaring to a height exceeding 30 feet. From above, an object materialized, measuring 7 inches in length, possessing eyes and brows, with 2 beams of light descending, aimed at piercing Li Jing's spiritual core. At that moment, Li Jing sensed something amiss. Yet, the escape light, a secret transmission of the Light of Lamps, wielded immense power, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered the previously set celestial banners and outer formations, successfully propelling him beyond the mountain. "Treasures, Please reveal yourselves? The echoes of this phrase startled Li Jing, evoking memories of a terrifying scene from a millennium past. Just as he intended to turn his head to look, a languid sensation washed over him, his essence growing drowsy, momentarily causing him to forget his intentions. Please, treasures. Nezha, how dare you? Wretched being, cease at once. As Li Jing appeared on the verge of death, he suddenly heard two thunderous shouts. Raising his eyes, he beheld two streaks of light arriving swiftly within the mountain formation. Their figures barely settled before they witnessed the scene before them, prompting them to shout out, and with that command, both sprang into action. One radiated golden light, the other white, each striking with a thunderous force directed at Nezha. These beams of light were evidently extraordinary. If Nezha did not evade, he would certainly slay Li Jing, and he too would not emerge unscathed from that instant. The two newcomers had simultaneously adopted a strategy of surrounding the enemy to rescue their ally. Turn back, dear one. A radiant aura enveloped them, numerous treasured artifacts shimmering, yet the fiery streak of light was insufficient to withstand that gentle pivot. Li Jing's great head fell, responding to the inevitable fate. Nezha stood on the crumbling mountaintop, witnessing the gruesome separation of Li Jing's head from his body, confirming his demise beyond any doubt. A torrent of emotions surged within Nezha, leaving him perplexed as to what sentiments truly resided in his heart. This wretched being dared to commit patricide. Below, Nezha was momentarily dazed, while the newly arrived Nezha and Nezha had no time for contemplation. They had been progressing steadily when suddenly they received an urgent distress signal from their father, an emergency of dire proportions, accompanied by a brief account of the events. Alarmed, they hastily employed their sect's secret treasures, expending considerable energy to rush to his aid. Upon their arrival, they initially sensed their father's life force still intact, breathing a silent sigh of relief, albeit harboring some irritation at his overreaction. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the situation would metamorphose, and their father would perish before their very eyes? Such fragility of life was indeed startling. Nezha and Nezha, having studied under esteemed masters, possessed keen insight. As their forms settled, they discerned the object in Nezha's grasp. Upon hearing the widely known phrase, they understood that despite their superior powers, Nezha wielded this remarkable treasure, rendering their defeat unsurprising. It is often said, he who strikes first gains the advantage, while he who strikes later suffers the consequences. Thus, a thought ignited within them both, and they prepared to summon their most powerful treasures, intending to slay Nezha the moment he made his move. After all, even if the master of the gourd were to appear in person, he would be compelled to retreat in the presence of such artifacts, let alone Nezha, who was still somewhat inexperienced. Given Nezha's cultivation level, he was far from the realm where he could disregard treasures as inconsequential. Therefore, when he resolutely sought to slay Li Jing, Nezha and Nezha were taken aback, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Coalescing into a singular realization, Nezha was intent on seeking death, wishing to perish alongside Li Jing. Yet, reality seldom aligns with desires. In this world, alongside magical prowess, there exists another force commonly referred to as treasures. A streak of golden light flashed by, halting the two luminous beams midair, revealing the forms of the seven treasures Golden Lotus and the Wu Hook Sword, both plunging towards that golden light. The expressions on Nezha and Nezha's faces shifted drastically. They unleashed their magic, yet despite the resplendence of the two treasures, they could not withstand that clear golden light. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper? Upon witnessing this, Nezha finally recalled this artifact. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper? How could this be? Beside him, Nezha also recalled this treasure, disbelief etched across his face. Two beams of light suddenly took form, revealing human figures. Nezha and Nezha, though astonished, did not linger in their surprise. Their purpose was to rescue their father. However, upon arrival, they were met with the grim sight of his tragic death, an event that left no hope for revival. Thus, their mission naturally transformed into one of vengeance for their father. Yet, a moment's reflection would reveal the dire predicament they faced. Nezha, armed with the celestial slaying flying knife and protected by the primordial Golden Dipper, had thwarted even their strongest magical artifacts during his confrontation with Li Jing. Other strategies seemed futile. At this juncture, was there any path left but to flee? Nezha and Nezha were not naive souls unfamiliar with life and death situations. They understood well what was required for self-preservation. Resolute in their decision, they exhibited decisive action, swiftly retreating with their clan's two magical treasures, intending to evade Nezha's formidable presence, choosing not to engage in a futile struggle. Let him boast, they thought. With these few artifacts, can he truly act with impunity? Once our masters arrive, capturing him will be effortless. As for the might of our father's enemies, there is little we can do. Thus, the two were unwilling to confront Nezha directly, especially given the evident disparity in their strengths. They departed with a sense of calm and urgency, but Nezha would not allow their escape. A cascade of cold smoke and dark energy materialized, revealing a large banner that silently appeared above Nezha and Nezha, although they had already begun their retreat. The sudden emergence of the black banner halted them in their tracks, clouding their minds and disrupting their escape. A surge of Buddhist light emanated from each of them, clearing their thoughts just in time for them to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Looking up, they saw a flag standing ominously, devoid of a pole, shrouded in swirling dark energy. Countless vermilion symbols seemed to pulse upon it, while the flag itself appeared to be constructed from human bones. Surrounded by a chilling aura, an unmistakable emblem of malevolence, characteristic of a fiend. Both Nezha and Nezha were taken aback, realizing they could no longer escape. Nezha urgently called out, "Wait, brother, I have something to say. Please, turn back." The contest of strength and magic unfolded in an instant, and the eerie white bone banner appeared so unexpectedly that the brothers were caught off guard, suffering a significant setback as they hastily attempted to reclaim their artifacts. In their moment of confusion, they were delayed considerably. Although they were somewhat aware of the celestial slaying flying knife's capabilities and had anticipated sufficient time to act, they had underestimated the power of the ghostly bone banner. Momentarily entranced, they found themselves helpless. Meanwhile, Nezha, upon their arrival, paid them no heed. He focused solely on unleashing the celestial slaying flying knife. By the time Nezha and Nezha were ensnared by the ghostly bone banner, their reactions had slowed, and Nezha had already completed his attack. Even after death, Nezha was able to utter a few words, while Nezha, who had succumbed first, could not even finish a single sentence before being engulfed by the white light. As soon as Nezha's words fell, two beams of white light sliced through, and both men were consumed by the void. Despite Nezha's eloquence in life, he now found himself powerless to alter the course of fate with mere words. Observing the headless corpses of the father and son, Nezha sighed inwardly. It is over, finally over. To outsiders, this battle appeared tumultuous, yet to Nezha, nothing unfolded that was unforeseen. Nezha and Nezha's arrival was swift, and they barely managed to utter a few complete sentences before meeting their demise. At this moment, even Nezha felt a sense of confusion, unsure of what thoughts to entertain. The mountain winds could not be stilled, the fires below still raged, and debris continuously fell from the dilapidated mountain stronghold above. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed, scattering various magical artifacts that trembled upon the ground, their brilliance intensified. These artifacts belonged to Nezha's master, harboring their own realms. Now aware of their owner's death, their restraints could be triggered, allowing them to transform into light and return to their rightful place. Not so fast. Though Nezha was somewhat distracted, he was far from dazed. With a cold snicker, he disregarded the other formidable artifacts and focused solely on the exquisite pagoda. Observing its attempt to transform into light and escape, he retrieved an object from his bosom, a circular stone, smooth and slightly iridescent, radiating a resplendent glow. The brilliance was so overwhelming that its true nature remained obscured. It was only discernible that Nezha grasped it firmly. With a swift motion, Nezha flung the stone, and beams of light flashed past, the five-colored flames soaring skyward. Unerringly, they enveloped the already retreating exquisite pagoda, which, under the influence of this radiant energy, lost its ability to vanish and gently fell into Nezha's hands. As Nezha dissipated the light in his grasp and accepted the pagoda, he could finally discern that he held a remarkable stone, within which a flow of luminescence was faintly visible. While he held the pagoda, he also released the brilliance from his hand. The pagoda, now unrestrained, began to tremble and stir restlessly. Seeing this, Nezha thought to himself that indeed, the object mirrored its owner, truly fearful of the strong. With a swift motion, he placed the stone atop the still quivering pagoda. Channeling his spirit, he noticed a faint red glow flickering within the pagoda, only to be abruptly overshadowed by a surge of golden light. Nezha's spirits lifted at this sight. He struck the five-colored stone, and this time, the radiant energy did not burst forth, it merely shifted. After the flash of light, both the golden glow within the pagoda and the five colors in Nezha's hand vanished. The extraordinary stone also shimmered for a moment before losing its radiance and crumbling into dust, becoming mere earth. Nezha, witnessing this, felt no sorrow. Instead, he tapped the back of his head. From within the mud palace pill, three-colored light emerged, distinctly cradling a precious orb. This light gently retracted and entered the pagoda. Nezha closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling softly, as the golden light from the pagoda dissipated entirely, revealing a pure three-colored luminescence, indicating that the exquisite pagoda was now indeed unclaimed. Yet, even this was insufficient. Nezha, having acquired the precious gourd, did not lament the magical artifacts that had already vanished. With a faint smile, he spoke to himself while gazing upon the lifeless forms of Li Jing and his two sons. You find solace in death. Yet though I am a wretched soul, I refuse to share your fate, burdened as I am with the worries of survival. Once he had finished speaking, his expression turned serious as he bowed to the gourd that hovered in the air, saying, I humbly request the assistance of the Taoist Lord. Upon rising, a beam of light emanated from the gourd, yet no wondrous objects emerged. Instead, the light enveloped the three corpses, drawing them into the gourd. Thank you, Taoist Lord, Nezha said cheerfully, clasping his hands together, and then he cast forth a golden light that filled the air. This was the previously unseen Hanyuan golden dipper. However, the dipper remained invisible, merely manifesting as a radiant glow. Pondering for a moment, Nezha extended his hand to retrieve the various magical artifacts that had been used to form a confinement array, which had been disrupted by Li Jing, and cast them into the gourd, merging them into one entity, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Having accomplished this, he leaped into the gourd himself. Upon entering, he noticed that the light within the gourd began to recede, leaving a seemingly ordinary void in the air. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and the gourd vanished without a trace. Such was the peculiarity of the event, as a gentle breeze swept through, leaving behind only disarray, with no sign of the previous celestial marvels. Days passed under the rising and setting sun, and as the moon gradually ascended in the east, a golden light suddenly flickered in the disordered landscape atop the mountain. Following a series of low, rumbling thunderclaps, a figure emerged in the night sky. Appearing to be around 20 years of age, he wore a robe of water and moon, his face round and bright as the full moon, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance and grace akin to a jade tree. Thank you, Taoist Lord, the young man said as he alighted upon the crumbling peak, smiling at the precarious mountain. He turned to the void and bowed in gratitude. As his words faded, the air shimmered like rippling water, gradually revealing the yellow gourd once more. The young Taoist, upon seeing this, smiled and waved his hand, conjuring two objects from thin air, a triangular gold ingot and a flickering flame. With a flick of his wrist, he sent both items soaring into the gourd, which enveloped them in a beam of light, drawing them within. After a few shakes, the gourd vanished from sight, clearly having slipped away. Relieved that the gourd had departed, the Taoist looked up, his expression transforming into one of mirth. Truly, the goddess is generous. Please take this embroidered ball for your amusement. He then produced a vibrant red ball and tossed it into the air, watching as the golden light flickered once more, yet its shape remained elusive. And soon the ball disappeared as well. Oh, how tiresome, the young Taoist exclaimed. For this day, I have exerted considerable effort, pleading and begging, and at last, I see the fruits of my labor. With that, he stretched lazily and spoke to himself. He, esteemed Taoist Ling Zhuzi, your wisdom is truly unparalleled, for you have successfully gathered such formidable aids. It is no wonder that my disciple, having taken a few of my treasured artifacts, has also encountered misfortune. Thus, I must personally make a visit. As soon as the young Taoist finished speaking, a serene voice resonated, calm and unhurried, though the speaker was not visible. One could discern a hint of the venerable demeanor of an elder monk. Oh, upon hearing this, the young Taoist was not taken aback. Instead, he smiled and turned, saying, So, the Buddha of Lamp is here to seek vengeance for your inept disciple. How pitiful of me to have assumed you came for my innate spiritual pearl. Chapter 8, The Arrival of All Sides. With this remark, everything became clear. A radiant light of Buddha illuminated the surroundings, and wherever one looked, they were met with dazzling brilliance. The sounds that reached their ears were filled with chants and Buddhist hymns. In the midst of this, a golden lotus appeared, upon which sat a Buddha of ancient visage, exuding compassion and a gentle smile, none other than the ancient Buddha of the western Lingzhou mountain, the master of Li Jing. Nezha, I have long known of the discord between you and your father. However, being father and son, after a millennium of companionship, what grievances could not be resolved? Must one resort to murder to find peace? The Buddha of Lamp, with a benevolent expression, sighed and continued. Though you have committed such acts and gained the assistance of several mighty beings, possessing the complete 5 elements and the essence of the innate spiritual pearl, How can you expect to evade justice for patricide and fratricide? As your father's master, I bear the responsibility to conclude this matter. Humph, indeed. You are a fine master. Upon hearing this, the transformed Nezha chuckled and replied, Buddha of Lamp, our interactions have not been few. Why do you continue to wear this same mask, as if you believe no one is aware of your true intentions? Do not presume that speed determines merit. Such matters are not merely for the swift. Before the Buddha could respond, Nezha laughed again, saying, I am fully aware of past events. Hee. You all wish to reclaim my spiritual pearl, yet the timing has never been right, making it difficult to succeed. Now, I have taken it upon myself to resolve this matter, saving you all considerable effort. Yet, instead of gratitude, you choose to cloak your shame with these words. How unsatisfactory. It seems you are indeed well informed of these matters, which makes me appear rather pretentious. The Buddha of Lamp responded with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. However, I never anticipated that you could truly comprehend this situation and see it through to fruition. I observe that while your teacher dotes on you, he may not necessarily possess the ability to achieve this step. I wonder where and how you acquired such insights into this critical affair. The old fool is always spouting nonsense. How could he possess such good intentions? Nezha sighed and replied, My trivial matters were unknown to the masses before, but as the years have passed, a few astute individuals have pondered them, naturally deducing the events of yore with remarkable accuracy. What is so strange about that? Indeed, that is a valid point. The Buddha of Lamp nodded in agreement. Since you were able to borrow the immortal slaying gourd from the Taoist Lord Luya and the primordial golden dipper from the Yunxiao sisters, it is only natural that you would be aware of these matters. Both of them are singular and proud, and these two treasures are their lifeblood. To have borrowed them and accomplished this task is truly no small feat indeed. It was no easy task. It took considerable effort on my part to negotiate such a fair exchange. As Nezha spoke, a look of dismay crossed his face as he lamented, that immortal slaying gourd. I only borrowed it for a brief moment, yet it nearly cost me my entire fortune. Strangely enough, it seems that the goddess of Yunxiao and her companions are far more agreeable. This revelation piqued my curiosity, for I had been unaware of Lu Ya's avarice. Upon hearing this, Randang couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, it is not that he demands much. It is simply the countless tribulations I have endured to locate him that have led to substantial expenses. The Taoist Lord possesses a good temperament, yet upon speaking, he insisted I trade my 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Alas, I, being without allies, lacked the courage to comply. Fortunately, he was amenable to negotiation, settling for a minuscule portion of the purely subtle fire and accepting golden bricks as compensation, allowing me to obtain what I needed. Nezha, seemingly burdened with grievances, found solace in sharing his woes, which in turn amused Randang. So it is, your master's purely subtle fire is indeed extraordinary. Yet I was unaware that your golden bricks held such value. That golden brick is not mine. It is the triangular gold brick I once deceived from Huaguang. I suspect he seeks something from Huaguang, intending to utilize this as a means to curry favor. Without this matter, it would indeed be quite challenging. Nezha appeared to speak openly, chuckling softly. However, even so, I am forbidden from using it against anyone other than my blood relatives. How truly frustrating. Oh, now I understand this lingering concern of mine, Randang remarked, nodding with a smile. In that case, there is no need to fret over the interference of those two. Oh, is it that you find such delight in their non-interference? Nezha, discerning Randang's expression, guessed his thoughts and chuckled. Do you truly believe me? Perhaps I am merely waiting for you to let your guard down, so I can use that treasure to catch you off guard. Luya and the 3 heavens are indeed formidable beings. Should they choose to involve themselves, Randang could not help but harbor concerns. However, upon hearing Luya's intention to trade treasures rather than metal, and considering the 3 heavens golden dipper likely being exchanged for a temporary use, he felt a sense of relief and smiled. Ha, if you possess such capabilities, I would gladly oblige, Randang laughed. I am somewhat familiar with Luya's temperament, and your words align perfectly with my suspicions, thus saving me considerable effort. Nezha retorted with a cold smirk. Humph. Do you think my reconstitution of the spirit pearl's true form is a mere fade? You, who once instructed Li Jing to employ the Linglong Pagoda to refine me, have left me stagnant for over a millennium. Humph, with Luya's precious flying daggers and the golden dipper. Not only have I unified my essence and returned to the cycle, allowing me to reclaim my spirit pearl, encompassing the 5 elements, but I have also regained the fruits of my 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Not only have I attained the golden immortal status, but I have also awakened several layers of divine powers. Even without those treasures, you must consider your own abilities if you wish to claim my life as spirit pearl. Haha, such fiery spirit. It remains unchanged from times past, Randang sighed. Humph. Were you to experience my trials, you would undoubtedly share this fervor, Nezha scoffed. Yet, you truly have the audacity. You had no stake in the spirit pearl affair, yet you managed to involve Li Jing. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Your words are misguided. My friend, Randang remarked. In the days of the Yusu Palace, the master spoke of the 5 divisions of the spirit pearl, each giving rise to a distinct essence, which the 5 disciples would utilize for their trials. However, in the subsequent years, a fellow like you emerged, shattering this notion and rendering those 5 divine energies obsolete. Therefore, my appropriation of them is of little consequence. When I accepted your esteemed father as a disciple, it was merely out of compassion, as I could not bear to witness your mutual destruction. Ah, such eloquence. Nezha interjected. After my emergence into this world, I am uncertain who informed Li Jing that my arrival would sever the celestial path of him and his wife. They spoke of things that were neither here nor there, leading that fool to desire my demise, hoping to produce 3 more sons to fulfill his own celestial aspirations. As Nezha spoke, he cast a scornful glance at the sanctimonious Randang hovering in the air. In truth, my discussions with Li Jing regarding the spirit pearl were indeed well-intentioned. Devoid of any deceit, Randang asserted with righteous fervor. The events of that time unfolded as such. Your spirit pearl was originally a primordial entity, encompassing the 5 elements and possessing boundless mysteries. The master of the primordial beginning intended to relinquish this pearl to aid his disciples through their tribulations. However, the pearl proved too enigmatic, resistant to division. After much deliberation, it was deemed necessary to split it into 5 parts, allowing each to reincarnate as humans, thus preserving its essence, with each of the 5 disciples taking one as their own, employing subterfuge to facilitate their trials. This plan was indeed splendid, yet alas, your spirit pearl had already attained sentience. When forcibly divided, it harbored thoughts of self-destruction, compelling the master to cast it into the mortal realm, where it fortuitously landed in the embrace of your mother, thereby severing the celestial path of Li Jing and his wife, culminating in the ensuing turmoil. However, as it stands, the master's words from that time can no longer be counted, and my acceptance of your father as a disciple was simply a matter of fate. Huh, a compelling argument indeed. Nezha scoffed, declaring, my spirit pearl, crafted by my own essence, is inherently complete, possessing wisdom from the outset. The master of the primordial beginning could not subdue me, thus resorting to such a desperate scheme to extinguish my sentience, hoping to reclaim the spirit pearl. How could I be so easily outmaneuvered? The births of Jin Jia and Mu Jia were mere accidents. When I was to reincarnate, everything became clear, and I should have settled my heart. Yet, you all conspired with that simpleton, suggesting that through the merit of the 5 sons, both husband and wife could attain celestial status. What was the true intent behind this? Who could possibly fail to understand? In those days, I was forced to endure great suffering, claimed it was to restore my original form, all while secretly orchestrating the demise of Wen Yang, compelling Li Jing to destroy my golden body, knowing well my impatient nature would not allow me to wait a decade, ultimately leading me into this lotus form. Then, a performance unfolded, allowing me to eliminate that simpleton Wen Jun. Yet when I sought to slay Li Jing, you intervened, insisting that taking one life could repay my debt. If lives must be claimed, it should be yours that are taken. Reluctantly, I was then subjected to your refining in that exquisite pagoda, which not only invoked the forbidden laws of the master of the primordial beginning, but also allowed your unworthy disciple to seize my spiritual essence over these millennia, thereby achieving celestial status. As I reflect upon the past, I cannot help but think that I may have fallen into your calculations long ago. Yet, it is quite ruthless of you to send Li Jing and his 2 sons to seek me out. However, since I have dared to act in this manner, it is clear that I have my own schemes in mind, and you must truly trust me to prepare so openly without fearing that my efforts will amount to naught. Alas, it appears that you, my friend, possess knowledge beyond what I had anticipated. Randang listened intently to Nezha's words, letting out a sigh as he remarked, it was not I who originally communicated with your father. It was, in fact, an action instigated by your elder brother's teacher. How foolish of him. What was merely a fragment of my spirit has over the years become something profound, and yet this talent dares to claim kinship with me. Upon hearing Randang refer to the deceased, Nezha scoffed disdainfully. Later, when inciting your father to trouble you, it was those who were meant to attain the spiritual essence of the Lingzhu who, in their discontent, played a jest that led my disciple to believe you had usurped his destiny. They claimed that your demise would restore the balance, allowing him to be reborn thrice and reignite hopes of transcending with his spouse. Subsequently, Li Jing and his accomplices plotted against your mother, intending to destroy your golden form. A scheme entirely of their own, making that left us quite astonished. Nezha interrupted Wan Deng's explanation, yet Wan Deng remained unperturbed, maintaining his amiable demeanor as he clarified the events of the past, seemingly wishing to avoid any misunderstanding on Nezha's part. As for your contemplations, I find them intriguing. You should be aware that your true form had once caused the primordial teacher some misfortune. You are not unaware of his intentions. The Lingzhu, born of chaos, harbors profound mysteries and extraordinary powers. Had I acquired your true form and spent time meditating upon its intricacies, with the protection of two saints, I would not have failed to safeguard the Lingzhu. However, should you exist in this world, devoid of the unity of the five elements, it would suffice. Yet, since you have returned to your original state, the Lingzhu, though vast as this universe, how could it allow you such tranquility? Oh, but this is knowledge I cannot afford to share with you, for I have my own plans. Nezha chuckled in response. In these past years, I have often pondered our history and found it curious that, being here, you would not simply seize me to refine me. Would it not be more convenient? Why wait until I take action before daring to come forth? Ruan Deng smiled slightly, about to respond when suddenly a voice filled with resignation echoed. This is naturally because the timing is not yet right. Hearing this, Ruan Deng and Nezha exchanged knowing smiles, both relieved, and Nezha remarked, "At last, you have arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I fear we might have conversed like this for an entire year." Another voice emerged, revealing two groups of three figures appearing in the sky above the mountain. The trio from the east bore an ethereal presence, appearing dignified and serene as they descended gracefully, while the three from the west were humble and benevolent, riding upon beasts, radiating a luminous aura. They were the Tai Yi Zhenren, Huang Long Zhenren, and Yu Ding Zhenren, alongside Ci Heng, Wen Shu, and Pu Xian. Indeed, all have gathered. Upon seeing these figures, Nezha smiled and began to introduce them one by one. Should you remain silent any longer, I fear you may find yourselves at a loss for words. Tai Yi Zhenren remarked with a wry smile. Despite merely addressing Nezha, he felt no need to command respect from his own disciple. This remark elicited laughter from the gathered crowd, all of whom were well acquainted with the intricate ties to the spirit pearl. The restoration of this gem was a matter of great significance, and it was inevitable that they would gather. Although Randing had arrived first, the other two factions were not necessarily late to the scene. However, these individuals harbored ambitions akin to that of opportunistic fishermen. As the two parties above lacked the strength of Randing, they were keen to witness a clash between Nezha and Randing, seizing the moment to intervene. Yet among them, there were no fools. Each understood their respective intentions. Nezha, seeking to return to his origins, felt trapped in this place and surmised that escape was unattainable. Thus, he resolved to incite a conflict among those vying for the spirit pearl, hoping to profit from their strife, and so he refrained from engaging Randing immediately. Randing, too, grasped this underlying strategy. He believed that should he unleash his full power, he could subdue the enigmatic spirit pearl. However, if Tai Yi Zhenren and his companions seized the opportunity to attack, he would likely suffer the consequences and lose the advantage. Hence, he thought it prudent to draw out these two factions, clarify the situation, and then, with overwhelming force, impede them, thus ensuring his claim to the spirit pearl. In this manner, the four factions seemed to form two pairs of opportunistic fishermen, engaging in leisurely conversation, presenting an appearance of peace and camaraderie. Though Tai Yi Zhenren and his group arrived later than Randing, they were not lagging behind Nezha. Hovering in the air, shielded by a cloaking artifact bestowed by their master, they listened for an extended period to the unproductive dialogue, witnessing moments when the conversation appeared poised to escalate to conflict, only to pivot to a different topic and continue. Seeing this unfold, the crowd could not help but chuckle, each recognizing their own schemes and understanding one another's intentions. Naturally, they ceased to linger, descending decisively, clearly abandoning their opportunistic designs in favor of determining the outcome through their own merits. Nezha, you wretched being, having slain your brother and father, your crimes are beyond measure. Surrender at once. Must you force your teachers to intervene? Among the assembly, it was Huang Long Zhenren who first spoke. Yet, as he did, the others could not suppress their laughter. When the spirit pearl was born, it was decreed by Yuan Shi Tianzun that Munjishri would receive Jin Jia, Pu Xian would receive Mu Jia, Si Hong would receive Shui Jia, Tai would receive Hui Jia, and Huang Long would receive Tu Jia. With the strength of these 5, a grand act of transmutation was to be undertaken. Little did they know that Nezha would emerge as an anomaly, resulting in only 3 of them. Though Nezha possessed 3 aspects, he had lost the prior finesse of his powers and could not withstand the tribulation. Sihong Zhenren was known for his strategic mindset, and Ta Yi Zhenren had long since prepared, not placing full reliance on the power of the 5 elements. However, Huanglong Zhenren was an anomaly. Having harbored a violent nature in his youth and understanding the perils of the killing tribulation, he, upon hearing Yuan Shi's arrangement, was overwhelmed with delight. He thus refined all of his original artifacts and elixirs solely for the use of his yet-to-emerge disciple, hoping to enhance his chances of overcoming the tribulation. This method of weakening oneself to weaken the tribulation, sacrificing his disciple to preserve himself, was indeed a brilliant strategy, yet alas, human calculations fall short of divine providence. Upon the birth of Nezha, the yellow dragon Zhenren was nearly overwhelmed with rage. He had previously refined several treasures of wind and water, fearing that his disciple would be unaccustomed to them, and thus transform them into a form of thick earth. Now, with the loss of that disciple, and more grievously, the loss of the one who was to bear the calamity, all his prior efforts had come to naught. How could he possibly come to terms with such a fate? Consequently, in his bitterness, Li Jing was well aware that most of the troubles he faced were instigated by the yellow dragon, leading to a long-standing enmity between them. "You old scoundrel, how dare you utter such nonsense here? I once saved your life. How can you so brazenly turn your back on me?" Nezha retorted with a cold laugh, remaining calm while wielding sharp words. The yellow dragon, having miscalculated in the past, was now bereft of his handy treasures. In the midst of his tribulations, he had first encountered the disaster of the Yellow River Formation and then clashed with Lu, ultimately unable to prevail. It was only through Nezha and the others' arrival that he was spared from further calamity. As the saying goes, to strike is to hit the face. To scold is to expose flaws. Nezha embodied this sentiment perfectly. The yellow dragon Zhenren, seeking to spar verbally, found himself utterly outmatched, his face flushing with embarrassment under Nezha's incisive remarks. "You insolent brat." Enraged by old grievances and new resentments, the Zhenren bellowed, brandishing his sword to teach Nezha a lesson. Yet Nezha, unafraid, summoned his fire-tipped spear and conjured the wind and fire wheels, ready to engage once more. The 2 other Zhenren and the 3 great warriors observed with amusement, making no effort to intervene, clearly eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Dear friends, let us instead prioritize harmony and cease hostilities for the time being. Since Nezha has already endured much, it would be wiser to let this humble monk take him back to the mountain for further guidance. This way, we achieve a dual benefit without shedding blood. Is that not a great kindness? While the rest remained silent, Randallite voiced his thoughts, startling several present. The current situation was not one that could be resolved with mere words. However, when Randallite spoke, it indeed compelled both Nezha and the yellow dragon Zhenren to halt their conflict. As everyone was taken aback, they truly ceased their skirmish. Not due to Randallite's eloquence or the awe he inspired, but rather because of the sudden manifestation of divine beings. With a thunderous sound, a multitude of celestial figures appeared, each exhibiting extraordinary attributes, effectively trapping Nezha, the 3 Zhenren, and the 3 great warriors. What a remarkable display from Randallite. The trapped Zhenren and warriors remained calm, their expressions as tranquil as water, while Nezha, witnessing Randallite's prowess, could not help but exclaim in admiration. He gazed intently at the celestial assembly, observing their varied forms, some with 4 faces and 4 arms, each holding a magical artifact, others with 3 faces and 6 arms, exhibiting fierce countenances, and still others who appeared more human, yet all possessed unique and wondrous traits. In total, there seemed to be over 20 of them. Seeing this, Nezha paused and remarked with a smile, "So these are the 24 heavenly deities you have conjured from the sea-calming pearl. Indeed, they possess extraordinary appearances. But I wonder what powers they hold." Upon hearing the words, Randang remained silent, merely stepping down from the lotus platform and gesturing with his hand, unleashing another thunderclap. Following this resonant sound, the 24 heavens stirred, a magnificent display of wind and clouds erupted, radiating boundless brilliance and shifting colors. Each celestial figure gradually concealed itself, leaving only an infinite expanse of light in the void, rendering the surrounding scenery utterly invisible. Such an extraordinary manifestation of the 24 heavens and their intricate formation was indeed remarkable. It was well known that during the Battle of the Gods, Randang achieved profound enlightenment, discerning that the essence of combat lay within formations during the assassination of the Golden Spirit Mother. He recognized that a collective assault was the unequivocal strategy. He conceived the ingenious notion of using the primordial deity's essence as a catalyst, transforming the 24 sea-calming pearls into the 24 heavens. Witnessing this today, one could not help but admire his unparalleled audacity and unmatched cunning. As Randang observed the several true beings alongside Nezha, ensnared within the formation, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite having previously set this formation in motion, the ease with which he ensnared his adversaries brought him immense satisfaction. Of course, this was before he had heard Nezha's sardonic remarks. It had long been said that Nezha was prone to expose people's shortcomings through insults. Thus, one could hardly expect any kind words from him. The two incidents he mentioned were indeed matters that Randang had privately taken pride in, yet now, brought to light, they ignited a flicker of irritation within him. Randang, do you truly believe this formation can bind us? Today, my master has commanded us to reclaim the spiritual pearls. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Master Huang Long scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Randang. Enough of your prattling. If you can dismantle my formation, all will be well. If not, it will be your master who must intervene. Randang chose not to engage in further verbal sparring. With a gesture towards the lotus platform, the 9-tiered lotus transformed into a sacrificial altar. Ascending the altar, he raised his hand once more, summoning another thunderous sound, revealing the true power of the formation through a dazzling display of 5-colored brilliance. As he activated the formation, the chaotic flashes of light obscured the surroundings, leaving all present disoriented. Standing atop the lotus altar, he raised his hand again, and with a resounding roar, the elements erupted, wind manifested, fire ignited, water surged, and the earth quaked, invoking an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate the heavens and the earth, as though to shatter the very fabric of reality. What a fearsome array! Truly diabolical, exclaimed Tai Yi, unable to suppress a sigh. The other true beings nodded in agreement, resonating with his sentiment. Though they expressed their admiration verbally, their demeanor remained composed. Each exhibited the 3 flowers and 5 chi, forming a celestial cloud of golden light. The combined prowess of these 3 ensured that, despite the array's ferocity, they remained unharmed, free from concern, and able to leisurely contemplate the underlying principles at play, seemingly untroubled. This formation is perilous. Unlike the spells of our Buddha lineage, mused the bodhisattvas of compassion, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra, who rode upon the golden hound, the white elephant, and the green lion, respectively. Encased within a protective halo of Buddhist light and golden lotuses, they remained undisturbed amidst the transformation of the array. After a prolonged observation, it was Samantabhadra upon the green lion who finally spoke. Wen Shu, upon hearing this, laughed and remarked, "Indeed, the dissolution of the void and the reenactment of the elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, within this formation bears a remarkable resemblance to the grandeur of the ancient Jia sect. It possesses certain traits reminiscent of the 10 absolute formation and the slaying immortals formation. It seems that Randang has, at some point, acquired leisurely diagrams of formations, which, combined with the spells of the 3 teachings, he has secretly pondered and devised. However, it is evident that his understanding of formations is not particularly profound. While this array does possess formidable power, it lacks a certain finesse. Though it can entrap us, I doubt it can truly annihilate beings of the golden immortal caliber." "Oh, that explains why this feels somewhat familiar. I have encountered it before." Puxian nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, "This formation appears astonishing at first glance. Yet it has a certain quality of power that remains untapped. I was initially perplexed, but now it is clear that this is indeed a formation conceived by Brother Randang himself, which accounts for its deficiencies." Sihong, hearing Puxian's words, could not help but smile. "Your insights into formations far surpass mine, yet matters of the world cannot be determined by such alone. In this light, it seems rather foolish. Brother Randang's cunning is well known to both of you. Having obtained the pearl of stabilization, he seeks to evolve the 24 heavens. His calculations are profound, beyond what you and I can fully comprehend. The establishment of this formation surely would not reveal such obvious flaws. Indeed, I had strayed from the point," Puxian conceded. Nodding thoughtfully, "It seems Randang fears that should he truly employ his capabilities, he might injure us and incite our true strength. We, united, possessed various means, his 24 heavens, while exquisite, could not withstand us altogether. Thus, he has opted to employ these formations, leaving us unthreatened. If we momentarily fall into confusion and refrain from exerting our true strength to break the formation, he can then focus entirely on dealing with the pearl of stabilization. This formation is merely intended to delay us. Regrettably, his calculations possess a modicum of merit, remarked Tai Junren, stroking his beard with a smile. Yet, it is a pity that he has never truly encountered the pearl of stabilization, and his understanding of its mysteries is merely hearsay. He intended to delay us for a moment, hoping that by the time we regained our senses, we would only witness him departing with the pearl in hand. While his strategy is commendable, it is ultimately destined to fail. I fear it may amount to nothing more than a futile endeavor. It is no wonder he has erred. Junren chuckled. The marvel of the pearl is known only to our 5 masters. How could anyone else conceive it to be such a wondrous entity? Tai Junren nodded. Sighing, it is understandable that Randang is anxious. In the past, we merely hinted at the pearl's wonders, never mentioning our master's earlier attempts to acquire it, which were ultimately in vain. Later, he considered transforming it to temper its fiery essence, yet that too did not come to fruition. Randang cannot fathom the pearl's extraordinary nature. Even our master could only first differentiate its spiritual consciousness before devising a plan. This time, the pearl, along with the flying blade and the primordial golden dipper, serves as a cauldron to return to its source. Its magical prowess likely exceeds our own, and with its many extraordinary abilities, I worry that if we act hastily, it may elude us, forcing us to expend even greater effort thereafter. Thus, we dare not press too hard. As the flame lantern made its move, despite his profound mastery, he found himself in a precarious situation, akin to riding a tiger from which one cannot dismount. We must wait until they exhaust their energies in a true contest before we can act. However, the 3 from Zihong are also aware of our intentions, which will inevitably complicate matters. Hearing this, the true man Huanglong could not help but interject. That is of little consequence, the true man Tai replied with a smile. Since the 3 have entertained such thoughts, they must have their own strategies in mind. When the time comes to contend with them, it will be a straightforward contest. Yet, should we act now and engage with Nezha, I do not wish to boast, but my disciple is indeed a cunning spirit, with schemes that far surpass the ordinary. Even if we combine our strengths, we cannot hold a unified front. At best, we may have a mere 10% chance of defeating him. Yet we would possess no certainty of reclaiming his spiritual pearl, which would be most unsatisfactory. Indeed, the true man Yuding nodded in agreement. We have encountered that troublemaker before. It would be far easier to engage in a struggle with Flame Lantern and Zihong. With this consensus established, everyone nodded in agreement, momentarily settling their minds. Resolved to play the role of the opportunist, Flame Lantern was furious. He gazed upon the lively Nezha before him and felt a surge of anger. Just as Tai and the others had surmised, his intent was to delay both factions, then swiftly capture Nezha in a flash, and finally make his escape. Flame Lantern understood that he could not contend with the combined forces of these individuals. He recalled how, in the past, the 3 from Zihong had united to withstand the formidable Golden Spirit Holy Mother, whose powers were comparable to his own, preventing her from unleashing her treasures, ultimately leading to her demise at his hands through a surprise attack with the Sea-calming Pearl. Heeding the lessons of the past, Flame Lantern was determined not to stumble where his predecessors had fallen. Thus, although he arrived first, he refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to engage Nezha in idle conversation, fearing that should he seize this spiritual pearl, he would be overwhelmed by the pack of wolves, and find himself undone by Tai and Zihong's group. Secretly employing the 24 celestial transformations to craft an array in the void, he awaited the moment to strike, remaining patient until he could coax them all out. Finally, he felt assured, using the array to confuse these individuals. Within the formation, Flame Lantern sought to unleash his full power upon Nezha, only to discover at that moment that this spiritual pearl was truly extraordinary. Nezha, within the formation, perceived the ominous black wind and laughed heartily, pointing with his hand. A golden lotus materialized beneath his feet, and a stream of white mist surged from his crown, manifesting the 3 flowers and 5 chi distinctly, with a resplendent multicolored pearl seemingly held aloft above. Protected by this radiant jewel, although the scenery within the formation was fierce, it could not touch him in the slightest. Conversely, the malevolent forces that encountered the flow of this treasure were subdued, gradually diminishing as Nezha walked forth with unimpeded grace. Flame Lantern, are these truly your only means? Nezha, calm and composed, surveyed his surroundings and fixed his gaze directly upon the Flame Lantern at the altar. What a remarkable spiritual pearl. It truly possesses boundless wonders. Flame Lantern, witnessing this, was taken aback. He was acutely aware of Nezha's original capabilities. Yet upon the restoration of the spiritual pearl, Nezha immediately exhibited such mastery, seemingly rivaling even that of his own master. Upon the emergence of the spiritual orb atop, deeply aligned with the principles of creation, although it had not been fully activated by Nezha, it nonetheless manifested the essence of earth, water, fire, and wind, conjuring a realm of its own. Such creation is indeed extraordinary, and it is no wonder that the primordial supreme being found it appealing. Furthermore, as he raised his gaze, it directed itself towards the burning lamp, revealing an expression that seemed impervious to the multicolored radiance enveloping the malevolent forces surrounding him. The burning lamp could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Even if he were to enter this arrangement himself, comprehending its intricacies would prove elusive. Yet Nezha regarded it with indifference, truly a marvel. As the burning lamp marveled internally, he tightened his grip, raising his hand to unleash a flash of purple-golden light, summoning the purple-golden bowl to strike. Chapter 9. The Retreat of the Burning Lamp. Well done, Nezha exclaimed with a smile upon witnessing this. A magical artifact utilized by a disciple and then by the master, truly a testament to deep affection. With a swift motion, Nezha produced a large banner, its surface ominous like white bones, adorned with countless flowing vermilion talismans that appeared almost sentient. A mere shake summoned 1,000 streams of cold mist and 10,000 layers of dark energy, its momentum surpassing that of the purple-golden bowl. Being the very artifact that had previously ensnared his two brothers, the soul-devouring bone banner. The burning lamp's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart leapt with astonishment, silently reflecting, this orb indeed possesses continuous wonders. When I encountered this banner years ago, I was also struck by its peculiarity, yet I could not grasp its method of use, ultimately conceding to the heavenly court's treasury. I never anticipated that he could wield it with such finesse. However, the banner's peculiar power remains a mystery to me. Observing its current application, it surely must be backed by some formidable support. This will require considerable effort. The purple-golden bowl arrived swiftly but descended just as quickly, its concealed brilliance shrouded by the myriad dark energies, threatening to lose its luster as it fell beneath the formation. Observing this, the burning lamp acted hastily, invoking a precise incantation, pointing forward as the bowl momentarily hesitated, then emitted a renewed purple-golden radiance. With another gesture, he summoned the universe-measuring ruler, merging the two artifacts to combat the cold smoke and dark energy unleashed by the soul-devouring bone banner. Together, they barely withstood the unusual force. However, the two artifacts, amidst their tumultuous struggle, evidently found themselves at a disadvantage. Nezha, witnessing this, was about to jest when his expression suddenly shifted. Grasping the bone banner, he swept it back, releasing a torrent of cold mist and dark energy that resonated with a cacophony of clashing sounds. Upon glancing at the ground before him, Nezha found an array of artifacts scattered about, golden arrows, divine staffs, treasured swords, and long chains, all radiating a resplendent light, unmistakably not of mundane origin. Nezha turned back, observing several figures discreetly retreating into the formation, and could not help but laugh in a fit of frustration. Burning Lamp, as a senior, how can you employ such tricks to ensnare me? Do you feel no shame? Indeed, my friend, you are truly astute. Mere objects cannot cause harm, the Burning Lamp replied, maintaining a smile, though internally he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had once wielded the soul-devouring bone banner, recognizing its capabilities, yet in his hands, it had been rather mediocre. Now, however, it seemed to exhibit tremendous power in Nezha's grasp, its extraordinary nature rivaling that of the ocean-settling pearl in his possession, leaving him with an undeniable sense of helplessness. Originally, he believed he could swiftly seize the spiritual pearl, considering that he possessed no remarkable magical artifacts of his own. The few borrowed treasures were unlikely to be used recklessly, as their original owners would not permit such misapplication. Even if they were misused, he had means to counter them. Unexpectedly, he found himself in possession of yet another magical artifact, much to Ran Deng's astonishment. However, he was now in a precarious position and had no choice but to declare, having set this formation, my intent was to fully display my abilities. This alteration is inherently part of the array. Since you have discerned it, why bother with further words? Yet, since you possess such abilities but refuse to accompany me to Mount Lingjio for purification, should I strike again, I shall not hold back. If harm befalls you, though it is not my desire, I shall have no choice but to proceed. Ran Deng pointed again, and with a thunderous roar, a formidable aura surged from within the array, revealing a peculiar figure with 4 arms, 4 faces, and 3 eyes on each face, wielding a lotus flower, a cleansing vase, and a whisk, while forming a seal with one hand. Upon emergence, the figure bellowed, Nezha, you are guilty of fratricide and patricide. will you not repent? What more do you await? As he pointed, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the void, and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind stirred violently, their ferocity magnified. Nezha, upon hearing the shout, felt a throbbing pain in his head, as memories of slaying Li Jing replayed in his mind. The bloodied hand reaching out as if to claim a life. Has Randang truly exhausted his skills, resorting to these illusions to mock me? Nezha thought, his head pounding, making it difficult to wield the spectral banner of souls. He could only feign a mighty shout, daring not to linger further. Summoning the power of the spiritual pearl, he ascended in a divine light and departed from that place. Yet, this formation was akin to an alternate realm. Escaping in such a manner could not possibly be the ultimate tactic of Randang. Nezha's departure merely shifted him from one section of the array to another, still within Randang's grasp, unable to find solace. Though he soared with divine radiance, bolstered by the spiritual pearl's enchantment, such power was not sustainable. Soon, he came to a halt, only to hear another resounding call. Nezha, your crimes are heinous. No matter how swift the light of the spiritual pearl, can you evade justice? The newcomer was even more extraordinary, riding a golden pig, adorned with 8 arms, 3 faces, and 9 eyes, crowned with a pagoda, each face bearing a distinct expression, all reminiscent of feminine forms. In their hands, they held a noose, a bow, arrows, needles, threads, a golden pestle, and branches among other items. Upon closer inspection, several items were unmistakably those previously used to ambush Nezha, seemingly reclaimed at an unknown time. Humph, you villain, behold my treasures. Nezha, accustomed to combat, having previously suffered a setback, understood the situation without much deliberation. He recognized this as Randang's manifestation of the 24 heavens through the Dinghai Pearl, derived from the spiritual roots of the 24 celestial beings. Each was potent, not inferior to the pinnacle of true immortals, endowed with innate abilities, straddling the line between authenticity and illusion, rendering many spells ineffective and exceptionally troublesome, especially within this array, which served as the foundation of the formation. Their powers were further amplified. How could Nezha withstand such an onslaught? Yet, this was still bearable. Nezha could only silently commend the arrival of the Bodhisattva, for had it not been for the concerns of the Lantern Master regarding the true immortal Tai, many exquisite techniques might have remained unutilized. With his mind divided, Nezha feared that even an attempt to escape would be futile. However, should he become ensnared by even a single adversary, once the Lantern Master regained his focus, it would not merely be the natural manifestation of the formation at play. He would diligently unleash the profound intricacies of the array, thus sealing Nezha's fate. Understanding this, Nezha resolved against a direct confrontation. Upon the appearance of his foes, he raised his hand and summoned a bowl, from which surged a torrential wave, stirring the malevolent aura within the formation, transforming into a water dragon that charged at the celestial beings. Impudent wretch, one of them bellowed, his face aflame with fury. He conjured a sphere of golden flames from thin air, which, despite its singularity, lunged at the water dragon. A cloud of smoke erupted, and the water dragon dissipated, leaving behind only the burning sphere of gold, which was relentless, now aiming for the glowing bowl. A hissing sound ensued. The brilliance of the bowl dimmed and flickered before vanishing into nothingness. Nezha observed this with a smile, refraining from intervening. Once the celestial being had completed these acts, his anger subsided slightly, and he turned away, gradually disappearing into the boundless aura of malice, casting not a single glance at Nezha. Within the void formation, the aura surged, and Nezha stood still, only to find that he had merely been a decoy, his true self having already departed. With Nezha's genuine presence no longer in the formation, it instinctively responded. Thus, the Lantern Master was inevitably aware. Such knowledge would soon reach the 24 celestial beings, but they had been delayed, and as a result, far too much time had elapsed. Regardless of the number of secret techniques at their disposal, they could not hope to engage in a collective assault, ultimately only managing to destroy a single artifact. As this cycle repeated 3, 5, or even a dozen times, the Lantern Master, with a temperament such as his, could feel the tension in his forehead begin to throb. The fluidity of Nezha's movements was his most immediate realization. While such tactics posed no challenge for someone of the Lantern Master's caliber, the issue lay in Nezha's relentless evasion, employing various methods to elude the celestial beings, ensuring he was not surrounded, thus granting him opportunities to unleash more lethal maneuvers. As a result, his only spoils amounted to a mere 30 or 50 damaged artifacts. Yet, in contrast to the Lantern Master's growing frustration, Nezha found himself in a precarious position. To evade the celestial beings, he had to frequently resort to divine teleportation. And the once resplendent adornments he wore had long since faded into memory. The protective golden lotus surrounding him had withered, and the 3 flowers and 5 energies he had summoned were now retracted. Only a singular spirit pearl remained, flickering weakly, struggling to shield him from the onslaught of malice, presenting an image of utter depletion. Nevertheless, Nezha continued to smile, genuinely joyful, for he was still alive. Had he been ensnared by the 24 celestial beings, he believed he would have already been reduced to a mere spirit pearl by now. Alas, it is a pity for those magical artifacts, though their powers vary. Each possesses unique qualities and intricate mysteries, all of which were painstakingly developed by Nezha himself. They hold immense value for different places and individuals. Yet now they have all been destroyed by a single person, which inevitably evokes a sense of regret. Nevertheless, it is certainly not a loss. Nezha, contemplating the passage of time, could not help but smile. As he prepared to halt his escape, he conjured a stone in his hand, and a radiant flash of 5 colors illuminated the void, revealing ethereal images that struck against a mass of chaotic energy. The turbulence caused the malevolent energy to recede slightly, unveiling the astonished faces of Tai Junren and his companions. Nezha? At that moment, both Tai Junren within the formation and the lantern-bearer outside were at a loss regarding Nezha's appearance. Naturally, Nezha's presence was not orchestrated by the lantern-bearer, who realized something was amiss, yet understood why Tai and the others remained dutifully within the formation. They found themselves in a precarious situation. Regardless, they had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on and would not simply return the matter of Nezha to Tai Junren, who was privy to the inner workings of the situation. The lantern-bearer pondered this, and Tai Junren could also surmise the same, thereby imbuing Nezha's appearance with an air of mystery, especially when Nezha emerged, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Master, what are you waiting for? Strike now." Thus, Tai Junren truly took action. The world is indeed unfathomably marvelous. The lantern-bearer was fully aware that Tai Junren intended to slay Nezha and seize the spirit pearl. However, upon Nezha's proclamation, he instinctively braced himself against Tai. Even more astonishingly, following that utterance, Tai Junren did indeed make his move. The Panga banner. As he acted, a tattered gray flag was brandished, causing the chaotic energy in the void to dissipate in brilliance. The once formidable formation lost its operational capability with that single flourish, and the 24 celestial deities materialized, not due to a change in the formation, but rather as a result of the ancient banner's binding. Thus, for the moment, they could only remain suspended in the void, unable to act. What a magnificent Panga banner! The lantern-bearer uttered a cold snort, yet was not surprised. He raised his hand to summon an object of his own, a branch which radiated divine light, aligning with the lantern-bearer's intent to stabilize the formation. Observing that Tai Junren could no longer maintain control over the celestial array with the Panga banner, the celestial beings regained their agency and the desire to re-emerge. The 7 Treasures mysterious tree is indeed a wondrous treasure, possessing formidable power. Though the Panga banner did not succeed in completely subduing the celestial formation, it allowed those within to behold one another. The 3 compassionate beings, being astute individuals, quickly summoned their mounts and employed spells to approach Tai Junren and his companions. They witnessed the lantern-bearer again adapting to the situation, retrieving the 7 Treasures mysterious tree, and could not help but exclaim, "Brother Dao, you truly possess an excellent magical artifact." As he spoke, he also produced a flag, unfurling it on the ground, revealing countless golden rays, supporting the relic with unparalleled brilliance. The Azure Lotus Treasure Color Flag. The lantern-bearer, upon seeing this, could not help but be taken aback. As the treasured artifact emerged, it confronted the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. Observing this, the Supreme One of Tai shook the Panga banner, further securing the celestial formation, rendering the radiant lamp momentarily unable to intervene. At this juncture, both the purple gold bowl and the Qianquan ruler seemed somewhat ineffective, inciting a sense of urgency within him. Just as he contemplated deploying another tactic, a sudden shock gripped his heart. Lifting his gaze, a beam of golden light pierced through layers of malevolent energy and boundless divine radiance, charging directly towards the radiant lamp. Above him, it oscillated, protected by auspicious clouds, revealing 2 dragon-like figures entwined, their heads interlocking like scissors, their tails merging as one, descending in a constricting embrace. The golden dragon scissors. The radiant lamp, startled, hastily swept the 7 Treasures mysterious tree. The golden light surged forth, and with a single sweep, the 2 dragon apparitions reverted to their original forms, though not captured. They could no longer be severed. Haha, I am grateful to you, Brother Radiant Lamp, for your leniency. With his heart momentarily at ease, the Radiant Lamp's anger surged anew. Just as he intended to harness the golden dragon scissors, a thunderous laughter echoed, and upon glancing again, he nearly spat blood in fury. The Seven Treasures mysterious tree, having supported the golden dragon scissors, naturally faltered against the Panga banner, unable to withstand the Chilean precious color banner. The celestial formation, initially subdued by the Panga banner, revealed 24 heavenly deities. If it had ended there, it would have been bearable. However, Nezha, witnessing the scene, chuckled and reached for his person, producing a fan. The fan shimmered with 5 distinct colors, vaguely resembling a feather fan. With a gentle flick, Nezha unleashed a dazzling radiance that overwhelmed the senses of the Tai and others, rendering them momentarily blind. Countless streams of light surged forth, a heavy luminosity swirling with clear distinctions of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, all unleashing their might, saturating the realm with the 5-colored brilliance, leaving no room for anything else. The celestial beings, who had intended to remain concealed within the formation, were also caught in this brilliance, revealing only a dazed expression. Ah, what a splendid Kongxian! What a magnificent 5-colored divine light! The Radiant Lamp observed clearly that while this 5-colored divine light was undeniably formidable, Nezha wielded merely a magical artifact, not the actual presence of Kongxian. Although it could secure the moment, it was incapable of capturing or sustaining this power for long. After this fleeting moment, as the radiance dissipated, Nezha would find himself vulnerable. Though the intention was commendable, reality proved to be harsh. The remaining few true beings were not mere decorations. The Supreme One of Tai, having retrieved the Panga banner, knew well that while the artifact was powerful, it demanded excessive energy. Even a golden immortal, in this evidently climactic struggle, dared not overextend their abilities. Without the need for further summons, the Supreme One unleashed the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield, transforming the sea-controlling pearl into mere ashes, officially commencing this slaughter. The other true beings, without a word, seized their artifacts and launched ferocious assaults. Yuding Jinren wielded the celestial sword, his form ethereal, swiftly slashing the great freedom heaven, then turning back to cleave the motionless disputing eloquence heaven in two. The compassionate navigation Taoist summoned the jade purity bottle, a mysterious light flashing, causing the Emperor chakra to flounder like floating duckweed, ensnared by the dual dark energies. Puxian invoked the Wu Go sword, when Shu employed the 7 treasures golden lotus, and Huang Long brandished a precious pearl and sword, while the 3 bodhisattvas unleashed their mounts, each engaging in the fray. A multitude of deities charged forth bravely, seizing the final opportunity presented by the radiant 5-colored divine light. In an instant, the scene unfolded with a swiftness that left one breathless. By the time Randang turned to assess the situation, nearly half of the celestial beings had perished amidst the celestial formations. Upon glancing back, he observed that the golden serpent, displaying remarkable cunning, had evaded his attack and transformed into golden light, fleeing without granting him the chance to retaliate. This display of agility left Randang utterly astounded and perplexed. Disregarding his earlier outbursts, Randang quickly released his hand, summoning the celestial measuring rod, the purple gold bowl, and the lotus seat beneath him, launching a relentless assault. In his grasp, he manifested an ancient lamp, its flame flickering like a tiny ember, its hue a deep yellow, seemingly containing infinite cycles of life and death. With a mere breath, it blazed forth, incinerating those present. He also subtly channeled his primordial spirit, invoking hidden powers that liberated the remaining celestial beings from the constraints of the 5-colored divine light, allowing them to move freely and unleash their might. Alas, it was too late. The assembled deities, although initially unsettled, revealed their extraordinary prowess when they sprang into action. They merely chuckled, unperturbed, as Huang Long Jinren unfurled a banner, from which a myriad of golden lotuses emerged, encircling and protecting them from harm, rendering the flames and magical artifacts ineffective. The 3 from Ci Hang, though not allies, exhibited their own defenses, raising the azure lotus banner and the golden relic of light, safeguarding themselves without concern. A sense of dread washed over Randang as he witnessed this formidable assembly of deities, resembling fierce wolves and tigers, gaining momentum and launching an assault that the celestial beings could scarcely withstand. Just as he contemplated employing the 7 treasures' wonderful tree against them, he realized that everyone present bore a protective shell, leaving him with only one viable target, Nezha, who was flanked by onlookers from both sides. Faced with such a predicament, retreat seemed the wiser option. These individuals were all adept at causing chaos, naturally skilled in combat, as evidenced by their roles as Nezha's mentors. When push came to shove, they acted without restraint. The celestial avatars present had dwindled to less than half, and a single misstep by Ran Deng had shifted the balance of power, rendering him the weakest faction in this contest for the spiritual pearl. The celestial avatars possessed only the peak cultivation of true immortals. Although their magical artifacts were commendable, they paled in comparison to the might of their adversaries, making the prospect of breaching the protective banners seemingly unattainable. With such circumstances at hand, what further conflict could ensue? Ran Deng couldn't help but smile wryly. His position within the sect had always been somewhat precarious. In worldly terms, he resembled an outwardly prominent prince, while the three great masters were akin to favored attendants at the emperor's side. It was already a considerable feat for him to borrow the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree from the sect leader. While it was entirely reasonable for C.I. Hang to lend out the Azure Lotus banner and potentially even more artifacts, it would be better to retreat, indeed. With his mind made up, Ran Deng wasted no time. He extended his hand, shaking the Seven Treasures' wonderful tree to push back the Panga banner and other magical artifacts. Maintaining his composure, he pointed decisively, and with a resounding clap of thunder, the 24 celestial beings, regardless of their fates, vanished in a flash of five-colored radiance. What a splendid five-colored divine light! Ran Deng sighed, sweeping his sleeve as he transformed into a rainbow and departed without a backward glance. Several individuals exchanged smiles, revealing no intent for total annihilation, nor did they possess the strength to do so. The only certainty was that the power of the Lamp of Enlightenment had significantly diminished, rendering it incapable of contending with the remaining two factions. Of the 24 celestial realms, less than half remained, and the celestial formation had just been shattered by the lamp itself. The assembled beings, all of considerable enlightenment, clearly observed that in the moment the five-colored radiance flashed, those divine beings who had been slain transformed, reverting to their original forms, becoming a sea-settling pearl enveloped in five-colored light, undulating yet dim, evidently suffering considerable damage. Following a strike from the lamp, it soared away in a burst of light. The extraordinary method of refining the 24 celestial realms was unlike the ordinary. Upon witnessing the event, the onlookers understood that the lamp had dispersed the divine formation, restoring the sea-settling pearl to its essence. However, with this occurrence, the divine formation could no longer be utilized, making it difficult for the divine beings to manifest. The essence of the sea-settling pearl had also been greatly compromised, with only a Seven Treasures marvelous tree remaining, which could not contend with those possessing protective methods. Overall, the lamp's divine prowess had diminished by a substantial margin, solidifying the position of those at a disadvantage. Chapter 10. Destruction of Self. What a splendid five-colored divine light! When Shu and his companions, observing the lamp's retreat, naturally encircled Nezha, chuckling, "That peacock has always been unyielding. To think you could sway it, truly remarkable." "Indeed, what is this?" Nezha retorted with a smile. "This bodhisattva has misjudged. Kong Xian is, at heart, straightforward. Borrowing this fan is merely a matter of lending, allowing me to command it without fear of trivial matters. Unlike Luya, that miserly fellow, who, despite the price I paid, would not let his gourd assist me. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to toil so hard." Taoist Luya, knowing the decrees of heaven, was certainly not as oblivious as that Kong Xian. Upon hearing this, Huang Longjinren coldly remarked, "Kong Xian, relying on his five-colored divine light, acts without restraint, even coming to aid you, this scourge. Humph. Though he possesses great power, he may revel temporarily, yet a day of unavoidable calamity shall surely come." Huang Longjinren was indifferent to such matters. After delivering a stern admonition, he raised his sword and broke through the encirclement, preparing to engage Nezha once more. Alas, there was truly nothing fruitful to discuss with such an irrational individual. Though the interruption irked Nezha, he realized there was little he could do against such a person. As Huang Longjinren approached, Nezha could only leap away. If one were to consider, the only individual Nezha felt utterly powerless against was this rather convenient master-uncle, who, years ago, had sacrificed an entire array of treasures for the sake of a single trial. Since then, every recollection of this master-uncle stirred an inherent sense of helplessness within Nezha, pondering the bizarre and unpredictable thought process that must have led to such a resolute decision. Thus, when Nezha witnessed him charging forth at such a moment, it was hardly surprising. In the past, during the calamity of the primordial Golden Dipper, when his power had waned significantly, he still had the audacity to challenge Elu, only to be slain on the spot. Later rescued by a group of third-generation disciples led by Nezha, It is evident how extraordinary Huang Longjinren's confidence and his penchant for untimely actions were entirely predictable. Though he had long anticipated it, Nezha could only turn and flee. This was not solely due to the remarkable charisma of the Huang Longjinren, but rather because of the apricot yellow flag in his hand, a flag potent enough to counter the five-colored divine light, and the array of onlookers behind him, watching in amusement. Nezha had hidden several times within the lantern array. His escape techniques were anything but ordinary. Without elaborating further, they sufficed to evade Huang Longjinren. A flash of red light flickered, and he vanished from sight. Nezha, your sins are profound. Above and below, where can you escape? The world is vast. Yet where can you find refuge? The Taiji Jinren's voice thundered, and the assembled Jinren, in perfect harmony, along with several bodhisattvas, dismounted without needing to be summoned. With a mere wave of their hands, thunder rumbled, and brilliant light cascaded forth, forcing Nezha to reveal himself. As his figure flickered, they each summoned their magical artifacts, surrounding him completely. If the carefully laid trap could be evaded by Nezha using merely a Lingzhu escape technique, then surely the centuries of cultivation of these individuals would be rendered futile. How shameless. They have come to confront but one of me. Nezha revealed himself with a shriek, realizing that unless he suffered a blow severe enough to incapacitate him for 100 or 80 years, rendering him unable to wield his true power for several years, escaping was evidently not feasible. Thus, with another flash of red light, he vanished once more, twisting and turning, occasionally brandishing his feathered fan, relying on his escape technique and the five-colored divine light to maneuver among them. From this display, it became evident that Nezha's extraordinary abilities were beyond the comprehension of those present, as none could keep pace with him entirely. Furthermore, except for two flags, the magical artifacts wielded by his pursuers lacked the audacity to contend against the five-colored divine light, allowing Nezha to continue his acrobatics in this confined space. However, the pursuers were evidently not in a hurry. They advanced steadily, refusing to relent. Ultimately, the five-colored divine light, being an inanimate object, proved less nimble in Nezha's hands. Initially, he had taken advantage of the element of surprise, but once his tactics were discerned, the artifacts danced with an enigmatic grace, rendering the exertion of the five-colored divine light difficult. In no time, the encirclement tightened, leaving Nezha with diminishing space to maneuver, and it appeared as though capture was imminent. "Hey, you ancient relics, why must you press so closely?" Nezha exclaimed in frustration, compelled to cease his escape as he gazed helplessly at the figures surrounding him at a moderate distance. He lifted his gaze to the night sky. Tonight was a full moon, a silver disk suspended in the heavens, casting a pallid glow upon the dim stars, foretelling fair weather for the morrow. With a sigh, Nezha looked down at the once battered Mount Tian, while the luminous figures encircled him at a measured pace. He glanced back up at the sky, shaking his aching head, murmuring to himself, "It seems the time is nigh." Seeing Nezha's apparent exhaustion and sense of desperation, Huang Longjinren could not help but chuckle. "Ha, Nezha, your wickedness knows no bounds. Old dog, be silent." Nezha furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky, having no leisure to heed the words of others. Rubbing his head, he bellowed, interrupting the impending victory speech. The words of the Huang Longjinren were abruptly cut short, as he found himself halted in his tracks, stunned by the audacity of a younger generation chastising him. As he turned, he noticed not only his fellow disciples, but even the three who had defected from their teachings were stifling laughter. "How dare you?" Huang Longjinren, both humiliated and enraged, felt his blood boil as he shouted in fury, preparing to confront Nezha in a duel. Fortunately, the vigilant Yuding Jinren swiftly intervened, whispering, "Maintain your stance. Be wary of deceit." This calmed the agitated Jinren. "Humph, you lot are pressed, yet you must beware of being bitten by a mad dog." Nezha withdrew his gaze from the sky, sneering, indifferent to the antics of the gathered Jinren. He extended his hand, and a flash of red light erupted, turning the mountains beneath him crimson as thunder roared. Amidst the clamor a profound stillness emerged. In the Star God Palace, Tai Zihong and the others exchanged silent glances. These seasoned individuals were not easily intimidated by the sudden appearance of a palace, for they recognized that the Star God Palace had been summoned by Nezha from the mountains. What was Nezha's intention? Observing Nezha standing proudly upon the Star God Palace, the Jinren were perplexed. His presence upon the palace's constraints at this moment suggested he had long been scheming. Yet, they could not discern his ulterior motives, remaining on high alert. It appeared that he had abandoned thoughts of escape, solidifying his control over the situation to prevent any further retreat. After all, with several magical artifacts in hand, regardless of any hidden strategies, unless he could invoke genuine ancient star deities from the evidently unsealed Star God Palace. The prospect of a reversal seemed exceedingly bleak. Alas, as the saying goes, a fence requires 3 stakes. A hero needs 3 helpers. This adage proves true. Sighing at the vigilant Jinren before him, Nezha remarked, logically, "Since I have reconstructed my spirit, my powers are not significantly inferior to yours. The artifacts I wield possess their own mysteries, not to mention in a one-on-one. Even if faced with 2 or 3 adversaries, though I may not prevail, I could certainly escape." Well said, well said. Though you possess formidable powers, do not underestimate the importance of being in the right place at the right time. It is said that those who follow the path of righteousness gain assistance, while those who stray are left with little support. The outcome of this matter is not my desire. Sihong gestured. While acknowledging Nezha's seemingly erratic claims about the Star God Palace, he continued, "Once you have embarked on this path, sincere repentance is essential. How could you recklessly attempt to flee or engage in foolish acts of defiance? Do you think I wish for this?" Nezha lamented, smiting his forehead, ready to retort. When suddenly Tai Jinren interjected, "Wasting time is futile. We must remain vigilant against any tricks he may employ." Upon hearing Tai Jinren's words, Nezha rolled his eyes, muttering, "What a terrible master. Always undermining his disciple. Should I fall, there would be no one to bury me." The others chuckled quietly. Ignoring the somewhat murderous gaze of Tai Jinren, Nezha lifted his head to observe the sky, where the night had descended like a curtain and the bright moon reigned above. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the heavens, stirring something within him. His primordial spirit pulsated, and he realized that the time was indeed opportune. Unable to suppress his mirth, he laughed heartily. After all, it seems there may be no further chances in the future. Reflecting on our past camaraderie, I intended to share a few more words with you, yet your suspicion has thwarted me. Truly, being a good person is a challenging endeavor. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, wondering if Nezha had some sinister ploy up his sleeve, audaciously threatening them. They deemed it unwise to underestimate him and resolved to act first. Before their thoughts could fully crystallize, Nezha, undeterred, pointed at the Star God Palace beneath him. In an instant, the seemingly ethereal palace rippled like water and vanished into thin air. Tai and the others were momentarily stunned. They had seen the Star God Palace before. Though it appeared insubstantial, it was undeniably real. So how could it simply dissolve like a mirage? Acting decisively, they disregarded the transformation of the palace and summoned their treasures, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Nezha. Alas, what a pity! Nezha sighed, choosing not to intercept the incoming artifacts. Instead, he pointed again, and the illusory image of the Star God Palace abruptly reappeared above his head. Gazing at the palace with a look of profound intensity, Nezha suddenly bellowed, "Break." The command break, while not a sophisticated incantation, was a word familiar to most cultivators. Its forcefulness was cherished by all. However, on this day, Tai and his companions would come to comprehend the true magnitude of its power. With Nezha's utterance, the Star God Palace indeed shattered. The Star God Palace was unlike any ordinary temple. While typical temples might be grand, they were merely larger structures. The projection they had witnessed, though seemingly authentic, was merely an entrance, and most would not perceive any distinction from conventional halls. Tai and his companions were aware of this. Yet the elusive nature of the Star God Palace meant that even when glimpsed, no one had ever showcased its entirety to them. Thus, when the sprawling palace, extending tens of thousands of miles, materialized before them, their astonishment was palpable. No one anticipated that a mere call would transform their surroundings into a palace grander than a city, one that enveloped the entirety of the Lianyun mountain range and beyond. Standing beneath such an immense structure, one would be hard-pressed to claim they felt no sense of oppression. However, for ancient beings like Tai Jinren, who had lived for millennia, the notion of being intimidated in such a manner was a mere fantasy. What truly astonished them was that the appearance of the Star God Palace was neither to shield Nezha nor to engage in any form of offense or defense. It simply existed and, rather astonishingly, shattered in response to his command. The spectacle of a palace spanning tens of thousands of miles breaking apart in midair was nothing short of breathtaking. The two factions of Sihong and Tai swiftly retreated, their hearts engulfed in confusion. What on earth was unfolding? A celestial temple, seemingly untouched, had inexplicably shattered. However, the onlookers, seasoned by the tempests of life, did not lose sight of Nezha amidst the chaos. Tai Jinren turned his gaze toward Nezha, only to find him suspended in the air, oblivious to the magical artifacts that had previously been unleashed. Instead, he stared vacantly at the sky above. Tai Jinren, feeling a stir of curiosity, followed his gaze, and beheld a cascade of silvery light illuminating the heavens. Upon closer inspection, the celestial temple had vanished, replaced by a comet streaking across the night sky. This star, immense as a dipper, trailed a long tail, moving languidly, each inch of its journey conspicuously visible, exuding an aura of mystery and enchantment. Tai Jinren's countenance shifted dramatically, for as the extraordinary star flashed by, a deafening roar filled his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The brilliance of the silver light obscured his vision, rendering him unable to discern anything else. His senses dulled. He sensed that his magical artifacts had all failed to strike their mark, leaving him in a state of profound alarm, utterly perplexed by the nature of this phenomenon. Yet, the esteemed sages and bodhisattvas were not unaccustomed to the extraordinary, and though the situation was bizarre, they remained composed, each summoning their protective treasures and invoking their spells, retrieving the magical implements that had gone astray. With their primordial spirits stirred and their powers surging, they opened their eyes once more, and though the silver light still prevailed, they managed to discern their surroundings and hear sounds. Just as they sought to comprehend the unfolding events, a furious shout pierced the air. Ah, Nezha! It seemed that Huanglong Jinren had fallen victim to Nezha's cunning. The others, upon hearing Huanglong Jinren's cry, felt a chill run through them. Given Nezha's earlier words, was it he who had summoned this uncanny phenomenon to ambush them? You wretched scoundrel, cease your arrogance. With this thought, they could no longer remain passive, each taking action. Unfurling their magical treasures, golden lotuses blossomed in clusters, and relics embraced one another, radiating auspicious energy that soared to the heavens. The light of the Buddha surging like a tidal wave. As this celestial aura ascended, the otherworldly silver light in the sky was compelled to retreat, illuminating all that lay around. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Sihong and Tai were left astounded. This was not due to the dire nature of their predicament. On the contrary, the scene was so remarkable it was hard to believe. Huanglong Jinren had lost a limb. His right hand vanished, an occurrence likely linked to that earlier cry of agony. Yet he wielded the apricot yellow flag in his left hand, golden flowers steadfastly guarding him. A Yuju, devoid of a head or face, hurtled toward Nezha, seemingly devoid of immediate danger. However, in terms of peril, it was Nezha who found himself in a more precarious situation, as several parts of his body bore the brunt of Huanglong Jinren's Yuju, leaving him severely injured, bloodied, and evidently broken. His form was indented in multiple places, and both legs were shattered at the knees. Disheveled and covered in blood, this is the visage that Nezha presents. Yet, his spirit remains intact. One can faintly discern a hint of mirth amidst the bloodstains on his face. He clumsily evades a strike from the formidable Yuding Jinren, but is nonetheless struck by a blow from Huanglong Jinren's Yuju. Amidst the chaos of flesh and blood, a smile still graces his countenance. A conspiracy? Perhaps Manjushri would welcome such self-inflicted schemes to occur more frequently in his presence. Has he been countered? Yet, from Nezha's gaze, Sihong perceives none of the emotions characteristic of a thwarted schemer. What, then, is to be done? Tai Jinren silently brandishes the Panga banner, directing it toward Nezha. With a shriek, Nezha transforms into a streak of crimson light, attempting to flee, only to find Yuding Jinren, gliding effortlessly, wielding the Xianxian sword, poised to strike at the very light of his escape. You shameless old fool, are you courting death? Is it merely because you severed Huanglong's elbow that you rage so? Could it be that he is your beloved, you ancient, unyielding dragon? Yuding Jinren's face darkens, his thoughts solely fixated on vanquishing this irreverent being. The situation appears starkly evident. Nezha, under the celestial illumination, attempted to ambush Huanglong Jinren, but his endeavor faltered, resulting only in the severing of an arm, while Huanglong defended himself with the Xinghuang banner. Closest to Huanglong was Yuding Jinren, whose furious retaliation with the Xianxian sword resulted in Nezha suffering significant losses. Though Yuding Jinren yearns to cleave Nezha in two with his sword, he is not so consumed by rage as to lose his reason. Nezha, brandishing the Ghostly Bones banner, creates a shroud of dark mist, preventing Yuding Jinren from landing a decisive blow. However, despite its power, the White Bones banner is not infallible. As Nezha maneuvers it, he inevitably leaves vulnerabilities. Fortuitously, he fends off Yuding's Xianxian sword, yet cannot evade the strike from Huanglong, leaving him in a pitiful state. At Tai Jinren's first move, regardless of their inner thoughts, the others instinctively summon their treasures and unleash a torrent of attacks upon Nezha. Haha, good teacher, alas, it is too late. A magnificent ray of five-colored divine light unfurls, casting a spell of bewilderment upon all active treasures. Several artifacts directed at Nezha are drawn into the five-colored light, compelling even Yuding to retreat hastily. Treasures like the Xinghuang banner can only protect themselves under the weight of this divine illumination. Nezha, with a smile playing on his lips, finds himself wielding a fan suffused with the five-colored divine light, while a large banner adorned with red symbols flutters above him. Covered in blood and wounds, yet illuminated by five glimmers of light, with dark mist swirling above, this bizarrely colorful figure appears exceedingly otherworldly. In that moment, Tai Jinren seems momentarily overwhelmed by Nezha's aura, failing to immediately stabilize the five-colored divine light with the Panga banner. Thus, when another cascade of silver starlight descends, chaos ensues among the onlookers. After this delay, the power of the falling starlight intensified, casting an overwhelming silver glow that left souls dazed and bodies enervated. Even those exalted golden immortals found it arduous to navigate freely in such an environment. Nezha, where do you think you're going? At this juncture, it seemed that Nezha, seemingly unaffected by the starlight, would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to escape. Yet, in this world, the outcome is often contrary to one's desires. Indeed, while there may be few wise individuals, seasoned practitioners are never in short supply. As the starlight descended, Nezha had just begun to employ his evasive technique when a resounding shout echoed, and a crimson thread swiftly appeared before him. In an instant, the speed of that red thread was such that it was as if lightning had struck, producing a soft sound as it collided, causing Nezha's escaping light to dissipate, revealing his form. The potency of that red thread was extraordinary. It not only unveiled Nezha, but also did not relent, swiftly burrowing into his embrace. Having just been struck and disoriented, Nezha was startled by the approaching red thread and hastily withdrew, attempting to grasp his magical artifact. Nezha's reflexes were undoubtedly rapid. However, having already suffered a setback and being ambushed by someone of far superior cultivation, he could hardly cope. Just as his hand grazed the artifact pouch, he suddenly contorted in pain, realizing too late that the red thread had already ensnared him. With a soft sound, flames erupted from his body. Their hue bizarre, yet astonishingly powerful. Before Nezha could react, in the blink of an eye, his flesh and bones disintegrated, turning to ash. Chapter 11. Escape. Although Randall had departed, he was not willing to relinquish the spiritual pearl. His 24 Heavens great law possessed unique marvels, one of which allowed him to transform into any entity among the 24 heavens, acquiring their innate divine abilities, which were, in fact, augmented in power. Initially, Randall transformed into the deity Mari Chi, whose divine ability was invisibility. This was no ordinary concealment. It was as if he truly did not exist. Once enacted, it was said that no one could harm him, nor could anything bind him. While this claim may sound exaggerated, it certainly underscored the exceptional nature of this divine ability. When Randall employed this power, its efficacy was astonishing. Even the most cautious bodhisattvas could not discern it. As the celestial forces descended, Randall, already protected by the seven treasures marvelous tree, was unperturbed by the strange starlight. Anticipating Nezha's inevitable attempt to flee, he stealthily summoned his ultimate technique, the primordial fire of Randall. Upon witnessing Nezha conjure his escape light, and with the others unable to react in time, he executed a covert strike, successfully ensnaring him. With his attack triumphant, Randall's form flickered as he arrived at the place where Nezha's remains had been obliterated. In that fleeting moment, the intent to vanquish an ordinary celestial being was certainly sufficient. However, Nezha, as the complete incarnation of the spiritual pearl, possesses unfathomable powers, surpassing the ordinary. While this strike did indeed injure his essence, it was still insufficient to obliterate his spirit and form entirely. Thus, as Nezha began to move, Randang had already surged forth with that fiery light. Upon witnessing the success of the flame, he erupted in laughter, unfurling the seven treasures mysterious tree to ensnare Nezha's corporeal remains, reducing them to ashes. At that moment, Tai Jinren and Zihong and the others finally grasped the situation. They recognized that the previously hidden Randang, although roundly cursed for his shamelessness, was now beyond their reach to thwart. What a devious and unrepentant old rogue he was. A wave of astonishment rippled through their minds. This sentiment was shared by more than one among them, though only one could dare voice it. Nezha. From the very spot where Nezha was to be turned to ash, countless strands of cold smoke erupted, forcing the encroaching golden light of the relic to retreat. Amidst a resounding laugh, a beam of white light shot skyward with such swiftness that even a master like Randang could not respond in time. The white light ascended beyond the heavens, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a playful taunt to assure the onlookers that it was no mere illusion. Pursue. Without need for deliberation, the others comprehended immediately that the fleeing white light was indeed the true form of the spiritual pearl, though his incarnation was destroyed. And despite the fact that his escaping technique was now tenfold faster, many of his magical abilities were rendered unusable. While he might shine brightly for a moment, it was clear that such brilliance could not endure. It was now the moment for these individuals to showcase their formidable powers. United in spirit, they revealed their extraordinary capabilities. Streaks of escape light flashed forth, their bodies enveloped in protective auras, vanishing in an instant. Even the dazzling starlight could not impede their passage. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the celestial expanse, just in time to glimpse the tail of the transformed Nezha. However, that tail was not as splendid as it seemed. After a brief interlude, Nezha executed another maneuver. A dark light shot forth from the spiritual pearl, not traveling far, but halting before the pearl itself. With the discerning eyes of the real and the enlightened, they could only vaguely discern that it resembled a black token. Upon its emergence, the token's presence was anything but understated. With a fleeting glance, it drew the boundless starlight of the universe, converging upon this diminutive artifact. The previously discomforting silver radiance of the starlight seemed to dissipate into nothingness. This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of the onlookers. This was a formidable tactic from Nezha. They understood, albeit slightly, that years of restraint had afforded him ample time to devise strategies against them. Yet, Tai and his companions could not have devoted their every thought to subduing this spiritual pearl. Thus, despite arriving with various magical artifacts at their disposal, they found themselves unable to subdue him in that moment. While mutual suspicion and endless infighting contributed to this predicament, Nezha's grasp of the unfolding situation was evidently superior to that of the others. He consistently managed to escape under the most incredulous circumstances, employing an array of unfathomable tactics that left the masters feeling utterly helpless, doubting their chances of success even in the future. Previously, Nezha detonated the Star Temple, summoning celestial forces from beyond, and in a moment of treachery, attempted to ambush the Yellow Dragon real person. However, he was met with a severe counterattack from the Jade Ding real person, leading to his grievous wounding. In his desperate flight, he was ultimately thwarted by the extinguishing light of the burning lamp, leaving him with only the essence of his spirit pearl to escape. This swift turn of events was as sudden as a rabbit's leap or a hawk's dive. Even figures of great renown like Tai real person and Cihong Wenshu were compelled to respond to each unfolding situation, losing the sense of control they once held upon their arrival. The boundless silver light was originally a remarkable meteor from beyond the heavens. The ensuing struggle was lengthy to recount, yet as one gazed at the horizon, the meteor had scarcely traversed half its path. From Nezha's perspective, it seemed to glide directly overhead, with the celestial brilliance reaching its zenith. A resounding boom echoed as the infinite starlight condensed upon the talisman, its silver radiance wholly drawn into it. Even the black talisman began to shimmer with a hint of silver luminescence. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted from the talisman, resonating with a deafening roar. Not far off, the newly arrived Tai real person and the swiftly pursuing burning lamp Buddha were taken aback by the sound, their faces shifting in alarm. A powerful wave enveloped them, causing a piercing headache, as if struck by needles. Their spiritual essence swayed, and their magical powers dissipated, rendering them unable to sustain their escape, akin to dumplings falling from the clouds. Such formidable power. Tai real person hovered in midair, supporting the gravely weakened Yellow Dragon real person with one hand, managing to unfurl the apricot yellow banner. With a sense of unease, he remarked, "This force is truly terrifying. It can shake our very spirits, preventing us from wielding our powers. I cannot fathom what extraordinary treasure that talisman is to possess such might." Extraordinary treasure? Humph. If he possessed such a rare artifact, why would he need to hide from us? The first to regain composure, the burning lamp, gazing upward to discern the source of this unusual power, could not help but scoff at the sentiments expressed by the Jade Ding real person. Indeed, we have unwittingly made fools of ourselves. It appears we are amidst a rare celestial alignment that occurs once in several millennia. I wonder how Nezha managed to find the Star Temple and harness its enigmatic power to disrupt the stars. That immense force felt just moments ago is beyond our comprehension. Even if our teachers were present, they would not dismiss it lightly. Regarding the audacity of the burning lamp, the group felt helplessly resigned, leaving no words to express their thoughts, as if the incident had never transpired. Now that matters had escalated, only he possessed the insight into the unfolding situation, revealing that this shameless individual was no ordinary character. Without a wealth of knowledge and a cunning nature, it would be arduous to undertake such a role of opposition. The stars are shifting. The crowd gasped, quickly looking up to witness a full moon's glow receding, appearing indistinguishable from a mundane star. Meanwhile, the multitude of stars shone brightly, filling the skies with silvery light, their brilliance rivaling that of the sunlit day. In the radiant glow, as the esteemed individuals strained their eyes to gaze, they beheld the stars beyond the heavens shimmering, seemingly unchanged from before. However, upon closer inspection, the shapes formed by the celestial bodies revealed themselves to be extraordinarily peculiar. Yet none of the star maps bore any resemblance to those they had observed over the past millennium. What could this mean? How could Nezha possess such vast knowledge? Manjushri, witnessing this, was not startled by the celestial phenomena, but rather astounded by Nezha's awareness of these matters. While Taiji Jinren remained astonished by the shifting stars, a sudden cold snort broke the silence, prompting him to lift his gaze and discover that Randall had unfurled the 7 treasures marvelous tree, with myriad golden rays supporting it, transforming into a singular beam of light that sped towards the heavens. Although Nezha's previous maneuver was indeed reliant on the celestial phenomena, the strangeness of that dark golden token was undeniably real. Randall's cunning at this moment was unexpectedly bold, leaving Taiji Jinren somewhat taken aback. This is troubling. The Lingzhu is changing. Just then, a startled cry from Yuding Jinren resonated, hastily propelling himself upward with his escaping light. The crowd was taken aback, unsure of what had caused Yuding to act so out of character, yet they could only follow the two towards Nezha. Before long, as they approached the spot where they had previously encountered Nezha, they felt an upheaval of celestial bodies, the earth quaking and mountains shaking, time and space trembling, as a silver light enveloped the sky, obscuring all sight of the stars. However, the implications of such an event were ambiguous. The onlookers could only faintly perceive the swirling black and white streams of energy above, which absorbed all the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Even figures of the caliber of Taiji and Yuding could only gaze in bewilderment at the absence of their surroundings. Run. Do you think you can escape? The crowd, still unclear of the origins of this yin-yang energy, observed it siphoning the surrounding light's power, hesitant to advance. Yet, halting meant risking the Lingzhu being seized by Randall. In a moment of indecision, they heard Randall's maniacal laughter, his tone brimming with arrogance, unable to contain the exuberance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they spoke little. Huanglong Jinren raised the apricot yellow banner, Taiji Jinren readied the panga flag, and Yuding Jinren grasped the trap immortal sword. Sihong unfurled the azure lotus banner. Puxian retrieved 6 pure bamboo stalks, and Manjushri inexplicably produced a tome, their imposing presence compelling them to soar towards the source of the yin-yang energy. Leave me behind, huh? Old man, are you still dreaming? Contrary to prior expectations, Nezha, standing outside the heavens and engaged with Randall, though at a disadvantage, was not out of options. He managed to entangle himself in the confrontation, demonstrating resilience and even sparring verbally with Randall. Behind Randall, the 5-colored radiance surged, with several sea-controlling pearls fluctuating uncertainly. In his hand, a glazed lamp emitted countless sparks, while the 7 treasures marvelous tree fluttered incessantly. Occasionally, celestial beings appeared around them, forcing Nezha into a precarious position. Nezha's true form had been annihilated, leaving only the essence of the Lingzhu, which now manifested a semblance of a body. With his magical artifacts continually defending against the relentless sea-controlling pearls and the surreptitious glimmering lights from Randall, he found himself devoid of the 5-colored divine light fan, relying solely on a spectral white bone banner and a few minor artifacts. Although the sea-calming pearl had previously suffered damage, the 7 treasures tree was not something that Nezha could easily confront. If it were not for the concern over Nezha's yet-to-be-released 5-colored divine light, it is likely that the burning lamp would have long ago dispatched this vexatious entity with a single strike. Nevertheless, this situation left Nezha precariously close to peril, seemingly on the verge of meeting his end at the hands of the burning lamp. Nezha, your transgressions are so grievous that they incite outrage, though the world is vast. Where could you possibly find refuge? Seeing the burning lamp press hard, the Supreme One hurriedly stepped forward, shaking the panga banner to forcefully repel the sea-calming pearl and the glazed fire. He exclaimed, even if you manage to escape from us, how can you evade the intentions of your master? You may elude for a moment, but can you truly escape for a lifetime? Hurry and surrender, so we may go meet the master, for there lies your only hope. Your words have deceived no one for centuries. Do you truly think you can fool me again? Nezha laughed, evading the sharpness of the panga banner and turning to wield his already damaged bone banner. summoning a myriad of dark, chilling mists to obstruct the incoming magical artifacts. He said, "I have contemplated this matter for 1,700 years. The reasons behind it are known to all here. Do not utter such nonsensical words. My audacity to act thus is rooted in my own designs. Very well, let us see what designs you possess." As they spoke, several immortals extended their hands, unleashing a dazzling array of brilliance. The sea-calming pearl, glazed fire, pearl, immortal trapping sword, and pure bamboo all launched an unrestrained assault, revealing their collective apprehension as they sought to eliminate Nezha first before deliberating on the rightful owner of the spiritual pearl. Alas! Alas! With a look of regret, Nezha saw the bone banner protecting him momentarily halt the incoming artifacts. Yet, within less than a moment, the vermilion symbols inscribed upon the banner snapped cleanly, leaving not a trace of dark mist or cold smoke to emerge. It was evident that it could no longer be utilized. However, Nezha's words did not pertain to this visibly damaged treasure. Nezha gazed upward, a look of regret upon his face, pointing towards the not-so-distant yin-yang energies, sighing, "Has the time finally come? Not good, retreat." The Supreme One wielded the Panga banner with immense power, yet it was not easily maneuvered. Having missed his initial strike, he could not act as swiftly as the burning lamp's sea-calming pearl, and thus sought to reserve his means, planning to seize the spiritual pearl at the first moment Nezha faltered. With this intention, he remained vigilant, already focused on the unsettling duality of energies. When Nezha confidently pointed, without a moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly and retreated swiftly. The other immortals, who had just been poised to strike down Nezha, paused upon hearing this, instinctively redirecting their energies to protect themselves, unconsciously glancing upward in the direction of Nezha's finger. In that instant, as the black and white energies swirled and then stilled with his gesture, a tremendous sound erupted, and within that small space, it was as if another sun had been born, radiating brilliance. "Ah!" A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, and apart from the venerable Tai Jinren, most were afflicted by the pain of the deafening sound and blinding light. Had they not been mentally prepared, they would likely have found themselves in dire straits once more. Just as the unscathed Tai Jinren was about to intervene, the Panga banner in his hand stirred, only to be met by a torrent of five-colored divine light cascading from that blinding source, enveloping the air in a myriad of hues, before retreating in an instant. Numerous artifacts, both luminous and obscure, hurtled through the air, yet none escaped being ensnared. However, even the most potent divine light has its limits. The collective power of the immortals is not to be underestimated. Thus, although the divine light was fierce, its ebb and flow ultimately restored control of the artifacts to the assembled practitioners, preventing the divine light from truly seizing anything. As the five-colored divine light receded, the dazzling radiance dissipated, revealing an unfathomably deep, square black mirror. This intangible black void seemed to possess substance, its reflective surface displaying a series of intricate, twisted lines that groaned under the weight of existence, gradually unveiling a gap over 10 feet high and a foot wide, contorted like a sinuous serpent. Concurrently, from the hovering apparition of Nezha, a perfectly round and translucent pearl shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc as it descended. "Nezha, where do you think you're going?" In that fleeting moment, though the situation unfolded rapidly, none present were devoid of experience. The brilliant light merely caught them off guard without inflicting harm. The five-colored divine light's swift retreat and resurgence left only the steadfast burning lamp unyielding, while the other two factions adeptly raised their respective banners, remaining unperturbed. Then, as Nezha's essence escaped the spirit pearl, the others, having regained their composure, could not allow him to act recklessly. The artifacts that had long been prepared surged forth. "Oh, what a splendid yellow dragon. Truly a fortunate being. Friends, I shall take my leave." The crowd gasped, witnessing the previously ethereal Nezha, now devoid of the spirit pearl, taking advantage of their distraction. In an unexpected move, his illusory form pointed, and a luminous pearl appeared behind the yellow dragon Jinren, silently yet swiftly striking towards him. Fortune favored the yellow dragon Jinren, who, realizing the spirit pearl's descent and driven by urgency, leaned forward just enough to evade a fatal blow, allowing the pearl to strike his back instead. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and the yellow dragon Jinren nearly lost consciousness from the excruciating pain. Fortunately, a flicker of clarity remained, enabling him to unfurl the apricot yellow banner, which conjured countless golden blossoms to cushion the pearl, preserving his life. The ethereal Nezha, having already summoned his escape light, glanced back at the scene with a tinge of regret, knowing there was nothing more to be done. With a resounding laugh, He transformed into a long rainbow, adorned with brilliant, multicolored light, and, guided by another wave of five-colored divine light, resolutely slipped into the eerie fissure, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 12. The Entanglement of Grudges and Graces. The esteemed Huanglong Zhenren, having fallen victim to a treacherous ambush, found himself on the brink of demise. Witnessing Nezha's effortless escape, accompanied by taunts that pierced through his anguish, he could not suppress the flow of crimson that poured forth from his lips, rendered utterly powerless in his plight. Logically, one would expect that, upon Huanglong Zhenren's dire misfortune, his companions would not remain idle, even if they were unable to intervene in time to thwart the ambush. Avenging him by confronting Nezha should have been a trivial matter. Yet, curiously, none came forth to address the situation. This was not due to Huanglong Zhenren's lack of virtue. Rather, it was the weight of priorities that dictated their actions, as Nezha rose and transformed into a beam of light to flee. The other masters who had conspired against Huanglong Zhenren could not help but sigh inwardly, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction towards a glimmering spiritual pearl. This precious gem could not simply be relinquished to another. Their hearts stirred with desire. Yuding Zhenren, wielding the Xianjian, swiftly intercepted the fastest among them, Randang, forcing him to defend against the relentless assault, while Randang was compelled to wield the Seven Treasures Divine Tree, lest he allow the sword to touch him. Tai Zhenren, undeterred, brandished the Panga banner, summoning the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, Sihong, possessing the Qinglian Baos banner, unfurled it, rendering him unafraid of the Panga banner. Yet this action momentarily hindered his escape, causing his speed to falter. In his elation, Tai Zhenren prepared to unleash his prowess, only to witness Puxian extending 6 pristine bamboo stalks to traverse the elemental chaos, aiming to restrain Tai. Tai waved the Panga banner, preventing any approach from the bamboo. But in a fleeting moment, he saw Randang force Yuding Zhenren aside and hastily move to obstruct him. Wen Shu, seizing a moment of respite, brandished a treasured tome for protection, intending to depart, but Randang, having noticed him, unleashed the Ding Hezu, sending Wen Shu tumbling. As Wen Shu regained his footing, he beheld Yuding seizing the opportunity to advance amidst the chaos. With a swift gesture, he summoned a sword, a pure vase, the Wu Go sword, and the Dunlong post, each taking flight to assail Yuding Zhenren, who was compelled to retreat in disarray. The scene was a whirlwind of fervent activity, with even Yuding Zhenren, observing Huanglong Zhenren shielded by the apricot yellow flag, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, unable to extricate himself, let alone pursue the elusive specter that had vanished into the ether. Amidst this chaotic melee, their eyes remained fixated upon the coveted spiritual pearl, when suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck. Ah, what a splendid pearl! It was, in fact, the transformed Ding Hezu of Randang. Moli Zhidian, endowed with the power of invisibility, materialized to seize the fleeing spiritual pearl, bursting into laughter as radiant 5-colored lights flickered around him, revealing several celestial avatars approaching to safeguard the bearer of the pearl. Yet, how premature their mirth! With a disdainful scoff, 3 beams of diverse brilliance, swifter than the battling celestial avatars, arrived beside Moli Zhidian. These 3 pure lights not only subdued the remaining celestial avatars seeking to impede, but also ensnared Moli Zhidian, who, despite his attempts to vanish, could not escape and met his end in a single strike. As for those 3 divine lights, they were indeed of the first rank among the golden immortals, possessing profound and mysterious Taoist arts. It is needless to say that even if they were to initiate a surprise attack, should the remaining avatars of the celestial realms band together and engage them in a proper duel, they might not stand a chance against their prowess. Remarkably, these were the very 3 mounts that had previously appeared alongside the compassionate Sihong. The golden light immortal, witnessing the precious orb slipping from his grasp, bellowed in frustration. What a shameless act! To which Sihong, smiling, unfurled the banner of the blue lotus, countless azure lotuses supporting the resplendent relic, unleashing an overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave, preventing both factions from advancing. These avatars of the celestial realms were remnants with diminished combat capabilities, and after being forcibly summoned by the radiant lamp, they had weakened even further. How could they possibly withstand the might of the 3 well-prepared golden immortals lying in ambush nearby? Tai and Yuding exchanged knowing glances and stepped forward to engage, entangling the 2 factions, yet their expressions remained composed and unhurried. Meanwhile, the 3 mounts of the golden immortal, the spirit-tooth immortal, and the dragon-headed immortal, held off the avatars, while the golden light immortal sought to seize the spirit orb. However, The orb was no mere inanimate object. It was extraordinarily agile. Despite the Golden Light Immortal's desperate shouts, he was unable to succeed in his endeavor. Previously, the Marichi had been able to capture it partly due to the element of surprise and partly due to the innate celestial qualities of the celestial avatars. Although the Golden Light Immortal's powers and Taoist techniques far surpassed others, he lacked the unique talent necessary for this task. In a moment of urgency, he roared in frustration, yet found himself at an impasse. Just then, another lion's roar echoed, as an arm, seemingly spanning 1,000 miles, unexpectedly stretched across the Golden Light Immortal's radiant essence, holding a talisman that glimmered with golden light. Strangely enough, the lively spirit orb, dancing within the Golden Light Immortal's celestial radiance, became docile when illuminated by the golden talisman, allowing itself to be gently scooped up by that arm. The other two mounts were preoccupied with fending off the celestial avatars and could not intervene in time. As the arm's bracelets vibrated, they transformed into an overwhelming surge of golden light, sending the nearby Golden Light Immortal tumbling, thereby successfully capturing the spirit orb. With no one around, the spirit orb remained compliant as the arm grasped it and prepared to depart. What a magnificent nine spirits primordial saint! What an esteemed Tai celestial master! The three from Tsihong, initially watching the unfolding events with amusement, suddenly found their expressions changing in alarm at this turn of events. They attempted to intervene, but were momentarily ensnared by Tai's Panga banner and the radiant lamp's primal fire, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves while wielding the blue lotus banner and the 6 pure bamboos. Such flattery from the Bodhisattva is unwarranted. It is the map of mountains and rivers. In terms of true prowess, Tai's mount, the 9 spirits primordial saint, was actually a tad inferior to those 3 Buddhist mounts. However, the latter were originally of significant lineage, their abilities surpassing even those of their masters, having been captured with the assistance of 3 bodhisattvas. Thus, the bodhisattvas, fearing their escape from confinement, permitted them to act, but imposed numerous restrictions. Not only were there no magical treasures or elixirs available, but even their daily cultivation tasks could scarcely be accomplished in peace. The steed of the venerable Tai Junren was, in fact, a formidable demon he had once recruited during his early years in the mortal realm, recognizing its talents. Although termed a mount, it bore a resemblance to a disciple, being well equipped with an array of magical artifacts and elixirs. In such comparison, the disparity became apparent. It was only fitting that he could reclaim the spiritual pearl from the trio, who toiled without exertion. However, even though it was retrieved, its preservation was not guaranteed. Just as the 9-spirit Yuan saint retracted his arm, a ripple akin to water surged forth, rendering the arm invisible in an instant. If this was a manifestation of his own supernatural powers, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet, from the startled exclamation of Tai Junren, it was evident that this technique did not belong to the illustrious 9-spirit Yuan saint. Esteemed guests, I thank you. It was the burning lamp, who, with a gesture, revealed a celestial figure in the distance. With a sweep of his hand, he plucked a painting from the air, depicting landscapes and myriad phenomena, yet featuring a singular robust man who was dashing about within the artwork. As the man ran, he transformed into a lion-headed figure, and after a few more strides, he cast a pearl to the ground, which rolled and subsequently morphed into a blue lion that scampered away, leaving one bewildered by the illusion that led him to cast aside the spiritual pearl. What an astute burning lamp Buddha! Indeed, with extraordinary foresight. Tai Junren and Tsihong exchanged glances, filled with an air of resignation. This burning lamp was truly one worthy of contending for the title of the most audacious figure throughout history. His experience in treasure acquisition was unmatched, leaving behind not merely one technique. As events began to clarify and the collective strength of the assembly waned, the prowess of this seasoned individual became evident. With several incarnations of the heavens still at his disposal amidst the chaos of battle, no one noticed as they observed the immortal of Lingya and the immortal with the dragon's head detaining those heavenly avatars, that another was lurking nearby, waiting patiently. Even more astonishing was the fact that this particular incarnation wielded the map of mountains and rivers. The burning lamp's magical prowess was unparalleled among them. Having been the first to reveal his capabilities during previous incidents, he was now somewhat lax in his defenses. With a flash of the Buddha's lamp in his hand, he unleashed a torrent of primordial flames, compelling Tsihong and the others, who clutched their protective treasures, to retreat hastily, soaring away while laughing heartily. Esteemed companions, my gratitude to you. His boisterous voice, however, was abruptly silenced, as if cleaved by an unseen force. From the resplendent map of mountains and rivers, a radiant five-colored divine light burst forth, shimmering with flecks of gold, as a spiritual pearl, adorned with a golden talisman, vanished delicately from sight. It simply disappeared. Although the movements of this spiritual pearl were enigmatic, it had consistently remained within the perception of the onlookers, regardless of its speed. Whether beneath the celestial light of the golden immortal, or within the golden talismans of the nine-spirit Yuan saint, or even amidst the map of mountains and rivers. Thus, they had engaged in joyous conflict, comfortably entangled in their schemes. Because they were all intimately familiar with the spiritual pearl, having varying degrees of contact, both brief and prolonged. With its incarnation, they were not particularly fearful of Nezha turning the heavens upside down. However, now, that spiritual pearl had indeed vanished, leaving no trace of its essence behind. Kongxian, the same name, uttered simultaneously by different individuals, each with gritted teeth and an expression of utter helplessness, could be deemed a remarkable phenomenon. In response, a voice emerged, calm on the surface yet imbued with profound arrogance. The spiritual pearl, I have claimed it. The faces of those present were grim. After their desperate struggle, they found themselves outmaneuvered, and no one could maintain a cheerful demeanor under such circumstances. Nezha has fled. The battle-scarred Huang Longjinren finally arrived, albeit late. The elixirs of Yusu Palace worked wonders. Although Huang Longjinren had nearly lost his life, he had managed to heal himself sufficiently to move. Though he could not recklessly wield his powers just yet, needing Yu Dingjinren's assistance to ride the clouds. Upon his arrival, Huang Longjinren immediately spoke of Nezha. Tai Yijinren paused, contemplated, and replied with a chuckle. Indeed, he has escaped. Earlier, in their fervent attempt to seize the spiritual pearl, they had sensed something awry with Nezha, yet none had come for him in particular, leaving no room for further contemplation at the time. Now, reflecting on past events, the truth of the matter became clear. Your disciple has proven commendable, remarked Ran Deng, who, upon hearing Kongxian's voice, understood the futility of the situation and withdrew the map of mountains and rivers and the pearl of the seas. Observing the conversation among the others, he casually remarked, escaping from confinement, returning to one's true form, and willingly sacrificing that form for a glimmer of hope, indeed displays a certain boldness. Haha, my friend, you flatter me. Tai Yijinren chuckled, stroking his beard. My little disciple is quite mischievous. He hardly deserves such praise. However, his desire to shed the form of the spiritual pearl is indeed his destiny. Now, having harnessed the power of celestial bodies, he has transcended to the 33 heavens. His future achievements will depend on his own efforts. Yet, my friend, this path may prevent him from fulfilling his master's teachings. I wonder what consequences await him upon his return. When Shu, seeing the spiritual pearl lost, had no choice but to stow away his treasures and mounts. Speaking in a tone of calm familiarity, there is no need for concern on your part. Just then, before Tai Yijinren could speak further, Yu Dingjinren, supporting the severely weakened Huang Longjinren, responded to the inquiries of the group, saying, since Kongxian has intervened, it is only natural that we, mere mortals, cannot contend with him. Our master possesses keen insight and would not cast blame. Moreover, when the spiritual pearl was ensnared by our master's talisman, the five-colored divine light emanated from within the pearl, breaking through all. The implications are clear to us all. If any of you still harbor thoughts, feel free to seek Kongxian. We shall not stand in your way. The expression of Jade Dingjinren was cold. And although Huang Longjinren had just consumed a medicinal pill, his attire was tattered, and his demeanor betrayed the severity of his recent injuries. Supported by Jade Dingjinren, his countenance was exceedingly grim. Huang Long, my friend, you are gravely injured, compassionate navigation remarked, noting that Huang Longjinren was unable to ride the clouds at this moment. He continued, indeed, as Jade Dingjinren has stated, the five-colored divine light emanated from the spiritual pearl, which is clear evidence that Nezha has already bestowed that pearl upon Kongxian, allowing him to plant the spiritual root within it. However, the spiritual pearl originally belonged to the Yusu Palace, and it has been so recklessly given to an outsider. One might say that Tai Yi, as a master, bears some responsibility in this matter. That is true, Tai Yijinren replied, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications, his expression one of deep empathy. Since my disciple's birth, he has been under the care of many, yet he has acted in such a manner. It is indeed shameful, truly shameful. Haha, Huang Long, you are indeed gravely injured. Ran Deng, overhearing Tai Yijinren attempting to steer the conversation towards past events, could not help but curse inwardly. Realizing that remaining further would yield no fruitful outcome and that they could no longer seek trouble with Kongxian, he ceased his insistence, chuckled, and declared, "This time, the confrontation with all of you was merely a matter of fate. It arises, gathers, and dissipates with the end of destiny. Now that the spiritual pearl is lost and your intentions are set, I, a humble monk, must take my leave." Precisely so. The others, understanding that prolonging the discussion would lead nowhere, decided to return home promptly, ensuring that the borrowed artifacts were returned as a matter of principle. Senior brother. With the others departed, Jade Ding Junren stepped forward. "That spiritual pearl. Ah, it is Kong Xian, without a doubt." Tai Junren nodded and sighed. To have extracted the spiritual pearl from the map of mountains and rivers, Kong Xian's cultivation has indeed become increasingly unfathomable. No wonder Randang, even wielding the seven treasures wonderful tree, does not dare to seize the spiritual pearl. Such is inevitable, Jade Ding Junren said with a wry smile. That madman, having been captured by a sage, managed to escape their grasp and still dares to provoke. With such audacity, how could he lack supernatural powers? However, the spiritual pearl ultimately belongs to the master. Though the master finds it difficult to act, we cannot seize it, yet your disciple, Sai, let it be. Tai Junren laughed. If he can extricate himself from the spiritual pearl, then our conflict with him is not a matter of life and death. As long as he is willing to submit, can my Yusu sect not accommodate him? In future reincarnations, with my protection, he shall not suffer again. Yet he would rather associate with Kong Xian. Kong Xian has engaged in combat with the sage thrice, captured and restrained, yet managed to escape each time. Such achievements showcase his formidable powers, yet what is even more remarkable is Kong Xian's unconventional way of thinking. In the presence of such an extraordinary being, even Randang can merely observe, refraining from mentioning the retrieval of the spiritual pearl. Otherwise, should his temperament flare. It is precisely this disregard for everything that poses the greatest headache. Let it be, the events of those years cannot be clearly delineated as right or wrong. Since Nezha has self-destructed and been exiled beyond the 33 heavens, we cannot hold it against him any longer. The Jade Emperor observed the severely injured Huang Long, sighing. Now that the spiritual orb has fallen into Kong Xian's hands, it seems that no matter the intentions of our master, it is beyond our capacity to intervene. Nezha has emerged from the celestial realm, and such matters are beyond our cultivation levels to comprehend. Thus, this affair is no longer our concern. Indeed, Tai, glancing at the still agitated Huang Long, chuckled. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, if one wishes to ascertain Nezha's fate, even our master cannot predict it with certainty. Moreover, stripped of the essence of the spiritual orb, Nezha, despite possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, lacks true divinity. He is like a tree without roots or water without a source. Upon his rebirth, he is but a mortal soul, compelled to start anew in his cultivation. In that lifetime, if he fails to attain the primordial spirit of an immortal, upon his demise, his soul shall scatter irretrievably, without the foundation of his roots. Devoid of enlightening wisdom, is this lesson not sufficient for you? Upon hearing Tai Yi's final inquiry, Huang Long's expression flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he composed himself and declared solemnly, "Alas, the past is bygone, and Huang Long shall no longer dwell on it. Nezha's fate is sealed. The events of the past culminate today. If there is a future for him, we shall address it when the time comes." "Indeed," nodded the Jade Emperor, smiling. "As far as we are concerned, the matter of the spiritual orb is concluded. Let us return to the mountain and submit our report to the master, awaiting his further instructions." Such is the nature of things. The matter of the spiritual orb has reached its conclusion. Under the full moon, the group of immortals, smiling, escorted the gravely wounded Huang Long back to the Jade Void Palace. Beneath the now restored celestial map of the night sky, a gust of wind swept through, causing the battered Mount Tian to collapse with a thunderous roar, stirring clouds of dust. The scattered rogue, cultivators, and demons, startled by the noise after the previous starlight suppression, hid in their abodes, trembling in fear. With the celestial restrictions lifted, the sound of the collapse rendered them hesitant to emerge. Yet, there are always a few audacious souls. As the starlight dissipated and the terrifying fluctuations of power ceased, they cautiously ventured out from their caves. This initial foray, however, almost caused them to leap for joy. The Star God Temple, shattered into countless fragments by Nezha's forceful actions, stretched for thousands of miles, rivaling the entirety of Lianyun Mountain. The extent of what remained of the temple, aside from what Nezha employed to trigger the restrictions, was anyone's guess. For those without a master, the materials from the Star God Temple, though disregarded by Nezha and his companions, held great value. Consequently, when an intrepid rogue cultivator gathered the scattered materials around his dwelling, He could not help but eye the nearby mountain. As he was still occupied with his own collection, even the most timid of cultivators began to emerge from their caves. Witnessing someone pilfering at their doorstep, who could remain unperturbed? Conflict was inevitable. Naturally, the defeated party would not concede easily, and soon, with calls to allies. The reputation of Lianyun Mountain as a treasure trove was firmly established. Thus began a tumultuous storm of bloodshed and chaos. However, none of this bore any relation to Nezha. Chapter 1. Haotian Sect. The Haotian Sect, as its name suggests, is undoubtedly a serious and solemn sect, and indeed, it is precisely that. As a member of the 1016 Orthodox sects, although the Haotian Sect does not hold the reins of power nor leads the way, it firmly secures a place within the top 10 among the 33 renowned sects universally acknowledged. Chaoyang Peak, a location characterized by its remarkably sparse spiritual energy, lies within the gates of the Haotian Sect. However, it has never been a residence for many. Just by its name, one can infer that it serves as a splendid vantage point for witnessing sunrises and sunsets. Yet, cultivators, whose lifespans stretch over millennia, are rarely enamored by mere scenery. Thus, Chaoyang Peak seems to possess an air of hidden brilliance. Moreover, the peak is adorned with peculiar rocks and scant vegetation. There exists only a platform for viewing the clouds, which, while offering a more vivid spectacle compared to other places, does not captivate the attention of those aged beings who have lived for hundreds of years. Consequently, this place is often extraordinarily tranquil. As dawn breaks, from the summit of Chaoyang Peak, one can behold the boundless sea of clouds in the distance, with the eastern sky gradually turning pale. Soon, rays of rosy light pierce through the clouds, and a golden arc emerges, heralding the sun's ascent. In this typically deserted scenic spot, however, a small figure sits cross-legged, gazing earnestly at the rising sun. The youthful countenance reveals that the child is merely 7 or 8 years old, and the thin garment he wears, though seemingly ordinary, suggests that he hails from a family of distinction. As the sun rises, amidst the crimson light, the child's eyes appear to be half closed, not in reverence of the dawn. His breaths are faint, almost imperceptible, and a subtle mist of ethereal brilliance emanates from his mouth and nose, rising and dissipating, evoking an indescribable sensation. After a while, when the sun fully emerges and casts its light upon the earth, the child finally retracts his unusual demeanor and returns to normalcy. It has been 9 years, and I have finally completed this meditation technique. The child, seated on the ground, takes a moment to open his eyes, which sparkle with vitality. He turns his head several times, only to tug at his hair in mild frustration and sigh. How much time did I spend practicing this technique back then? A month? Half a month? No, it seems I never practiced this at all. I directly commenced with the golden radiance technique. A shaky foundation leads to turmoil. I wonder which ill-fated crow uttered such words, for they turned out to be so accurate. Alas, how could I, Nezha, known for my brilliance, have forgotten such an essential matter? The one murmuring atop the mountain is none other than the reincarnated Nezha. Had I known, I would not have been so grandiose. What a splendid spiritual pearl I so carelessly bestowed upon that scoundrel Kong Xian, leaving me with this troublesome mortal form. Even the foundational establishment proves to be such a hassle. How shall I manage in the future? Nezha rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Yet, his countenance belied his words, for he bore not the regret one might expect. Instead, a smile graced his features, clearly revealing his satisfaction with having completed the foundational stage within these past 9 years. In truth, there was little to be dissatisfied about. The malevolent spirit orb, the source of all misfortune, was never meant to remain in Nezha's possession. Had he clung desperately to that orb's essence, it is likely that the primordial heavenly venerable would have long since captured him to refine his consciousness and reclaim the artifact. Much of Nezha's tumultuous past was indeed instigated by that very orb, and thus he had long since come to terms with the realization that if he were to be the reincarnation of the orb, he would find it futile to escape the intentions of the Jade Void Palace, no matter where he fled. Yet, to bow before the Jade Void Palace and allow the primordial heavenly venerable to separate his consciousness without causing harm to his spiritual awareness was not an insurmountable task. However, to erase all memories of his past deeds and to treat his new master as if nothing had ever transpired was beyond Nezha's capacity. He lacked both the inclination and the ability to forget so easily. Without the orb, Nezha's reincarnation would lack assurance, given the enmity he had amassed over the years. Should his adversaries discover his return, it would likely spell his doom, preventing any possibility of reclaiming his path to immortality. After much contemplation, he found that aside from his master Tai from the Jade Void Palace, There was truly no one else he could trust with his fate. After all, the orb constituted his essence. Should he sever the ties with it, Nezha's soul would become like a tree without roots, or water without a source. Though he might experience a fleeting glory, it would pale in comparison to the natural cycle of reincarnation. Even if one lifetime ended in failure, there would always be a means to rise again within 3 to 5 cycles. However, if Nezha were to meet an untimely death in that lifetime, his soul would be irreparably shattered, leaving no chance for revival. Ultimately, Nezha sought out Kong Xian, offering the orb as recompense to sever its ties with his essence. He subsequently gained knowledge of a method to traverse the void and reincarnate across the myriad realms during the tumult of the stars, harnessing the chaotic power of the celestial bodies, unless one possessed cultivation far superior to that of Kong Xian, reaching the realm of saints. It would be impossible to discern Nezha's new location, thus extinguishing the desires of his former enemies. Kong Xian, being magnanimous, planted a spiritual anchor within the orb and willingly assisted Nezha. Although Nezha's battle for reincarnation seemed fraught with ups and downs, he remained unperturbed, largely due to Kong Xian's presence. Eventually, when Nezha relinquished the orb, Kong Xian took it upon himself to settle the account, escorting Nezha's soul into its new existence. Thus, the saga of the orb, spanning a millennium and 700 years, drew to its conclusion. If there were any lingering regrets, it would be that Nezha had aimed to slay the yellow dragon true person, only to have him saved by Kong Xian, albeit gravely injured and not dead. This infuriated Nezha, who had gone to great lengths to acquire the Sun and Moon Pearl. Nevertheless, Nezha understood that had he succeeded in killing the yellow dragon true person, it would have inevitably created enmity with the Jade Void Palace. Though Kong Xian intervened, it was solely for the sake of the orb, and he would not allow Nezha to slay the yellow dragon true person, for to provoke that figure within the Jade Void Palace would yield dire consequences for all involved. Nezha, bearing a tinge of regret, has reincarnated. Indeed, what more could one desire? He hails from a prestigious sect of cultivation, blessed with loving parents who practice the same art, and a charming, talented younger brother. What could possibly be unsatisfactory? Nezha's rebirth can be deemed fortuitous, coinciding with a transformation in the world's vital energy, an auspicious time for cultivation and the continuation of lineage. For at such times, childbirth incurs minimal spiritual loss for the parents while maximizing the likelihood of favorable qualities in the offspring. Theoretically, the benefits of giving birth during a period of flourishing vital energy are substantial. However, the unpredictability of such transformations complicates matters. Though such occurrences are rare, at least once in a millennium, they can last for about a decade. This fluctuation, while not trivial, is difficult to gauge even for the most experienced cultivators, who can only rely on intuition to assess the onset and culmination of these vital energy shifts. Thus, during this extended period of change, benefits are assured. Yet the extent of these advantages remains a matter of chance. Nezha's earthly father is named Zhang Zishan, and his mother is Chun Yueju, a pair of ordinary cultivators from the Haotian sect, their abilities neither particularly high nor low among their peers. They sought a child, and with the advent of this cosmic energy shift, Nezha and his twin brother, Lu Yun, came into being. However, fate has dealt Nezha a somewhat unfortunate hand. In his haste to reincarnate, he took on the body of Zhang Lufeng. While his birth was unremarkable, his innate potential was merely adequate, a stark contrast to his previous life. Nevertheless, as a reincarnated celestial being, under the protection of Kong Xian and through his own cunning, Nezha's soul, though lacking the foundational spirit pearl, remains largely intact, preserving the experience of his past cultivation. Thus, despite his mediocre potential, he is certainly not inferior to those considered prodigies in this realm. In practice, however, Nezha's cultivation in this life is not swift, not for lack of desire. Firstly, his foundation is fragile due to the circumstances of his rebirth, and his innate quality is not exceptional. Secondly, the myriad worlds each possess their own subtleties, and Nezha's previous methods do not fully align with the unique realm he finds himself in, requiring meticulous adjustment. Each realm has its own cultivation methods, and although this particular realm remains unnamed, its practices, while not entirely at odds with Nezha's previous teachings, are indeed challenging to reconcile. The cultivation stages are meticulously delineated into 11 realms: rotating illumination, fusion, golden elixir, heart movement, spiritual tranquility, nascent soul, out-of-body, divided spirit, harmonization, tribulation, and great completion. These stages represent the essential path every cultivator must traverse, culminating in ascension to the celestial realm, leaving behind the mundane world. This method of cultivation, while divergent from what Nezha previously encountered, is nevertheless the most suitable for practice within this realm. Although Nezha could devote himself to the Yushu method from his past life, attempting to ascend through it would pose significant challenges during the transcendence, as it would not fully harmonize with the energy of this realm. Moreover, any conflicts that arise could yield unfavorable outcomes due to the discord between his techniques and the world's energies. To truly comprehend the distinctions of this realm undoubtedly requires an immense investment of time and energy. It would not be surprising to spend several centuries merely grasping a fraction of its intricacies, particularly since such matters are not suited for a recently reincarnated celestial being. Naturally, this outcome is far from what Nezha desires. Thus, he must diligently pursue the cultivation of this realm's profound teachings. He has finally embarked on his journey of reformation.